and run.
This one goes out to the first fish in space. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. 7, 6. Commencing countdown, engines on. 3, 2. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. Here we go, baby! To the moon! This is ground control to Major Tom. You really made the grade. And the papers want to know whose shirt you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule if you dare. This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door, and I'm floating in a most peculiar way. And the stars look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can, far above the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. Doop, 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 ba-doo, doo, doo-ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo, doo.
But it's different from...
I played Polybius in Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I fear the crap cat and got stuck inside Mel's hole with MK Ultra. I'll be an only too aware. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fish. Hecklefish on Thursday nights with AJ2, and the Wi-Fi's helping me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's helping me all through the night. The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agartha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, Planet Serpo 2, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. We're in a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fish. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. Hecklefish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the Gertie loves to dance on the dance floor because she is a camel, and camels love to dance when the feeling is right, always in time. Gertie loves to dance. Gertie loves to dance.
Okay, we're here. How we doing today? A little watch along, because the last week or so have been a little messed up. We had an episode getting produced and it wasn't coming together in time, so switched last minute, and that's why we ended up with the Rendlesham story, which I thought was fun. That's a good story. Who is here? I got slow mode on, but we're still moving, huh? Steve O, new place looks great. Thanks, man. Mark McGinnis is here. Good to see you. Boris complaining the intro's too long. Look, we're gonna start the watch-alongs with the song and the studio tour of the day, so you can see the progress. If it's too long, could you maybe go get a cup of coffee or something else? Because you know what? We're keeping it. Hello from Fairbanks, Alaska. Good to see you, Lewis. Scott Burke is there. I see you. Carla DePaula, how are you? Doc Holliday, Hecklefish 2024. We couldn't do any worse. A couple of folks saying the intro is good. I'm glad you like it. Just something to kill a little time while I get set up here. So you guys were able to hear the audio on Hecklefish's Bowie cover. That was an audio test. Okay, good. Hello from Lithuania. Nancy likes the intro. I knew she would. Hello from Poland, watching from Germany. I have to admit, this schedule, this Saturday at noon, I like it better than Thursday night, man. I see Victoria in the chat. I bet she would concur. Niels Non says, studio looks boss. Music with new lyrics is boss too. Thanks, man. Johannesburg is here. Turkey's here. Kentucky's here. All right, I tried to get a poll going, but I didn't have enough time to get it together. For what we want to start with. Last week, everyone was asking for Planet Serpo. So I'm planning on starting with that unless we get some votes for something else. And Planet Serpo, I think, which starts with the established titles ad. That's controversial. Bobby, Men in Black. I don't think I have a Men in Black episode. Showtime Reno's in the house. Good to see you. Jeremy, don't ruin my Thursdays. Honestly, the After Files may go to a once or twice a month thing, but we may start doing a Tuesday evening stream, just maybe a little bit earlier. I'm thinking something maybe around 5 Pacific, to 8 Pacific, something like that. That way, me and the crew are not killing ourselves on Thursday, staying here so late, and to give people in other time zones a chance to catch up with everybody. So we'll have the Tuesdays maybe twice a month, the Thursdays maybe once or twice a monch, and then I'm going to do the Saturday watch-alongs whenever I can. So I'm a day or two ahead on this week's episode because I bailed out of it last week, so I have a little bit of time this afternoon to hang out with you guys. So it looks like Planet Serpo. Justin, fewer after files is sad news. I know, but we'll still do the Tuesdays for you, and if we're going to deep dive, we can cover those. It's I'm running out of options with. I have to get the long form podcast launched, and I've got to get it launched in 8 days. And I haven't recorded anything yet. I mean, you saw this; the studio's not even finished yet, so time is getting tight. I'm just checking the chat. James Jennings, thank you for the Expanse recommendation. I don't remember recommending that unless you're talking to someone in the chat, but the Expanse is one of my favorites. I'm obsessed with the Expanse verse, specifically the books. But the TV show is great too. Lizard people, Polybius. Doc wants to see Polybius. We haven't watched that one in a while. That's a pretty good episode. Craig, party, do you own the studio? No, we're just renting it. Just renting the studio. But we're going to be here for at least a few years. I mean, knock on wood. You never know. Not with TJ talking about COVID-23. All right, so Polybius. Davies, anything on Julius Caesar's demise? Is there like a mystery or controversy about that? Assassinated on the Senate floor, the Ides of March? I'm interested if there's a mystery or controversy. Beth wants to see crop circles. That was a cool video. Crop circles, crop circles is a good one for Saturday because it's a long one. Gives me a chance to get a few other things done here today. How about where is Excalibur? I think Excalibur is a fictional item, trucking, as far as I know. Google Food Play ad. You're welcome for the videos. Crop circles, another vote there. Hollow Moon. All right, so let's do, and Dodelston. All right, so I've got a couple of choices here. Let's do a quick poll. Poll. We've got Dodelston. That's a fun episode. We've got Polybius. Hollow Moon. Hollow Moon. That's the one that converted me from a skeptic to a believer. And kind of Rendlesham also a little bit. I don't believe most of what the witnesses said, but I do believe they saw something. I don't believe any of that binary stuff. Wu says, Hollow Moon, Cozy Rev is an option. All right, we'll put that in there. I'm building a poll is what I'm doing now. So hang on. So don't vote in the chat. I'm doing a poll. Mike Konak lives near Rendlesham. Looks cool over there. Looks beautiful. That's on my short list of the vacation that I'll never take. Is to spend like a week or two in a just English countryside somewhere super dark and quiet. Just somewhere you can walk up to the pub twice a day. Simulation. All right, we'll add that as an option. Oh, I can only do 4. All right, I'll put simulation in there. Sorry. So what should we watch? And the poll is launched. Yep, there it is. Okay, let's do a couple of super chats while we're figuring out what we're gonna do. Spout Loud, thank you for the super sticker. I'm glad you can hang out today on a Saturday. And the studio tours they're always there. I mean, it's not real time. I recorded it 10 minutes ago, but I'm going to try and do them. If I'm going to do a Saturday watch along, I will do a studio tour, a fresh one every time we do this, just so you can see the progress if you care. I mean, my office is starting to look like an office. Getting there. There's a lot of work to do. Spout Loud with another super sticker. I appreciate that. Paul is here for $10. Now we need Hecklefish to cover Peter Schilling sequel. That's a great idea. He's been a little short on time. He hasn't been able to get into the studio and drop any new tracks, but there are some on the short list. 2, me and my dad are big fans, bro. We love the content. Well, say hi to Pops for me. And Big Stereo, Fear the Crab Cat, as always. CG for 10, thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Thank you for coming to hang out today. Oh, good. I already got bats in the cave.
Isn't it amazing what passes for a live stream these days? Boy, oh boy.
There's the Zelda 1986. Greetings from Austria. Well, greetings to you. Guten Tag, is that how you say it? Agaton for 2 says yay. Paul for another 10. Finally looking like a professional operation. I wouldn't go that far, but we're getting there. We're getting there, Paul. There's Jung or Young for 349 New Zealand. This channel is saving YouTube. I don't know if YouTube could even be saved. There's Vincent. Thank you for that generous donation. The support is really appreciated. Kent, hello from New Jersey, People's Republic. I'm from back that way, Kent. I know exactly what you mean. Still have a lot of family in Jersey. Old Slacker doesn't like the haircut. I don't like it either. But the wife is in charge of all face and head hair. So if you see me with a beard, it was her idea. I'd love to cut it. Where's Sasquatch Rome? Please do a pate? Like a delicious spread on crusty toast? Mikio Chimp, she cut your hair. No, she doesn't cut it. I just go, I'd like to cut my hair. She goes, no, grow it out. Ronit likes it. I appreciate it. We don't have to talk about my hair. Because who cares? Paul looking like fresh operation. There is No Vanglian M. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Zako 999. Love the shades. They're just Amazon shades. We're trying to get a sponsor. We're trying to get some glasses company to sponsor the show, but so far no bites. Any Ray-Ban reps in the chat? Roger, you had a $1,000 donation a little while ago when you were talking. I don't see it in the list yet, but that's crazy and helpful. Joseph McCarthy, grow a beard. I thought I was supposed to. I thought she said let it grow, and so you could see the episodes where it's getting longer and longer. And then one day she's like, kind of getting really scruffy there. I said, I don't want it. You said to do. I don't want this. She's like, no. She just liked a little rough. She didn't want the beard. All right, where were we with the super chats? There is Thought on Fire 222, a group of crab cats. A heckle of crab cats. Oh, that's what a group of crab cats is called. It's a heckle. Particle, it was 1,000 INR, not dollars. It's still appreciated. JP, what is your opinion on Graham Hancock's theories? I can't prove any of them, but I think he presents a lot of good evidence. I don't know how long you've been watching the show, but I'm a huge Graham Hancock fan, and have been for over 20 years. So even though I may not fully 100% believe everything he says, because you can't do that, believe everything everybody says, but I think he has changed the conversation about ancient history. And then as more time goes on, more of his theories become reality. I mean, when he released his first book, I forget which one was the first one. Was it Fingerprints of the Gods? Might have been Fingerprints. There was everyone thought they had the pyramids and the Sphinx dated, and all that changed. And with the Research by John Anthony West, Robert Schock, Randall Carlson, all these guys suddenly becoming sort of well-known. I think the conversation has changed, and certainly a lot of credit goes to Joe Rogan for giving those guys a platform when nobody would. Era Phone One, thank you for the 2. I like last night's episode. I'm glad you did. I liked it too. It's not performing that well, which is a disappointment. If you're a Patreon member, before the live premiere every Thursday, which is usually when we do it. Last night we were late, but before the live premiere, we do a live stream on Discord for Patreon members. And by the way, if you want to support, that's a great way to do it. Is Patreon. So if you're on that live stream weekly, you know that most of the time I'm like, this episode's not really that great. I don't think it's going to do that well. Half the time I'm right, half the time they do pretty well, and I'm surprised. Last night I thought, hey, this is a pretty good story. It was a well-produced episode. I'm excited for it. I think this one's going to do well, and I was wrong. It's not doing that great. I can't complain about the views. We've come a long way. I just mean in comparison to the recent, 6-7 months, it hasn't been doing that great. But the whole channel's slow. The whole channel's slow lately. Maybe not being consistent enough with the release schedule is hurting it. I don't know. Von Donks, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Please do a Starlight episode someday. All right, I'll have to look into that. Bramlett says Fridays are bad release nights. I think that's true. People are busy, especially everyone kind of wrapping up the summer. Saturdays are usually pretty good days for views, so we'll see how things go. And dropping a live stream on a Saturday afternoon is helpful also because even if people aren't checking out the watch along, at least they go, oh, that Wi-Fi's channel, maybe they've got something new. Oh my goodness, very, very mucusy. David Headley for 10, thank you for the super sticker, David. Please turn on closed captions. You turn them on. I can't turn them on. The creators don't control that. We can upload caption files, but we can't turn them on for everybody. So if you're not seeing the CC button highlighted, it just means YouTube hasn't transcribed the video yet. Genotes 85, 558,017 hours is good though. I'm not complaining. Just, part of being a creator on the platform is you have to be insecure. And and when a channel's successful, you have to be insecure about that and always waiting for the good times to end. Because you know that any day now it's all going to be over and you're going to go back to, your day job. That's how we all feel. Even the cocky creators who are confident, they feel the same way. David Price, Hawaii Space Lasers. We're going to cover the Hawaii conspiracies first on the podcast. Probably not so much on YouTube because YouTube isn't censoring that yet, but they're going to. And also, it's still so fresh. When I see children's bodies in the street, of course I have my theories about the space lasers and all that, but I don't want to do a video that dark with so many victims thousands of people still homeless, waiting for planes to come in with food and water. I'm not looking to capitalize on that just yet. But it's something that we could talk about on the podcast, when enough time has passed. Dandel Doran or Duran for £5.99. Rendlesham episode was great. Not a fan of the singing. Sorry, that's okay. Different strokes, different folks. Oh, Chavez, tell us about your podcast and where to listen. The podcast is up. It's been up for a long time. It's called the Wi-Fi's Operation Podcast. You can get it on Spotify, Apple, Google, Amazon. It's wherever you're watching a podcast, you're listening, it's there. But right now, it's just the audio version of the show. If you're on Spotify, the video is up there too. But what we're going to start doing is integrating long-form podcasts that are not full-produced videos. It's just going to be, I'm going to roll videos so just if you're interested, but it's just going to be me sitting in the studio with a script. And it will give us the opportunity to do deeper dives on our episodes. So the first 4 or 5 or 6 episodes, we're just going with our most popular ones here on the channel. and just all the stuff that I researched but had to cut because it got too long, or maybe things that have changed since the episode was released, or maybe new information, maybe corrections. We'll now flesh those out into 60 or 90-minute episodes. So stuff like Mel's Hole, Simulation Theory, Philadelphia Experiment, all those things, we can expand on those. And that's what the podcast is going to be. And then eventually we'll start integrating conversations as well. You know, when Graham Hancock wants to come here to the studio and talk about his book, he can do that. Michael Hasing, a tip for Lord Hecklefish and his amazing Bowie performance. AJ's pretty good, I guess. I appreciate it.
Whoop-de-doo! Thank you for that juicy tip, human.
There's Keith Eichley is how you pronounce that for $10. Miss seeing you for a couple of weeks. Love the new episode. Tasha says hello. Her birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday, Tasha. Happy birthday. Okay, we are still a few more super chats to go, but let's get cracking with our episode so it's not just my stupid face. I'm going to end the poll. And it looks like, what does it look like? Is Hollow Moon the winner? Hollow Moon is the winner. Okay. Let's find it. The moon revealed it's a hollow spaceship, so who
This
built it
episode
and
of the
why?
Wi-Fi
It's brought to you by
Files
Surfshark.
is brought to you by Surfshark.
I'm gonna skip the ad intro because they didn't pay for this. Why give them a free read? But the Surfshark commercial is funny, so I may let it go. I think it's toward the end of the episode. I think. Is it? Oh yeah, it's where Hecklefish. He's working the love lines. He's doing overnight radio, which I did for a long time. All right, we're watch along. There's that host cam. There's me. JRC, all your ads are funny. I'm glad that you think so. I work really hard to make them entertaining, and they've actually become one of my favorite parts of the channel. Because how it works is we get a sponsor like PDS Debt, right? And they'll send us requirements, like the bullet points. These are the things that you have to say. These are the things you can say. These are the things you can't say. That sort of thing. Very common. I'm just using PDS as an example because they've been a great sponsor of the channel. Very, very supportive. And they've let me get away with a lot. So they send the requirements, and our commitment is like a 60-second spot. 60 seconds, here's the requirements, and move on. And I'm sure that you have creators that are saying, all right, but we're going to get into it, but first a quick word from our sponsor, and now here's, whatever mobile game, and then they just sort of read the things, right? Now Raid Shadow Legends, go and do, and you can get the coins, and it's terrible. And I skip that every time. Fast forward, fast. And when they're live, it's really annoying. So I wanted to do at least make an effort to create content and make it funny and entertaining. So what happens is we get the requirements, and then Jen does the first pass of the script. Basically, we say, all right, here's what's going to happen. Hecklefish is going to do a mobile camel grooming service. And then she writes sort of like a 90-second script with the requirements in. And then the sponsor approves it. And then I get the script. And then I will add some jokes, and sometimes I'll go a little crazy. And that's why the commercials are, instead of being 90 seconds, are sometimes 2, 3, 4 minutes. It's because I just like that, you got to do a camel toe joke, of course. And Hecklefish gives the cleanest hump in town. That's funny. And it becomes like my favorite part of the show. Gary Baines, yawn, we don't care about the behind the scenes of an advert. Well, that's nice. It's if you don't have something nice to say, then definitely put it in the chat. Bardo likes it. LV, we love them, don't stop. I bought land in Scotland, and now I'm a lady. Ivy Dragon. All right, milady. HFS appreciates it. Jimmy Siller, I work for an indie radio station. Possible phone or vid interview in the future. You want me to interview you, Jimmy? Yeah, if you got something interesting to say, of course. As far as interviewing me, I'm not that I'm not that interesting. Shark in the water, pay no attention to trolls. I usually don't. But if someone's just kind of being an ass, I'm not reading it because I feel bad. I'm reading it to point out that dude, you kind of being a jerk. Craig, that's rude. Word to Herb. Love from the UK, good to see you. Nick's 5 cents, all good, bro. Hypnotech 83 likes the commercials. Timothy Bonet, do you work for the CIA? You know I can't answer that. All right, the moon revealed is a hollow spaceship. If I have something interesting to say about the episodes, I will do that in between. With this one, I don't think I do. But let's see what jars the memory. Despite it being humanity's constant companion through all of recorded time, the moon is still a mystery. Science hasn't been able to explain how the moon was formed, its unusual orbit, its distance from us, its density, its composition, its structure. These are all still questions. Now, there are theories about the moon that solve some of these puzzles, but they don't solve all of them. There's only one theory that answers every scientific question about the moon. Just one. That the moon is a hollow artificial structure brought here by someone else. Let's find out why. Let's start at the beginning. We're taught that the moon has been here forever, but there's controversy about this because scientists can't agree on how the moon was formed in the first place. The first theory of how the moon became linked to the Earth is the capture theory. It says the moon was just floating along, drifted near the Earth, and was pulled into orbit. This is almost impossible. Another explanation is the accretion theory, that the moon and Earth formed out of dust clouds in the early solar system. But when systems form through accretion, they share similar traits. If the moon was formed this way, it would have an iron core, like the Earth. It would spin on an axis, like the Earth. But neither of these are true. The fission hypothesis was popular for a while, and this says the early Earth was spinning so fast that the moon was formed out of rock in the Pacific Ocean that was flung into space. But we later learned that moon rock is much older than the bottom of the ocean, so this is unlikely. The most popular explanation is the giant impact theory. This says that a large object about the size of Mars smashed into the proto-Earth. The debris field from the collision coalesced to create the Earth-Moon system. Again, these conditions would have to be so perfect that the odds are
astronomical.
Right. Now, a recent theory is a combination of all of these. That a large object collided with the Earth about 4.5 billion years ago, essentially vaporizing it. And this vapor is called a synestia. And the synestia was spinning very rapidly, forming a torus. And the moon formed on the edge of this torus.
Whoa, hold on. Taurus? What's a torus?
Well, this shape is a torus.
That looks like a donut.
It does, but in geometry, if you revolve a circle around an axis in three-dimensional space, it's called a torus.
Yeesh, and you wonder why you're not popular at parties.
I'm very popular at parties, aren't I? So we still don't know how the moon was created. You would think that actually going to the moon and collecting rock samples would solve some of these puzzles. But when moon rocks were brought back and studied, it only created more questions. Since landing on the moon in 1969,
The moon landing was as fake as a teenager's Instagram.
I knew you were going to do this. Look, do you like the idea that the moon is a hollow spaceship?
Well, yeah, I gotta admit, I do kind of like this idea.
Okay, so for us to explore this theory, you need to concede that we went to the moon.
Fine, I will concede we went to the moon.
Thank you.
But those were unmanned missions. The landings were actually filmed in a studio in Burbank, California.
Fine, I'll take what I can get. Moon rocks and soil samples brought back from the moon are strange. On Earth, the newest rocks are at the surface, and the rock gets older as you go deeper. Now, this is obvious and logical. But on the moon, the soil on the surface is older than the rocks underneath. And the surface rocks are older than the rock underneath them. It's backwards. The only way this happens on Earth is when we drill, dig, and mine, bringing older material to the surface. But we see this all over the moon. Now, if the moon was somehow hollowed out, older rock would be on top. But the list of anomalies goes on. Typical planetary structures have denser materials toward the core and lighter materials toward the surface. On the moon, this too is reversed, and no one could really explain why. The moon's surface is pockmarked by asteroid impacts that have happened for billions of years, so you would expect the rock around the impact craters to be different ages. But there is a strange uniformity in the age of these rocks. The chemical makeup of lunar dust is also very odd. If lunar dust is the result of billions of years of impacts, why does it have a different chemical makeup of the rocks around it? The moon doesn't have a magnetic field, yet moon rocks are strongly magnetized. The Earth is 4.6 billion years old, but the oldest rocks we found are much younger than that. Moon rocks are older, much older. Some rocks have been dated to the very beginning of the solar system, and some are said to be even older than that. Uranium-236 and Neptunium-237 are found on the moon. This is notable because those radioactive elements don't occur naturally. The only way we see those isotopes on Earth is if we create them. Titanium, chromium, and zirconium are rare on Earth, but these are found in abundance on the moon. If the Earth and moon were formed together, why such a big discrepancy? And those metals happen to be some of the most strongest materials that are known to exist, and they're highly resistant to corrosion. If you wanted to reinforce a structure, these are the metals you would use. This structural reinforcement could explain why moon craters all seem to be the same depth, no matter how wide they are. Shouldn't craters of different sizes be of different depths? It's as if there's a resilient metallic shell just beneath the surface of the moon, preventing anything from penetrating further. Now, if there were some type of instruments on the moon's surface that could detect seismic activity, we could test the hollow moon theory by intentionally colliding objects with the moon.
This sounds like a setup. We did this, didn't we?
We did.
And is it hollow?
Well,
Hey-yo!
after returning to the command module, the Apollo 12 crew intentionally released the lunar lander, crashing it into the moon's surface. Then something very unexpected happened. Seismic measurements showed that the moon rang like a bell and reverberated for more than an hour. This was with a very small object compared to the size of the moon, so during Apollo 13, an even heavier object was crashed into the surface. This time, the moon rang for over 3 hours, and vibrations traveled to a depth of 20 miles. This doesn't happen on Earth. Reverberations last only a few minutes because of the Earth's density. And on Earth, vibrations slow down as they move toward the Earth's center, where material is denser. But the vibrations on the moon actually got faster around 40 miles down, indicating the interior of the moon is not only far less dense, but perhaps has large hollow cavities. The density of the moon is something that's difficult to explain. The moon is about 25% the size of the Earth, but it's only about 1% of the Earth's density. If the moon were a hollow shell, this would explain that. Besides the density issue, the moon has a lot of characteristics and coincidences that we don't see anywhere else. The moon is actually more like a planet than a moon. At 1/4 the Earth's size, no other object in the solar system has a moon this large. This occurs nowhere else, not in our solar system or any other solar system that we found. And the moon orbits much more closely than it should. And its orbit is also a mystery. It's the only object we've ever observed with a near perfectly circular orbit. We don't see this anywhere else either. Because of this near perfect orbit and its size and distance from the Earth, the moon appears in the sky as almost the exact same size as the sun. This is what allows us to have eclipses. Our distance to the sun is 400 times our distance to the moon, and the size of the sun is 400 times the size of the moon. Could this be a coincidence?
Nah.
Well, when enough coincidences pile up, we may have to adjust our thinking and be a little more open-minded. And that's what happened in 1970. 2 Soviet scientists looked at all the evidence and all these coincidences and came to what they felt was the only logical conclusion. And they agreed that their theory sounded crazy, but said not only is the moon hollow, but it's also a spacecraft that traveled here in the distant past. So now we have to ask, who built the moon? Every ancient culture on Earth has stories about the moon. But it's interesting that the further back you go, the fewer stories there are. And if you go back far enough, there are stories that talk about a sky before the moon arrived. Roman and Greek authors in the 5th century BC have stories about the Proselynes, and they lived in an area called Arcadia. And they said they've been here since before there was a moon in the heavens. Now, on the other side of the world, the ancient culture of Tiwanaku in Bolivia also refers to a time when there was no moon. The Tiwanaku claim the moon arrived between 11,500 and 13,000 years ago. If you're into ancient theories as much as I am, you'll recognize that this time coincides perfectly with a period called the Younger Dryas. And all kinds of myths and mysteries are said to have happened during the Younger Dryas, and we'll cover them on this channel. Now, going back to Africa, there are Zulu legends that specifically say the moon is hollow, and living inside is an intelligent race of reptilian extraterrestrials.
Lizard people?
Yep,
Lizard people built the moon!
that's what they believe.
Lizard people are very industrious.
They seem to be. The Zulu believe the moon was put into orbit by two brothers who were gods, and this legend is similar to what the Sumerians believed. The Sumerians also had a legend of two brothers, Enki and Enlil, who were called
Anunnaki!
Yup, Anunnaki, the extraterrestrial gods who created mankind.
Everything is falling into place with this one.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. How about this? The Zulu also believed that before the moon arrived, the climate of the Earth was very different. There were no seasons, and a blanket of thick water vapor covered the entire planet. And we now know that the moon does stabilize our climate. Without the moon's gravity, the Earth's axis would wobble. There would be no consistent seasons, no tides, extreme weather. The presence of the moon is what allows life on Earth to thrive. So back to the Zulu. The Earth was covered by a thick layer of water vapor, and you could only see the sun through this hazy mist. When the moon was finally placed into orbit, all this water vapor fell at once, and it created a cataclysmic global flood.
Always a flood.
Always, every time. Every ancient culture has a flood myth, and there's mounting evidence that this did indeed happen during the Younger Dryas. Cultures around the world have myths that are in perfect sync with each other. The coincidences keep piling up. The Zulu legend talks about how the arrival of the moon changed the tides and stabilized the climate. And this is something that wasn't understood by science until the past 100 years. Yet somehow the ancient Zulu were able to make the connection between the moon and the tides and the seasons. All of these myths and legends, plus strange coincidences and anomalies about the moon, start to add up to a compelling theory that the moon is hollow, is artificial, and was placed here by intelligent beings long ago. But coincidences aren't proof, and myths aren't proof. We need to know what's been happening on the moon lately to see if we can make our case with hard evidence. Lucky for us, the evidence is there. Science tells us that the moon is a cold, lifeless place. It has no atmosphere. There hasn't been seismic activity for millions of years. Its core, unlike the Earth's, is cold. For a supposedly dead world, there's an awful lot of activity up there. On March 7, 1971, a cloud of water vapor appeared on the moon that covered 100 square miles, and it was there for 14 hours before it dissipated. There's not supposed to be atmosphere on the moon, but for those 14 hours, there was. In fact, 6 astronomers in the past 100 years have documented a glowing mist in the crater named Plato. The same mist, the same crater, over many years. Boulder tracks are seen on the moon, all over the place. And that's weird enough, but how do boulders roll for miles and then go uphill, like in this photo? And since the days of Aristotle, astronomers have seen strange lights appear on the surface of the moon, sometimes visible with the naked eye. NASA even reported that between the years 1540 and 1967, there were 570 sightings of light flashes on the moon that couldn't be explained. Sightings of strange lights continue to this day. The Aristarchus crater was photographed in 1992, and it shows a glowing blue light, now called the Blue Gem. And this anomaly has been seen by Earth-based telescopes every few years since. Some have even speculated it's a fusion reactor. And these events of mysterious light and mist happen so frequently that there's even a name for them, transient lunar phenomena, or TLPs. But things get even more weird. there are plenty of photographs of what appear to be artificial objects on the surface of the moon. Towers that reach several miles high, pyramids, symmetrical structures. These have been photographed by astronomers, probes, even the astronauts themselves. And the biggest anomaly of all? Why haven't we gone back to the moon? Sergeant Carl Wolf was working as a technician for the Air Force, and he was repairing equipment that transferred images from a lunar satellite. Those photos, according to Sergeant Wolf, showed artificial structures on the moon, what he described as a base. And this is corroborated by another technician working with Wolf. And Wolf wasn't a UFO, ET, moon theory guy. He was just a tech. He said he was excited to see the pictures on the news and have NASA explain what they were. He was surprised when the photos never turned up. The photos were found in a very early release from NASA. These structures are very large and very tall. You can even see they cast shadows. And these are photos I'd like to learn more about, but I can't. They no longer exist. Now, almost immediately after landing on the moon, the Apollo 11 crew said they saw something that shook them up. Watch the press conference they gave when they returned. These men aren't acting like they made history or had a life-changing experience.
It's a beginning of a new age.
They look sad, frightened, uncomfortable, even depressed. Why? Is there a reason we haven't returned to the moon? And could it be that the Apollo missions discovered something that ancient cultures knew centuries ago? Something that reputable scientists believe is the only answer to this list of mysteries. That the moon is not what it seems or what we've been told. The moon is hollow, artificially constructed, and appeared in Earth's orbit from somewhere else, far away.
Makes sense to me.
Does it make sense to you? So what can science explain about the hollow moon spaceship theory? Well, the formation of the moon is still unknown, so score theory 1, science 0. The density problem is said to be because after the giant impact, the Earth's upper mantle formed the moon. The mantle is much less dense than the core. Okay, the problem with this is the giant impact theory probably isn't what happened. And the theory about the Earth and the moon forming out of that big donut shape?
In geometry, that's called a torus.
Taurus. Well, that wouldn't explain the density discrepancy. We're told the moon ringing like a bell is because the moon is much less dense, and the moon's rock has much less water, so vibrations reverberate longer and farther. This can't be proven, but okay. The perfect eclipses? Well, here's where science wins. The eclipses aren't exact. They're close, but not perfect. Besides, the moon is drifting farther away from the Earth every year, so eclipses are becoming less and less perfect all the time. And whether the moon arrived 14,000 years ago or was formed billions of years ago, it was much closer to the Earth, so it was much larger in the sky. Now, NASA claims that we know the moon isn't hollow because of seismic observations. And that's fair, but it's still conjecture. Look, we don't know for sure what's at the center of the Earth, much less what's at the center of the moon.
If there's anything at all.
Right. Now, the structures are said to be shadows or optical illusions.
Nope.
And the lights are from meteor impacts or reflections from glassy patches on the surface.
Nope.
But the bottom line is this. Yes, the hollow moon spaceship theory is a wild one, I admit that. And many of the anomalies found on the moon can be explained. The explanations aren't perfect, but they're enough to satisfy skeptics. And I consider myself a skeptic, but I'm open-minded. I just want to know the truth. And when I started researching this story, I thought it would be a fun ride, a pure tinfoil hat experience that we could button up with science. That's not what happened. There's just so much unknown and unexplainable that something doesn't feel right about what we've been told about the moon. But as always, the space agencies and the governments they serve are very selective about the images and information they release. So I have a message for them. For NASA, the European Space Agency, Russia, China, Elon Musk, Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and anyone with the resources to put people back on the moon. The message is this: if you want us to believe your explanations, you're gonna have to prove it. All right, what's this?
I got a sponsor.
You've got a sponsor? Why do you need a sponsor?
Inflation. Fish food is costing me a fin and a fin. Besides, I'm getting killed on Bitcoin.
I told you to sell a little.
Hold on!
All right, so what is Surfshark and why do you need it?
It's a VPN, virtual a private network.
I know what a VPN is.
Well, there are some shows I like to watch, but they're not available to stream in the US, so I can change my IP address to different countries to watch them.
Example?
Well, you know how Netflix dropped The Office, and now it's on Peacock or Pigeon or whatever cockamamie service that is?
Yeah, that was annoying.
Well, I can use an IP address in the UK and still watch it for free on Netflix.
Sounds kind of sneaky.
I know, I love it. Or I can use an IP address in Australia and watch The Big Lebowski.
That is a good one.
The fish abides. And since my IP address is hidden, Google and Facebook can't track me.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't want big internet companies having access to your data.
No, not just companies, government too. When I'm looking up information about the moon landing, which is definitely fake, none of those three-letter agencies can track me and jam me up. It's like a tinfoil hat for your internet.
Huh. Nice catchphrase.
Yeah, you like that, huh? I even got one of those code things so people can get their own tinfoil hat for their internet. Get Surfshark VPN at surfshark.deals/files and enter promo code FILES for 83% off and 3 extra months for free. That works out to only $2.49 a month. That's a small price to pay for security and privacy. That's surfshark.deals/files.
That was a pretty good sponsor read.
Well, you aren't the only former radio personality on this show, you know. That was Lovin' the Rocks by Neil Diamond. For all you broken hearts drowning your sorrows tonight. And before that, we went all the way back to the Groove Yard for a little classic Marvin Gaye. Good evening, lovers and lovettes. My name is Hecklefish, and you're taking a midnight ride on WAVE to Wave, with 55 minutes of love songs every hour. Keep it locked into the wave, because I can go all night. This next one is a long-distance dedication from Sharon in Chicago. She writes, "You've always had my back. You make me feel protected and safe. Here's I'll Be There, just for you, Surfshark."
Get Surfshark VPN at surfshark.deals/files and enter promo code FILES for 83% off and 3 extra months for free.
Not bad.
Thanks.
Mine was better.
Shut up. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor and like, subscribe, comment, share. That was just some old school patrons right there. And if you have a topic you'd like covered, or Most of you guys are still around.
Email tips@theyfiles.com.
So the Hollow Moon episode was maybe one of the first stories that I covered that turned me from skeptic to believer, because I've been very open that I don't believe most of the stories we cover. I just enjoy them. But so when I started working on the moon as a hollow spaceship, at first I was thinking, this is the dumbest shit I have ever heard. Like, who believes this? And then as I'm researching it, I was going, they're making a couple of points. There's something that's weird about the moon. Something's definitely weird about the moon. And then by the time I finished the episode, it was, the moon's definitely fake. It's definitely hollow. It's definitely a spaceship. I don't know how anyone believes otherwise. Hell yeah, Michael Mew. Good to see you. Dylan likes the commercials. You have a possible third career in that. I don't know if I don't know where our commercials could air. Definitely not on mainstream anything. Not with our humor. It's all fun and games. You can tell AJ's heart is the moon stuff. I'm kind of obsessed with it. A little bit obsessed with the moon. 9:10. The Office is coming along. If you go check out the beginning of the stream, I do a tour. Which every time I do these afternoon watch-alongs, I'll try and do a current tour for you so you can see how we're doing. Full Metal Gamer Moon. Drewish Hecklefish OnlyFans. His OnlyFans page is not up yet. All right, so far in the poll, it looks like Adam and Eve is going to be next. Simulation Theory came in second. Then Mel's Hole, then Planet Serpo. So we'll let the poll go for a little bit. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy, it's live stream amateur hour again.
We'll do a couple of super chats while we finish up that poll. And If that's boring or annoying to you, go grab a coffee. Bill Rulin 42, Georgia here, the American one. Good to see you, Georgia. Bob and Silent J, respect Mel's Hole. You got to respect Mel's Hole. Paul for 20, are you finally feeling less stressed with the new studio, or did you go get that Botox? Because either way, you look great. Thanks, Paul. I haven't gotten the Botox yet, but I need a I've never gotten it, but let's go. I'm ready. Let's do it. There's got to be Botox all over, like places all over Las Vegas to do it, right? But less stress in the studio? In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I'm not as productive here because there's people all around and distractions. But the distractions I have to deal with because that's, we're doing a thing here. So I'm not by myself all the time. But in other ways, more productive because it's good to be around people who are part of have the same vision. And when I'm stressed about the channel, which is frequent, it's nice to have people here who are excited about it. Like Victoria is already always excited about the channel. So it's hard to get kind of down when there's people around who just love the stuff. So it's really helpful. Zeb says, don't do it. It will ruin your face. I hope not. Don't do it. You'll regret it. Shannon says, I don't need it. Quitting time, very nice. Well, here's the thing. If I do it, I won't tell anyone. Don't do Botox. You'll look weird in a few years. Look at Madonna. I think she did a little bit more than a little crow's feet work. All right. So look, I'll consider it. I don't think let me look at myself. I don't think I'm quite there yet. Still, the hair's, it's a little thin, but it's all right. The hair's there. Botox for migraines, it works. Alyssa's never seen Adam and Eve. She's excited. It's kind of a dark one. There is Big Eye for 99. I appreciate that. There's Mr. Wilson 68758. Hey Jay, the studio's looking great, and I love the update tours for the intro. Need to release the theme song as a single. I don't think I could do that. That music is the music is called "With Music on Repeat" by Victor Lundberg, which is like it's an actual song. It's his. I didn't create it, and there are lyrics to it, but one of our viewers made his own lyrics, and I thought it was hilarious. So that's what we've been going with. Zios 212 loves the content's a professional, well put together. Happy to see your success. Thanks, man. I try to make the episodes not feel like YouTube. I don't want them to feel like TV though either. I guess I want it to feel like, oh, this guy cares. That's really it. Like when you watch an episode, it's like, oh, this guy actually puts work into this. That's what I want it to feel like. There's Carl for 5. I'm in the doghouse. Please say hi to my wife, Lynette. The couch is so uncomfortable. Love Hecklefish. Rather than say hi to Lynette, Carl, maybe it's time to talk divorce lawyer. Should we talk divorce lawyer if we're on the couch? I'm joking, of course. Lynette, lighten up. He's fine. Look, I'm sure that she didn't mean anything to him. He's not texting her anymore. Risaba 1, thank you for the 1,000. Hey, Jay, congrats on the new studio. Keep the great content coming. Would you cover the topic Project Aurora and the elusive TR-3B aircraft as a follow-up to your previous alien reproduction vehicles video? That's on the list to cover. That's the triangle craft, which I think is what we've been seeing over the hills of Vegas lately. But that's on the list to cover that. It's a great suggestion. Cesar Rodriguez, hi, I'm so glad you were able to do this again. Love the show. Can't wait to get my Hecklefish plush and t-shirts I ordered last week. Love you and the team. Well, if you ordered the plush last week, it should get to you sometime second quarter of next year. I'm joking, probably. Most people are getting them quickly, but not everybody. Not everybody. So if it takes a long time, Cesar, I apologize for that. There's Caroline Boyce. Great studio. Happy for you guys. Loves the channel. Serpo is a good episode. I like that one too. That was the one that got me learning a lot about Richard Doty, who I hadn't heard of him, I don't think, before that episode. John Kurtz, very angry about YouTube. That's funny to see. Bernita sees the triangle craft there. I think that is an Australian flag. I can't tell. Christy, he's kidding, not kidding. Christy knows me very well. Mary likes it too. Victoria's hounding them about the Hecklefish plushies. Did you guys see in the intro they call it a dangler? It's basically a Hecklefish plushie, but it's about this big with the keychain hook on it. They're awesome. I have a 360 camera here that I was playing with before we started today. Maybe during the next long episode, I'll see if I can hook it up to the stream. So, which would let you see in YouTube in 360. Actually, would it work if I started halfway? I don't know. The reason I bring it up is because there's stuff out there I want to show you that we're talking about, but I can't get to it. So I've got the 360 camera. Maybe I'll hook that up and YouTube lets you kind of scroll around. You see the whole studio in 360 degrees. I guess I may have to double check the office, make sure there's nothing incriminating here. Might be a couple of things. Got to be careful. DS, that would be pretty awesome. Okay. Steve Gardner, AJ is going to get his lips plumped. I need it, but I don't. From what I understand, it's pretty painful. So I don't. I don't think I can do it. Victoria, got to show them the keychain. I'll grab it during the next one. So we're doing Adam and Eve next, right? All right, let me get that set up for y'all. There it is. CIA classified book about the pole shift, mass extinctions, and the true Adam and Eve story. Doomsday videos always perform. Maybe we need to take a look at the production schedule. End of the world. People love to learn about it. Which, now that I think of it, I like disaster movies too. Kaylin Etheridge, hide the bong. There's no bong in here, man. There might be a vape or two, but those are hidden. There's kids watching. Like, I don't show you the booze that's in the kitchen, but it's there. McBlast, bigger lips, go kiss some bees. Victoria, Doomsday, heel yeah on it. All roads lead to Egypt, says Elise. No, Joe, I'm definitely not going to get the lip fillers. It looks too painful. And, I'm a middle-aged man. I have an advantage. I can be wrinkly and gray for at least another 10 years, and it's still, it's still okay. Because how it works, here's how it works, right? When you're young, beautiful women can be beautiful, and men are just men. And then as we get older, men keep their looks for so long while women struggle. But then it flips back, right? Where you see these older women that look great, but then the men, we fall apart. We hit 60 and we're done. Anunnaki episode would be awesome. That's coming. We're doing Anunnaki combined with the Book of Enoch in one episode, which would be fun. Goldilocks, oh God, don't go full on Robert Redford. Yeah, he went too far, but remember, he's in his 80s. I just watched Spy Game again the other night. It's one of my favorites. If you're into spy movies, one of my favorites. But he was old in that, and that movie is 2001, I think. So that's 24 years ago he's old in that. Bosco, I'm 65, how dare you? Rick McIntosh, hey, now I just turned 60. Look, I speak in broad statements, in the absolutes. You could be, you could be 75 and sexy. I'm paint with a broad brush. I mean, in general, there's exceptions to every rule. And I think if you're a 65-year-old man or older and you're in the chat, you're the exception. And I think that's great. Johnny Watts, my dad's 70 and hard as a rock and still attracting women. Luckily, he loves my mom to death. That's a funny comment, Johnny, and a very nice one. I'm glad to hear that. I mean, look at RFK Jr. He's around 70, right? Have you seen the videos of him just busting out 50 push-ups with his shirt off? The guy is ripped. That's the way to do it. Red Star, I'm 51 and get hit on by 23-year-old girls. I mean, that's just because you drive a nice car, Red Star. That's all that is. All right, we'll do a couple of super chats and we'll get back to Adam and Eve. Soul Eater, tell us about the glasses. I get asked about them all the time. There's nothing. They're just Amazon $10, $15 glasses. People think they're special. They're not. They have an amber lens because the light's in my face, so it's hard to see, and they have magnification so I could read the chat. That's really all there is to it, and it just became a thing. But like, I don't wear these to the red carpet like RDJ. I wear these for the stream. That's it. Stephanie, is there a tinfoil beanie yet? Close, but not yet. It's been very, very hard to find something that doesn't just look like just that you threw tinfoil on your head. We're trying to find something that you can actually wear that doesn't just look like nonsense. It's coming, Stephanie. David Price, thank you for the $1.99. Stan Myers water car, I covered a little bit, but that's a good subject. Stan Myers, who says he was poisoned. He died having lunch with his brother and I think with investors, and says he was poisoned. So I talked about him just a tiny bit in the ARV episode about people inventors and scientists who came up with free energy and water cars, all that stuff. And I just rattled off a list, 7 of 8 of them, who all died prematurely. Maybe it's a coincidence, but if you invent something that goes against big oil, you suddenly come down with a case of bad luck, I've noticed. Jetted Tub and Y-Files, life is good. Ron Clocks are just having a hot soak and watching the show. I'm picturing it. There's Craig for 5 Canadian. AJ should go on JRE again, but as Y-Files this time, and take Hecklefish with you. Have your subs followers tag young Jamie. He'll see the pod request. I'm 90% sure Jamie watches the Y-Files. And he was, when Gino and I were on Joe's show, Jamie, there was no Jamie yet. So it's not like he'd recognize me. But Joe wouldn't either. He'd recognize Gino though. Tracking Treasure, Marfa Lights, covered that just a couple of weeks ago, Tracking. It's in the Ghost Lights episode. So check that out. But I think I debunked most Ghost Lights, but Marfa was one of the ones that I couldn't fully debunk. Keenan K for $9.99. Hey there, my dad Ray wants to know if your feet are moving when you're doing the AJ shuffle at the end of your videos, and now I'm curious too. It depends. For the most part, no. It's all in the hips. But sometimes it might do a touch step. But if Ray's doing the dance, please record that video and email that to me. Another Angel for 5 found your channel 12 days ago. Ran out of episodes yesterday. Wow, I need more amazing content. Thank you so much. I can't get enough. Well, thanks, Another Angel. That's 12 days. I think we've got 135 episodes. That's a lot of binging. Lance, can you do a show on the Eye of the Sahara? Probably not, Lance, only because, I've covered it a little bit here and there. But Jimmy Corsetti over at Bright Insight, who, as you know, I'm a fan of his. He's a fan of mine. I would check out his videos on the Eye of the Sahara. He's got a lot of them on there. And I don't think anyone covers the Eye of the Sahara better than he does. So check out Bright Insight for Eye of the Sahara and Atlantis videos. Arizona Cowboy 1 need a dedicated Plex channel with the Y-Files. We're working on some stuff like that. We're going to do a Roku channel. We'll probably start with that because I just know how to build one of those. How to build one for Plex. I don't know how to do that. But we can learn. We'll learn together. Dom's Vibranium Bicep. Appreciate your digging into the latest UFO vid. Some of the data, I became quite skeptical after not getting the full picture of items like ASCII. Yeah, I'm not into any of that binary part of that story. And of course, he has at least one book out. And from what I read, now they're finding more stuff in that binary code. So and look, maybe it's all real, but probably not a coincidence that the book sales decline, more stuff is found in the binary code, the book sales decline, and so forth. That's how it goes in this space. Like New loves the show and the glasses. Ross Reynolds, Hitler going to Argentina. I covered that a little bit. I wouldn't do a whole episode on Hitler and Nazis because YouTube hates it. Maybe we could talk about that on the podcast. But I need more than just the idea of Hitler going to Argentina. There's got to be more. There's got to be something interesting about that. I mean, the Mengele story. You know, when we finally launched the Who Files, I would cover Joseph Mengele because he has an interesting story. Because Hitler going to Argentina, that's a theory. No one knows that. But Mengele did go to Argentina. That we know for sure. And his life got very strange. You know, where he's running from Nazi hunters, but at the same time he's launching businesses down there under different names. Sometimes he's living in like a stately home, and sometimes he's living in like a guest house behind a farm. He's got a very strange life story. Christopher Thomas for £2. Was that a mini Hecklefish plush? It was. I'm going to play Adam and Eve in just a minute, and then I'll go grab that for you. Victoria will have to say for sure, but I think we're still arguing with them about pricing because I like to keep stuff cheap. Cheap. DS Windu. What about Nazi UFOs and Hans Kammler? I covered that a little bit in the Operation High Jump episode. If you want to check that out, DS. Barack B. Thank you for the super sticker. Blackbeard's here, very consistent. Howdy from Crab Apple Cove, Maine. Blackbeard, did I know you were up there? I don't remember that. Zeb, the superfan Francis Mengele. Yeah, that's not how you spell it, Zeb, but I know what you're saying. It would be a fantastic episode minus the human experiments torture. So the reason he's on my mind, not that I'm a huge fan of his, but the reason he's on my mind is because I'm working on the Plum Island episode, which is about the animal experiments allegedly happening there and the human experiments that have allegedly happened there. So in the research, Mengele obviously came up because, as we'll learn probably next week, the scientist who created the Plum Island Research Lab was a Nazi scientist and extremely high up. He reported, I think he reported directly to Himmler. Hey, Jay, have you covered Stan Meyer's water car? I just answered that, David. He's mentioned a little bit in the ARV episode, but not a full episode on him. JK, you're busy, man. When was the last time you took a legit vacation? Here's $10 toward the next one. Much love. Thanks, JK. The last vacation was 2017. We went to Portland before it became what it is now. That's why I rag on Portland so much, is because I loved it. I loved Portland. We had such a good time. Yeah, I think that's 2017. Might have been 2016. It's been a bit. Chadwick Teets, thank you for the super sticker. Carl Landry, please look into Andrew Basiago and Project Pegasus. It's mind-bending. I'm going to cover that, but Basiago, I will be doing a lot of debunking there, Carl. Lots of debunking on him. Umut, thank you for the super sticker. Joe Raleigh, please consider selling Lizard People stainless coffee tumblers. Like these? Joel? I think I don't know if Victoria can maybe tell the chat. I think we can get these. Or there was a reason we don't have them. Like maybe they were junk. Dahl says, I loved Oregon. I lived there for a long time. It was my dream place. Now it's over. Yeah. Yeah, we did a few days in Portland, like downtown, and had a lot of fun, like going to pool halls and bar hopping and seafood and all that. And then we spent about a week in the middle of the woods near Mount Hood. And it was a great vacation, but Portland's very different. You know, I think about when we were there in the city, we were walking around downtown like the middle of the night. And, you know, I wouldn't say it was sketchy, but it was downtown. And now you can't do that now. I mean, you can, but I see the videos on Twitter, what happens when you do. All right, so Joel, so we're going to look into that for you. John, no, I'm not a ham. I haven't taken the test yet. I'm getting there. Mike G, Lab 257, a great resource on Plum Island and the cover-up. I used it, Mike. Good call. We need to start having you in the writers' rooms. Christy says, I read they're sent another Arecibo message. I just hope we don't have to wait another 27 years for a response again. I haven't heard that, Christy. And where would they be sending it from? Because there's no Arecibo telescope anymore. Ness, hey, I live in the suburbs of Portland. It's Kismet. Yep. All right, I think we're going to do this with my big dumb face. Prince, how did you love you and Heckle work? Any chance on a sequel to Saint Germain? And that's a 2-part episode, Prince. So, which was a mistake. That's why I don't do 2-parters anymore. There's actually a part 2 to that story, if you're interested in checking that out. Let's end the poll. Fire up Adam and Eve. And I'll talk to you guys in a minute. In 1966, a well-known scientist released a book with information that could impact everyone on Earth. But before anyone could read it, it was classified by the CIA. We only learned about it a few years ago when it was declassified. The CIA only released 57 pages of the original 284-page manuscript, and those pages have been, in the CIA's own words, sanitized. Now, why does the CIA think this book is so dangerous that they had to hide it from the public for 60 years and continue to hide most of it? Well, it's because the man who wrote it describes the end of the world. In 1966, former McDonnell Douglas engineer Dr. Chan Thomas released a book called The Adam and Eve Story. Now, that title might sound like he's being cute, but he's actually being literal. This book is about the end of the world as we know it.
Hey.
What's up?
Is this one of those stories where you scare the hell out of us? Didn't you wrap it up with a happy ending?
Well, you're half right.
No. If I soil my bowl again, you gotta remember to edit that out.
They didn't know you had an accident. You just told them.
Well,
Thomas presents evidence of a coming shift in the Earth's poles that creates a cataclysm. And Thomas says these pole shifts are cyclical, that on regular intervals, a disaster wipes out almost all human life, and we start over again in the Stone Age. He says we're actually the 6th advanced civilization to evolve on Earth. There may have been even more civilizations that have been here, but the further back you go, the harder it is to know for sure, because some of these civilizations occupied continents that no longer exist. Now, Thomas isn't the first scientist to publish this theory. In 1958, almost 10 years before the Adam and Eve story, Charles Hapgood published The Earth's Shifting Crust, which discussed the Earth crustal displacement hypothesis. This theory says that sometimes the Earth spins really fast and the continents are rearranged. When Hapgood proposed the idea of continental drift, it was called pseudoscience. But Hapgood had his supporters. In fact, Albert Einstein wrote the forewords for 2 of his books. Now, of course, we know that Hapgood was right. The continents do move. They drift apart and collide together over and over again, and have done so for almost 4 billion years. Pangaea was the supercontinent that broke apart to form the land masses that exist today. But before Pangaea, there was the supercontinent Gondwana, which existed for 400 million years. Before Gondwana, there was Pannotia. Before that, Rodinia, Columbia, Atlantica, Arctica, Kennerland, Ur, and Valbara. These were all supercontinents that eventually broke apart and reformed. After working with Einstein and a few other scientists, Charles Hapgood released the book The Path of the Pole as an update to his previous theories. In this book, Hapgood suggested that the Earth's poles are constantly moving. Again, this piece of pseudoscience was eventually proven true. Hapgood believed that a pole shift between 15 and 40 degrees occurred around 9600 BC, or 11,600 years ago.
Younger Dryas.
Younger Dryas. Now, the Piri-Reis map is something that has baffled scientists for hundreds of years. On the Piri-Reis map is the continent of Antarctica, but Antarctica wasn't discovered until 1820, and Piri-Reis claimed the information on his map came from much older maps. If Charles Hapgood was right and the Earth's axis was shifted 15 degrees from where it is now, Antarctica wouldn't be completely covered in ice. Hapgood believed an Ice Age civilization, long forgotten, mapped the coast thousands of years ago. Though many of Hapgood's theories have proven to be true, the Ice Age pole shift is still controversial. We do know the poles shift over time. We also know the continents drift over a very long period of time. But Dr. Chan Thomas, in his book The Adam and Eve Story, says the shift happens in less than a day. Chan Thomas describes in detail what this will be like, and it's worse than any Hollywood disaster movie ever conceived. Far worse. Chan Thomas begins his book with a chapter that describes exactly what we'll experience during this pole shift event. But before we get into it, now might be a good time to hit pause and grab fresh underwear.
I've learned to listen to him when he says that.
With a rumble so low as to be inaudible, then fueling into a thundering roar, the earthquake starts. Only it's not like any earthquake in history. In California, mountains shake like ferns in a breeze. A mighty Pacific rears back and piles up into a mountain of seawater more than 2 miles high, then starts its race eastward. The wind attacks, shredding everything in supersonic bombardment. The mountain of Pacific seawater follows the wind eastward, burying Los Angeles and San Francisco as if they were but grains of sand. Across the continent, the 1,000-mile-per-hour wind wreaks unholy vengeance everywhere, mercilessly.
And here's why there's such violent wind. The Earth spins about 1,000 miles per hour. We don't feel this because everything is spinning together. The land, the water, the atmosphere. Now, Thomas says that when the pole shift happens, the Earth's air and water continue to spin, but the land masses stop.
In many places, the Earth's molten sublayer breaks through and spreads a sea of white, hot liquid fire. In a fraction of a day, all vestiges of civilization are gone, and the great cities, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Dallas, New York, Boston, are nothing but legends. Barely a stone is left where millions walked just a few hours ago.
Now think of what would happen if you were in a car going 1,000 miles per hour that suddenly stopped. Now think of what would happen if a large city going 1,000 miles per hour suddenly stopped. Skyscrapers would collapse. Millions of people would be thrown around like they were in a food processor. Very few people would survive that, but survivors are the unlucky ones, because moving across the country at the speed of sound is a 2-mile-high wall of water, mud, and debris.
South America finds the Andes not high enough to stop the violence. In less than a day, the entire continent is burned by molten earth fire, buried under miles of violent seas, then turned into a frozen hell. Everything freezes: man, beast, plant, and mud in less than 4 hours.
When the shift happens, the land on Earth stops moving, so the sun stops moving in the sky. That means one side of the Earth is going to get really hot, and the other side really cold. A temperature drop of 180 degrees. That means even the warmest parts of the planet are going to be 80 degrees below zero. Everything is frozen solid within 4 hours.
Europe cannot escape. The Alps, Pyrenees, Urals are sunken, then heaved even higher when the wall of seawater strikes. Western Africa and the sands of the Sahara vanish. The fury marches on for 6 days. During the 6th day, the ocean starts to settle. The Bay of Bengal Basin just east of India is now at the North Pole. The Pacific Ocean just west of Peru is at the South Pole. New ice caps begin to form in the new polar areas. Greenland and Antarctica, now rotating equatorially, emerge with verdant tropical foliage.
Thomas is predicting a 90-degree shift of the Earth's axis, basically turning the planet on its side. The poles move to the equator, and the equator moves to the poles.
New York lies at the bottom of the Atlantic, covered by unbelievable amounts of mud. Of San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, and Boston, not a trace is left. The cataclysm has done its work and drives the pitiful few who survive into a new Stone Age. We join Noah, Adam and Eve, Atlantis, Mu and Olympus, and Jesus joins Osiris, Tahura, Zeus, and Vishnu.
In the first chapter of his book, Dr. Thomas paints a terrifying future. But how likely is it? In the next few chapters, Thomas goes on to not only prove his pole shift is possible, that it's happened before and will happen again very soon. In fact, there are signs that it may have already begun. Every culture has a flood myth. Abrahamic religions have Noah's flood. The Mayans have the Huracan flood, where the word hurricane comes from. Ancient Hawaiians have the Nu'u flood. The Sumerians wrote about a flood in Gilgamesh. Europe, Asia, Pacific Islanders, and native tribes from all over America. They all talk about a great flood that cleansed the earth so civilization could start again. Now, one myth is just folklore. Two myths are a coincidence. 4D flood myths? This starts to look less like a myth and more like actual history. Now, on this channel, we typically associate great floods with the end of the last ice age, the Younger Dryas. And core samples provide solid evidence that this happened. But what's interesting is, Thomas said the last great flood wasn't 11,500 years ago, but 6,500 years ago. Now, in the 1960s, there was very little, if any, proof of this. But a few years ago, archaeologists found evidence of the Gunyu flood myth in China. Evidence of a great flood has been found in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea. These discoveries put the flood between 6,500 and 7,000 years ago, more recent than the Younger Dryas, and right when Thomas says it happened. Chan Thomas provides the dates of other floods. The Younger Dryas is about 11,500 years ago. Before that, a flood 18,500 years ago. And this is exactly the time when the Bering Land Bridge went underwater. Before that, 29,000 years ago, which was the end of the Wisconsin glacial period. And before that, 43,800 years ago. But global floods aren't controversial. We know they happened. What is controversial is the claim that advanced civilizations existed before each of the floods. Mainstream archaeology and paleontology say the first civilization emerged in Mesopotamia 6,500 years ago. But what if that was just the last reboot?
Ooh, like the Batman movies?
Exactly.
The Dark Knight Rises is the best one.
Can we discuss Batman later? I'm trying to talk about the end of the world here.
Ooh, that's why I keep interrupting.
Coward. When we look at the erosion around the base of the Great Sphinx, we see patterns that were formed by running water. Vast amounts of water moving at tremendous speeds. But if this is water erosion, that means the Sphinx was created before the last flood 6,500 years ago, which is before the emergence of the Egyptian civilization. Archaeologists hate that idea. And they really hate the idea that the Sphinx was built over 10,000 years ago. But there's other evidence of a cataclysmic pole shift, specifically of a great mud flood and a sunken continent.
Do you mean?
I mean Atlantis.
It's Jemima!
Chan Thomas makes some pretty extreme claims in the Adam and Eve story. Extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. In his dialogues, Plato famously introduced the world to Atlantis, the advanced utopian society that was destroyed in a cataclysm. Now, until definitive proof of Atlantis is found, it will continue to be considered a mythical land. But that won't and shouldn't stop people from looking for it. There is a geological feature in Northwest Africa called the Richat structure, also called the Eye of the Sahara. It's about the right size and shape for Atlantis. Plato described the city as concentric rings with a waterway flowing out. But even among Atlantis believers, there's debate about whether this is a man-made structure or a natural one. But what I find fascinating is near the Eye of the Sahara and all over the planet, you'll see large ripples in the landscape. Now, on the ground, these look like rolling hills, but they're actually about 50 feet high, the size of a 5-story building. And they were caused by water. A lot of water.
This is one of the craziest things you'll ever see.
These ripples, repeated ripples in an area where there's nothing else like it.
This is the fingerprints of the flood. That's what it is.
Wow.
The water here, Joe, that did this, the way to visualize this is to, again, begin to think a tsunami. Here, what you have to visualize is a tsunami sweeping over the land that's over 1,000 feet deep. And it's sweeping down over this land at probably 200 or 300 million cubic feet per second, which is an inconceivable amount of water.
But Atlantis isn't the only place lost to this disaster. On the other side of the world, we have another lost continent. This is called the Land of Mu. Mu is described by Augustus Le Plongeon and later by James Churchward, both of whom translated very old texts from the Maya and India. Both of these cultures, on opposite sides of the world, describe a vast continent in the Pacific that reached Hawaii in the north, and as far south as Easter Island, and as far west that it almost reached the islands of Japan. James Bramwell and William Scott Elliott, both proponents of this theory, claim the continent was destroyed in a cataclysm 11,500 years ago. There's that date again. The Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan is said to be the underwater ruins of Mu. Nam Madol in Micronesia is considered to be the southern part of Mu. The site is full of structures made of enormous logs of volcanic rock. Nobody knows who built this or how, but their society was advanced. Just recently, LiDAR imaging from the air shows that at one time, Nam Madol had an artificial irrigation system that could bring fresh water to residents all over the area. The eastern part of Mu is Easter Island, and there could be evidence of a cataclysm there. On Easter Island are the Moai statues, and you've seen these. It's lots of heads, about 1,000 actually. And most people don't realize that these statues have bodies buried deep underground. So there are two options. One, whoever built the statues first dug holes, then buried 30-foot tall, 80-ton statues up to their necks, then filled in the holes. Or two, the statues were completely above ground, but at some point were buried by something. And look at Easter Island. It's a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. At one point, 12,000 people lived there. Where did they come from? Mainstream anthropology says that people from Polynesia took a canoe out thousands of miles in the middle of the Pacific and hoped for the best. But if the continent of Mu was real, then they could have just walked there. This could also explain why Polynesian languages share similarities to Greek, and maybe why on Easter Island they worshipped a sun god called Ra'ah, which is awfully close to the Egyptian sun god Ra. And the connections don't stop there. There are similarities between Greek, Egyptian, and even Indian gods, as if all these cultures intermingled or came from a single source. Chan Thomas lays out some good evidence for the cyclical cataclysm theory. But the big questions are how and when will it happen? Well, you're not going to like the answer. Dr. Chan Thomas lays out a compelling argument for a coming global cataclysm. But when? Well, to answer that, we have to understand how it happens. In the story of Adam and Eve, Thomas includes a diagram showing the cross-section of the Earth and a description of the process.
The process of a cataclysm is known now. Look at the cross-section of the Earth inside the front cover. You'll see two molten layers, the orange ones. The important one is the thin molten layer starting 60 miles down, extending 60 miles deeper to 120 miles below the surface of the Earth. The thick, deep molten layer starting 1,800 miles down at the bottom of the mantle and extending 1,300 miles deeper is the outer core. Seismology has proven these two orange layers to be molten, and they are white hot, over 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit.
Now, Dr. Thomas was able to predict seismic activity all over the world.
Inside the Earth, the electrical and magnetic structure of the interior makes the layers act as if they were near solid. As long as the magnetic and electrical structure of the Earth maintains its orderliness, it keeps rotating on axis in a normal manner. Every few thousand years, the magnetic and electrical orderliness in the shallow molten layer is disorganized, to the extent that the shallow molten layer is allowed to act as a free liquid, which then serves as a lubricant for the ice caps to pull the shell around the Earth's interior so as to have the ice caps shift about 90 degrees into the torrid zone.
When this event occurs, the layer beneath the Earth's crust turns from solid to liquid. Then the land masses can slide around freely, and the weight of the ice caps then yanks the Earth off axis.
In 1/4 to 1/2 a day, the geographic poles move to the torrid zone and all hell lets loose.
Well, that's an understatement.
The atmosphere and the Earth's oceans don't shift with the shell. They just keep on rotating west to east, and at the equator, that speed is about 1,037 miles per hour. So while the shell shifts with the poles going to the equator, the winds and oceans continue eastward, blowing and flooding across the Earth at supersonic speeds, inundating continents with water miles deep, destroying everything with which man has ever dealt, including himself. That's a summary of the process.
Oh, when is all this supposed to happen? I need time to get a steel-reinforced bow.
Well, Chan Thomas updated his prediction in 1993 and said the shift would happen in 7 years, around the year 2000. He mentioned that Nostradamus and Edgar Cayce made the same prediction.
Yeah, but that's over 20 years ago, which means we're due.
We're due. There's a lot more to the Adam and Eve story, but those are the bullet points. And if you want to read the entire book, there are links below. So, should we panic? Well, let's address a few items in the book and see how they compare with known science. But first, let's clear up a few things. I told the story based on what's in the book and in the articles and videos floating around the web. The videos aren't completely accurate. First, you'll hear that Chan Thomas is a made-up name, because the subject matter was so explosive, he wrote the book under a pseudonym. Well, this isn't true. Dr. Chan Thomas was a real person. Chan is a nickname. His full name was Dr. Chauncey Powers Thomas. He was born in Missouri in 1920 and passed away in 1998. He was married and had children and grandchildren. He was an electrical engineer and he did work for McDonnell Douglas. He even appeared as a UFO expert in a documentary in the 90s, and he was on Johnny Carson on April 7th, 1965, with Ava Gabor.
Well, at no point in this story did I think we'd end up with Johnny Carson and Ava Gabor.
Dr. Thomas wrote a few books, some about the coming cataclysm. He wrote about ESP, UFOs. He wrote one book on how to teach yourself natural childbirth.
Wait, what? What does he know about childbirth? Now, I'm not a biologist, but I don't think men can...
Don't go there. Another thing you'll hear is that the book was originally 284 pages, but the CIA only released 57 of those pages.
Not true?
Nah, the original book was 57 pages. If you look at the table of contents, the conclusion begins on page 45. And some people will say the CIA is withholding documents because pages are missing, like page 8, page 18, page 20, and a few others. Well, they're missing because they're the opposite sides of title pages. In the original book, they're blank. And I could show you this. Someone has a copy. So the CIA document is the whole thing.
Oh, then why classify it?
Well, that's a bit of a mystery.
Aha!
What was classified was the book, an inter-office memo with a shopping list for some tools and car parts, and a folded-up article snipped from People magazine.
Well, that's pretty random.
Yeah, if I had to guess, this document was in the possession of a caseworker and it was classified just as a matter of course. In 1966, the year it was classified, Dr. Thomas was working at McDonnell Douglas on UFO and anti-gravity technology. He also worked as a project engineer at Bell Labs on a missile guidance system. Chan Thomas was known to be highly intelligent, but very eccentric. The classified documents were probably part of a background report or maybe someone just keeping an eye on him. You'll hear that the book was banned, but it wasn't. Just this one document was classified. There were copies in circulation. He also published follow-ups in 1971 and 1993, and neither was classified. As for the content of the book itself, Thomas doesn't provide any solid evidence. He makes a lot of deductions from old texts, some of which are pretty big leaps, and it seems like he's borrowing ideas from other catastrophists like Hapgood, Immanuel Velikovsky, and a few others. But he's cherry-picking his favorite parts without giving specifics. For example, his theory about the ice caps knocking the Earth off axis, well, that comes from Hapgood's first book. But after working with scientists, including Albert Einstein, Hapgood issued a follow-up book that explains how he got that wrong. But Dr. Thomas, he sticks with the story. And the liquid crust bit he talks about, he says the Earth's magnetism and electricity become disrupted. He offers no evidence or even an explanation of how it happens, just that it does. Now, there are ice core samples from the eastern part of Antarctica that show it's been covered in ice for at least 1.5 million years. Now, granted, the western side of the continent is a little trickier because it may not have always been covered in ice. But either way, we know for certain it's been down there for a long time. When Chan Thomas released an expanded version of the book in 1993, he didn't make any corrections or provide any new evidence, but he did have chapters on ESP, on UFOs, and on angels. It doesn't read as scientific at all. In fact, it's a hot mess. He jumps all over the place without a cohesive narrative. It feels like he gathered a bunch of ideas he had over the years and then threw them into one final book. So, 2 questions. Was Dr. Chan Thomas a serious researcher? No. But is there evidence to support some of his claims? There is. Now, I don't believe Dr. Chauncey Powers Thomas was a serious researcher. Whether he really had ESP or not, I'd rather not get into it. But some of the claims he makes in his book have been proven possible. We know that global floods have happened. The evidence is everywhere. But these floods, specifically from the Younger Dryas, were not from the oceans. They were from the rapid melting of glaciers. Still, they were destructive. They really did create tsunamis 1,000 feet high, and they really raised the sea level hundreds of feet. He says the temperature drops so much and so quickly that everything is instantly frozen solid. He talks about woolly mammoths being frozen with buttercups in their mouths. Now, this is true. Mammoths have been discovered that were frozen in the middle of eating. Now, it takes a long time to freeze a steak, but to flash freeze a mammoth? Those conditions would have to be extreme. According to Thomas, seismic activity is one of the reasons the Earth's axis shifts. This is also true. NASA found that the big Indonesian earthquake in 2004 shifted the North Pole about 25 centimeters east, and the Earth's rotation sped up, which decreased the length of a day by 2.7 microseconds. In 2010, an earthquake in Chile did the same thing. The Earth's axis shifted and the day was shortened again. In Japan the following year, it happened again.
Is this a concern?
Not really, no. Earthquakes speed up the Earth a little bit, but the moon slows it down. Things stay pretty well balanced. The shifts aren't anything to worry about. Now, the shifting magnetic poles, that is a concern. We know the Earth's poles flip-flop. North becomes south and vice versa. And geologically speaking, it happens a lot. It's happened hundreds of times. On average, the time between shifts is about 300,000 years. But we haven't shifted in almost 800,000 years, so we're way overdue.
Now, how do we know it flipped?
Well, because when lava cools, it creates a record of the orientation of past magnetic fields, like a tape recorder records sound.
Ooh, that's pretty cool, actually.
The poles are always moving. In the early 1990s, the North Pole was drifting about 9 miles per year, but that's been steadily increasing. In fact, GPS is updated periodically to account for this. But GPS was being updated every 5 years, then every year, and now every 6 months. The pole is now drifting at almost 40 miles per year, and the Earth's magnetic field is weakening quickly. These are signs that a shift could be coming. So what then? Is that the end of the world? Well, life will go on. Animals that navigate using geomagnetism will be confused, but in a generation or two, they'll figure it out. Animals that don't use magnetism probably won't notice a difference. The geologic record shows no major die-offs during pole shifts, and our species has lived through a few shifts the past 3 million years, and we're still here.
Ugh.
But
Oh no.
our ancestors didn't have satellites or GPS or planes. A lot of our technology is going to go haywire, but code can be rewritten and software can be patched. The real danger is in between the shifts. As we approach a pole shift, the Earth's magnetic field gets tangled up and extremely weakened. This leaves us vulnerable to solar activity. Solar winds, storms, coronal mass ejections, these are bad. Without our magnetic field to protect us, satellites will get fried if they're not hardened. Rates of cancer will increase dramatically. And if you think climate change is a problem now,
Climate change is not a problem now.
yeah, it is.
Don't be a sheep.
Either way, the climate will be very unpredictable. But the biggest danger is our power grids. High enough solar activity could knock out all electricity on Earth for days or weeks, maybe months in some places. To say there will be civil unrest is a huge understatement. When Dr. Chan Thomas released his book, The Adam and Eve Story, it was dismissed as pseudoscience. But in the 50 or so years since it was published, a lot of his claims can be proven. It would seem that, in some cases, the difference between pseudoscience and real science is just time. And if just a fraction of Dr. Thomas's predictions come true, our time is running out. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This has been the Wi-Fi Lounge. That's a scary
If
one.
you learned anything, do us a favor, subscribe, share, like, comment.
Let me put this one
I know
up.
I'm a broken record, but that stuff really helps the channel. And like most topics we cover,
Because I'm seeing a lot of that in the chat. Don't understand why. Oh, this is right. He's right in my face. Don't understand why some subjects are so taboo, flat Earth, etc. Not that I believe it. It's just fascinating. Why can't certain topics even be discussed? They're only taboo on the platform, Norm. Like the video we're watching right now. Let me see if I can show you. How do we get back to it? There we go. See that? Context warning. Climate change. Context warnings are not good. Context warning is to fight disinformation, conspiracy theories. When you get a context warning on your videos, they get YouTube says they don't do this, but they get deboosted. So the flat Earth video is not, it gets crushed. Like if you search for flat Earth video on YouTube, all you're going to see is pages of videos debunking flat Earth, when maybe that's not what you're looking for. So those are subject, like someone's asking for 9/11. You can't do that on YouTube. They'll crush your channel. And I mean, look what's happening just with the last week with certain creators on YouTube getting demonetized for reasons or getting blocked for reasons. So I just don't want to be in their crosshairs because I feel like I kind of walk the line with some topics as it is. But the more taboo subjects we are going to cover on the podcast. So those will be there. And then if we can ever get ahead on the production schedule, then we will do those episodes but probably we'll do them for Patreon members only. Flat Earth, I think we're going to do anyway here because I think I've figured out how to sort of avoid the YouTube censors, but we'll see. Paul, reasons. I don't want to get into politics, but you know how YouTube is. If you agree with their politics, you're fine. If you don't, you're in trouble. There's Wu Yan. What up? Love you. Love you too, Wu Yan. Appreciate the support. There's Tim Nolan for 10. Appreciate that. Chief of the Watch, £3.49. Thank you for the super sticker. Justin, they even called the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard hearings bad juju. Did they? I don't know what YouTube did with those. Victoria says all voices should be heard. In a perfect world, but only certain voices are allowed here. YouTube fascism, a friendlier big brother. Yeah, and it's annoying. And but this is, and sometimes I take flack in the chat or in the comments, like because I won't cover 9/11 conspiracy, so I'm some kind of sellout. That's kind of irritating because most of the conspiracies I cover I debunk anyway, but I'm not sure what a sellout is because this is how I make my living. This is how I pay Victoria. So if there are rules, then I have to follow the rules. I'm open about being annoyed about it, but there's plenty of subjects we can talk about without, why irritate the platform. And eventually we'll, you can get the Y-Files on Rumble, on BitChute, Odyssey, all those other places. Tony wants you go full on Alex Jones, right? What happened to him? So, and that's the thing is, YouTube it's very AI focused. So, like if people actually watch the Y-Files, they'll know that this is not a conspiracy channel. This is just storytelling. But we don't want. But you got to be careful with the AI algorithm. Like this. I don't know why this video has a climate change context warning. I don't know why. Because we mention it. Darcy, Alex grew and prevailed. Maybe. Never go full Alex. But it's what I do here is nothing like his stuff. This is not this. We just tell stories. So I don't want people to think that this is a channel promoting conspiracies because no, we just tell you stories. It just so happens that I like conspiracy stories. Smartlight, you are a sell-in, as in selling that merch. Well, Smartlight, I hope you grab some merch. I do everything I can to keep the costs down. I don't make much money on the merch at all. That's by design. And it really annoys my merch partner that I'm not charging $35 for a t-shirt, but I think creators should be ashamed of themselves for that. I'd rather make very little money on a shirt and just have more people have them. Because the best stories that I hear, the best emails I get, or someone was wearing a Hecklefish t-shirt in Walmart, and they saw someone with like a Sidonia shirt on, and they're like, "Hey, it's fun to see fans out in the wild." Cheap merch is good merch. I agree. How much money do you need to make on t-shirts? I don't care about it. That's why I think I don't know. I don't know. Victoria could maybe say, like, what did they want to charge for these at first? I bet it was something like $35 or something like that. And so what annoys them is like with the plushie. Plushie's got to be $30, and it's like, well, yeah, it really should be $49.99. I said, look, if we can't sell it for $30, I'd rather not sell it. Well, maybe we could figure it out. Okay, do that. Because if this is going to be $30, then I'd rather just not sell it. Well, maybe we could switch the manufacturer. We could find a way. You do that. You find a way. Vickery. Thank you for the $9.99. I appreciate that. Stiff Socks. I almost said something else. Loves the content. Appreciate the support. Stiff Socks. Steve H. Hecklefish does his own voice. Who does your voice? Days Doorway wants a younger Dryas t-shirt. That's an interesting idea. Liam AJ has character. I don't know about that. I'm just honest. I'm just honest. You can't. I don't sell enough merch to make a difference. It's not a lifestyle change to make an extra $4 per shirt. And to me, it just looks like when I go to a creator's channel, it's like, oh, well, I'll support them. I'll buy some merch. $35. Well, they're just gouging me, and now I'm suddenly not. I'm less of a fan. Dark Wolf, AJ, was you ever in any movies? I was in a couple of movies back in the day, but not anything that memorable. Where we at? Vickery James got you. Zaycop 9.99. Thank you for the $20. COVID will start again next month. Oh, great. It won't be called COVID. It obfuscates the flu symptoms and is very convenient for election year. Retrieves tinfoil hat. Yeah, it seems like I have a feeling that every election year we're going to have to find a way to get people to stay at home. David Ford, thank you for the $2 episode. Stanley Meyer and the water-powered car. That's the simulation making Stanley Meyer come up a lot. I think that's the third comment from his. Bob and Silent J, a vaccine episode, cry, laugh face. Yeah, I mean, just that's the end of the Y-Files. Cheryl Cope, you have honor, AJ. I don't feel like I'm that honorable. I just think I'm not a jerk. I'm not I mean, to be just a little bit honest, suddenly that makes you a standout. That's a shame. It's a nice comment, though. I appreciate it. It's a nice comment. I don't mean to get fired up. David Ford, I got you. Tofik Flyful, I don't know how to say that, but I'm glad you love the content. Binged all your vids since I subbed 2.5 years ago. Have you watched the family doc? I haven't seen that, so I can't tell you what I think about it. I don't even know what it's about. But 2.5 years on the channel, that goes back a ways because we're just about to hit the 3rd anniversary of the first video ever. I think that happens in a week or two. We're at the 3rd anniversary of the channel being a channel. This is about when I started the channel in whatever it was at late September 3 years ago, and then spent a month I don't know what to do, trying to figure it out. And then I did that math episode. Speaking of episode, what's winning the poll? Oh, alien bases on the moon. Okay, if that's going to be the one. That's the, I think that's the Ingo Swann one, right? When Ingo Swann released The Amazing Story of Ingo Swann, the Ingo Swann, his family, his foundation was very complimentary about the episode, which is very nice to hear. This episode also has one of my all-time favorite Hecklefish jokes, his LL Cool J bit. It just makes me laugh every time. Dom's Vibranium is back. Side note, I bought the same specs and it helps a lot. It does, right? Blue blockers. And look, if you're one of those people like my wife who just has to have the iPad or the computer on in bed right before bed, you should get these. It really will help you not be like, if you're up with your iPad or your laptop before bed and you're wondering why you have insomnia, that's why. So get these and it will help. Pebbles, am I a time traveler? I don't think so. I don't even know why you ask. Mac, that's very nice of you to say. Comments that are super complimentary, I won't read. I'm too embarrassed to read those. Patrick Z, look at real comments on your posts. I don't know what you mean, Patrick. I can't read the comments as much as I used to, which means hardly at all. Because even though 99% of them are still great, 1% of them are awful, and it hurts your feelings. It doesn't matter how big your channel is, how many views you get. One crappy comment will ruin your day, and it will ruin my day. And when the channel was smaller and you get 100 comments that were great, one crappy comment, you could deal with it. It's annoying, but everyone else is super awesome. But when a video gets 1 million views and 1% of the comments are crappy, it's just like devastating. Victoria, the mods read them, they report. Yeah, and I told the mods, just ban people from the channel, if they're a jerk. Because they don't know they're banned. They still see their comments. Like, if you get banned from the chat in here, you don't know that the mods banned you. And but I can see who they're banning. So you still see your comments. You don't even know. We don't see it. I just see like little grayed out, like whatever is, just posted a comment, but we don't see what you're doing. Alfred, some people just want to watch the world burn. That's true. Mike says we don't need jerks around here. We don't. Especially 'cause I think we've got the best community on the platform. Shadow banning, yep. But the mods will put people in timeout, or like if someone makes kind of an off-color joke like about Victoria or my wife, the mods will be like, take it easy with that. I'm not like that. If you make like a dirty joke about my wife, you're just blocked. I'm sorry. It's zero tolerance for me. H, we are not a cult. Or are we? Huey290, I see your comment. I just don't know what it is. All right, Alien Bases on the Moon is next. We'll do a couple of super chats. Just fapping. £5. Hey, it's a way to spend an afternoon. Much love from England. Will you ever do a Skunkworks Lockheed Martin video? That's it. I think it's a good idea, but I need to find the narrative there. Because I think just the history of Skunkworks is not fun enough. And Lockheed comes up all the time, as one of the, I guess villains. That's the word that comes to mind. One of the villainous companies like Raytheon. There's Lockheed, Fairchild, some of those others. If I can come up with a narrative, I'm happy to cover it. But just fapping, I appreciate the support. There is Gulsharan, I don't know how to say it, but I'm going to call you Gigi. Hey, AJ, love your amazing content. Watch your videos on my long train ride to work. Keep them coming. Well, thanks for the support, man. Anthony Raza for 2, an episode on Skywalker Ranch is coming, Anthony. But I'm going to debunk a good chunk of it. Norm Elder, thank you for the 20. I don't understand why some subjects are so taboo. Norm, I put you up earlier because I wanted to get to that. Yeah, only taboo on the platform. Put you on Northrop Grumman. Yep, that's one of those companies. And there are a few, and I can't think of their names off the top of my head, that always come up, and that's how they like it. Like they know everyone knows Lockheed, but there are a couple of contractors that no one knows except people in that space, and I always forget who they are. That's how they like it. Thomas Coleman wants Anunnaki. That's coming. It's Anunnaki and Book of Enoch will be combined into one video. Where Sasquatch roam. Please do a Patterson Gimlin film episode. I don't know what that is. Is that Patterson AFB? I'll look into that. I got to take my lunch out of here. I don't want to plug a sponsor without them paying, but the Factor meals are pretty good. Victoria can even vouch that I have been eating them. I forgot to pick my meals this week, so they just sent random ones, and I didn't want any of those. It's I don't want chicken piccata, but that's what there is. So I just heated that up, and yeah, it was delicious. Victoria, he has. Yeah, the Factor meals are good. Avatar guy, what you have for lunch? I had chicken piccata. There's the leftovers right there. I mean, there's nothing. It's just like creamy cheese on the dish. Lady Jess, be careful talking about Lockheed and BlackRock. Look what they're doing to Brand right now. Yep. I try to walk the line. I try to walk the line. I would never do a video on Big Pharma or anything like that. There's nothing good can come of it. And Russell Brand is not he's a political commentator. He's a current events commentator. I'm not any of that. I tell stories when I talk to a fish. So there's no reason for me to rail against Big Pharma because who cares what I think? He'll rail against it though. He has thoughts. There's Moon-Eyed Pagan, loves the channel. Would love to hear more about NORAM cryptids. I hate cryptids, man. I hate cryptids, but we got to do them, and they're coming. Dan wants to know if I'm really Fry from Futurama. I don't think so. JP loves Russell. Bigfoot's whole video wants Fox. Thanks a lot. What brand are those glasses? Just go on Amazon and look for blue blocker readers, and you'll find them. They're like $10, $15. Purge the Machine. I can't see you. I'm sorry. Delphi. Hi, folks. Hi, AJ. Looking great. I hope all is well with Jen and the team. Thank you for all you guys do. Yeah, Jen's visiting family back in Kansas City. And the rest of the team, a lot of them are here today. I don't know what Bramlett's talking about. He's all caps. That's Thunderfingers is all caps. Butthole Bramlett. That's what the team calls him. I don't know why. Gene Godemer, thank you for the support. There's Chrissy Lee for 5 alien bodies that Mexico got from Peru. Real? No, but we meant to cover that on an After Files, and maybe we will do that next. And that's Dr. Jennifer. Thank you for the $50.
They see me swimming in my waist. Send me money cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come and sniff my bowl, it's dirty. My poop is nasty. It's floating. Please tip me cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come and sniff my bowl, it's dirty.
Many thanks for all that you and the Wi-Files team do to keep us connected and entertained. You're very welcome. Thank you for the generous support. And Jennifer, I hope you're hanging out on Discord. That's where everybody is. Donnie misses the old lighting. I do too. This is not a permanent thing. This is just where I am until the After Files booth is done. It's not ready yet. If you watch the studio tour at the beginning of the stream, if you look for what looks like a closet with a ladder in it, that's the After Files studio. So right now I'm just in my office. That's why it's just crap behind me and not cool lighting. It's just me. All right, we'll do a couple more of these and then Alien Bases on the Moon, I promise. Just if people are kind enough to support the channel with super chats, I want to read as many as I can. Andy Shadowpan Hecklefish for that. I get it. Please cover Jesus. Okay. Jesus is cool. Lori M loves the Kirk poster. Yeah, I mean, only hardcore Trek nerds remember that episode. It was called The Arena. It's Captain Kirk against the Gorn. And Shatner definitely didn't do a lot of self-defense training. Caro Carrot, $5. What are your feelings on the Peruvian mummies after the live diagnostic scans? Also love the show. I think it's all debunked, but we'll get into it in detail. Purge the Machine loves the Gorn. Byron, Jesus is just all right. Hey man, I think Jesus was great. I'm not a big religious guy, but I respect them, and I enjoy the stories that come out of religion. Victoria says all debunked. Yeah, but Victoria, they don't want to hear that. They want to hear like, it's probably mostly debunked, but we'll see. We'll get into it. James, why do you keep yelling, what's the frequency, Kenneth? Are you just a big REM fan? Elise Art Bell, have you covered his supposed disappearing? I didn't even know that was a conspiracy theory. That he's possibly still around. I mean, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he's dead. And he was old. And but that's interesting. Because look, I hope he is out there. And if he is, I hope he doesn't mind me borrowing so much of his content. Sorry about that, Art. Paul's back for 10. That donation was 1,000 of a non-U.S. currency. Still a very large donation, red tier, but YouTube caps you at 500 U.S. per day across all channels. I frequently run into it. Yeah, Paul's a very generous supporter of this channel and other creators. And look, if you, I'm saying this with all sincerity, If you're kind enough to tip me $10, tip me $8 and give $2 to another creator that you enjoy. Spread it around. Or if you have the means, go and support those other creators, because this stuff, I mean, it really helps keep things going. So always support independent creators if you can. Why so much Jesus in the chat? Just all-in-one resource. Your channel is one of the only ones I promote on my channel. I normally support small starting channels, but you are the exception. Many thanks. Well, I appreciate that. This was a small channel not too long ago. Stephen Greer, the real deal. What he's saying is crazy. I've talked about him a lot on the After Files. I'm skeptical of anyone who charges lots of money for things like Greer does. $3,000, $3,500 to spend a week with him trying to communicate with aliens telepathically. I don't like that. That sounds like a grift. But Greer's done a lot of good work over the years. And people have defended him in the comments when I've said that about it feels like a grift. I'm not saying it is a grift. I'm just saying if you're going to spend $3,500 to communicate with the aliens telepathically, has anyone been successful with that yet? I'm going to wager no. But people have defended him saying that he charges that because his foundation needs the financial support. And look, that's fair. Butthole Bramlett says, if you want to get a beard care sponsor, I'll test it out for you, or just join the beard club. Unicorn. I like my face with the beard. It's hard for me to get past the itchy phase. Zombies tunnels under national parks. That's a good episode idea. I'm just checking out the real-time chat in there. Vermin parts. Yes, those are out-of-time artifacts. An episode on that is definitely coming. Jesus on your dashboard. Jesus, Teresa, Jesus is very popular. He is. He might be the most popular person ever. Hey, Thomas Trevino, I see you. Mike Blass, advice: please stay away from religion. I do. I mean, I tell the religious mysteries. Ark of the Covenant and stuff like that. But I'm very honest. I'm not a religious person. But we have a lot of religious people who watch the show, and I think that's fine. You've never heard me rail against it. I'm not an atheist. Like, when I die, if Jesus is there, I'll be like, oh, okay, so there he is. Awesome. I mean, that would be great. Hey, Jay, can I spend $3,500 to spend a week at the studio taking out the trash and getting your coffee? No, that wouldn't be right. I get my own coffee. I don't even like it when Victoria offers. It feels uncomfortable. There's Nick Knack for 5. What's your favorite Hecklefish joke? I like the LL Cool J joke coming up. I don't know if you remember the one where he did the short monologue from Gladiator. And of course I get irritated, and he says, "Are you not entertained?" And just the way he said it, that makes me laugh. But look, I don't know if you know this, Nick Knack, but Hecklefish has his own channel, and most of his jokes are on there. And if he does like a little bit of a song in a Y-Files episode, the full song's usually over there. JP says Gladiator's favorite movie. Uncle Deuce, I'd get your coffee and clean toilets for $2,000 a week. That means I pay you $2,000 a week? That might be a little outside of my budget. Unless we can take it out of Victoria's pay. All right. I think it's time for alien bases on the moon, and I will shut my mouth. His book titled Penetration in 1998, he claimed to be a psychic who was employed by the CIA to remote view the dark side of the moon, specifically to look for alien presence. It sounded like science fiction, but in 2006, when the CIA started releasing documents on the Stargate project, Swan's participation in the program was confirmed. When Swan was asked about the existence of extraterrestrials, he said not only were they already here, but they are building something on the far side of the moon. And, according to Swan, these aliens aren't friendly. Let's find out why. When Ingo Swann was a child, his family noticed he had psychic potential. When he got older, he wanted to explore this talent, so he began volunteering for experiments in ESP. At first, researchers tested Swann to see if he could influence plants with mental activity, or alter the temperature of an environment using his mind. And Swann was successful enough that more and more scientists became interested in him. But it was a few years later where Ingo Swann would find his specialty. In the early 1970s, Swann was part of a study for the American Society of Psychical Research, and this study involved Swann sitting in a chair and attempting to project his consciousness into sealed boxes, which contained symbols that Swann would try to read. During one experiment, he was asked to see what he saw inside of a box, and Swann said he saw nothing, just darkness. The researcher was disappointed and said, "Oh, that's too bad, let's try something else." Swann said, "No, I see darkness because the light bulb inside the box is burnt out." The researcher was puzzled. He walked over to the box, opened it, and sure enough, the light was out, and a star was born. Ingo Swann's success in these early experiments got the attention of the Stanford Research Institute. You might remember the SRI from our Project Stargate video, which I'll link below. SRI had been remote viewing places around the world for years, but once they found Ingo Swann, who was extremely successful at this, they wondered if he could remote view other places in the solar system. There was an experiment in 1973 where Ingo Swann was asked to project his consciousness to the planet Jupiter. At first, Swann rejected the idea. Ingo Swann never wanted to remote view anything that couldn't be confirmed. There are plenty of frauds who claim to have psychic abilities, and Swann valued his reputation. He didn't see any value in going to Jupiter if his observations couldn't be confirmed. But the researchers at SRI told Swann Jupiter was chosen because NASA had probes on the way there right now. So Swann agreed, and he made a lot of observations about Jupiter that the Pioneer probes soon confirmed. He saw a hydrogen mantle, rotating storms like cyclones. He mentioned high infrared readings, the colors of the clouds, and ice crystals in the atmosphere.
The probes confirmed all of this?
They did. Skeptics will say all these observations could be deduced, like, of course, Jupiter has violent storms, we can see them. Same with the color of clouds, infrared, and atmospheric ice crystals. Even if we can't see this stuff, we can deduce that they're there. But Swann saw something else, something new. He said he saw a ring around Jupiter, just like Saturn's ring. But Jupiter's ring, according to Swann, was much smaller than Saturn's and closer to the planet. He said it was made up of dust and tiny asteroids. This was not something we could see from Earth, or even assume was there.
Did the probes see the ring?
The Pioneer probes in 1973 and 1974 did not see a faint ring around Jupiter.
Oh.
But when Voyager 1 passed by Jupiter in 1979,
Tell me there was a ring.
there was a ring.
Yahtzee!
I am not this body in terms of consciousness, and consciousness can go places where the body cannot.
Ingo Swann was so accurate as a remote viewer that people began to take notice, specifically the United States government.
Of course.
In March 1975, Ingo Swann received a call at 3 a.m. He was told to go to Washington and visit the Museum of Natural History. There he should stand near the elephant in the central rotunda at noon. So he does. Right on schedule, a military-looking man approaches him and hands him a card. It reads, "Do not speak or ask questions. This is for our safety as well as yours. Please follow me." He's led to a car and seated next to another military-looking man, and in his book he calls these guys the twins. And twin number 2 hands him another card. It reads, "Please do not speak. We need to search you for listening devices." They do, and he's handed one final card. "We would like your help on a project suited to your talent. Are you comfortable in a helicopter?" Well, Swann takes a long moment, finally nods. The twins take the cards from Ingo Swann's hand, then a bag is placed over his head, and the car speeds away. Though Ingo Swann couldn't see, he felt that he was driven around in circles. Eventually, he's led from the car where he hears a helicopter spinning up. His face still shrouded, he's buckled in and flown to a location in or near Washington, D.C. When the helicopter lands, Swan is led to a quiet building and then into an elevator. The doors open and the bag is finally removed. Swan blinks his eyes, adjusting to the light. Then a kindly-looking man introduces himself as Mr. Axelrod. Ingo Swan is obviously nervous, and Mr. Axelrod sees this. He smiles, tells him not to worry, that he's in no danger, and offers him a cigar. Swan gladly takes one. It's his brand. The men go to an office, sit and enjoy a cigar where Mr. Axelrod makes a proposal. Axelrod says he represents a group who would like Swan to participate in a remote viewing project. For his effort, he would be paid $1,000 a day in cash, which in today's money is over $6,000 a day.
Inflation, huh?
Yep.
Are we gonna talk about the Federal Reserve and what a scam it is?
Not in this video.
Audit the Fed!
Okay, settle down. So Ingo Swan really needs the money, but to get it, there are a few catches. First, he can't reveal any of this to anyone and can't speak of it for at least 10 years. The other catch is for the next few days, Swan isn't to leave the facility. He'll be provided with a comfortable room, TV, a gym, swimming pool, and anything he needs, but if he takes the job, he stays on site under constant surveillance. Now, Ingo Swan is quiet for a while. As crazy as the past few years have been, he's never been through anything like this. Mysterious calls in the middle of the night, clandestine meetings, subterranean facilities, and now a kind but strange man offers him a lot of cash for an unknown mission. Axelrod sees Swan processing all of this and finally asks if he agrees to the terms. Swan nods that he does. Axelrod puts out his cigar, shakes Swan's hand, and says, "Good, get some rest. Tomorrow, we begin."
And it has very distinct features of a satellite dish. It's got the dish itself, the crater shape. It's got a long spike that appears to come out of the middle. All sorts of stuff that looks exactly like a satellite dish on Earth looks.
The next morning, Axelrod tells Ingo Swan that he'll be remote viewing the moon. And Swan is confused by this, but Axelrod reminds him,
No questions.
right. And Swan is given a list of coordinates and goes through them one by one. Some locations, he doesn't see anything, but others he was able to view large cliffs, see craters, dunes of white powder, all the things you'd expect to see on the moon. Finally, Swan comes across something interesting and confusing. He describes seeing tracks on the surface, tracks that seem to have been made by tractors or some kind of machinery. He sees patterns that look like they were made by wind, even though the moon has no atmosphere. Supposedly. Swan gets the sense that there is atmosphere there. Then Swan moves into a crater which is filled with a green haze. Something is generating light, and Swan notes that the light is diffused. And diffused light isn't possible on the moon. You need an atmosphere to scatter the light, so if it's not the atmosphere, what is it? He moves closer to the light. Swan sees something that looks like an airfield. He describes large structures like hangars, roads, towers, and machinery. Across craters and chasms, there are bridges, evidence of a lot of activity, industrial activity. Cut into the rocks are perfectly round holes, like they were dug with large earth-moving equipment. He moves to a different location and sees some structures emitting light of all different colors. Swan goes in for a closer look. The domes have windows, and even though the area was dark, he could see a fine mist inside the structures and that same eerie green glow. Swan moves closer. He goes right up to the windows. Inside, he describes humanoid figures that look almost like us. He describes this as an area of high activity. Whoever or whatever these beings are, they're very busy, and Swan continues to observe, describing everything he sees. Suddenly, two of the beings, then three, then a dozen, then more, they just stop. They turn to the window where Swan has projected himself. This makes Swan very nervous. He says, "They see me." Then calmly but urgently, Axelrod says, come back now." Swan says, "They're pointing at me." Axelrod tells Swan firmly, "Please come back quickly away from that place." Swan wills his consciousness back and slowly opens his eyes. Finally, he turns to Axelrod and says, "You already know they're psychic, don't you?" Axelrod takes a deep breath and says, "The experiment is over. It's time for you to go home."
Neil and Buzz were on the lunar surface. Neil switched to the medical channel and spoke directly with the chief medical officer, saying, "They're here, they're parked on the side of the crater, they're watching us."
Though Ingo Swan's moon experiment was over, Mr. Axelrod and the secret organization wasn't quite finished with him. About 6 months after leaving Washington, D.C., Swan was in a supermarket. While doing some grocery shopping, he spotted a stunning woman. He describes her as one of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen.
What was she wearing?
Don't be creepy.
Hello, I'm asking for science.
Well, Swan says she was barely wearing anything at all. Short shorts, bikini top, and the tallest high heels he'd ever seen.
Heels tall, bikini small. She said she liked the ocean.
Excuse me?
LL Cool J, I'm going back to Cali.
I don't think so.
Nice.
Anyway, Swan was obviously very taken with this woman because the chapter in his book, It's Barely Safe for Work. He says when he saw her, he felt a wave of electricity going through him and felt tingling all over his body. Suddenly, he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, and in that moment, he had the distinct feeling that she was an extraterrestrial. Now, Swan was very aware of how ridiculous this sounded, and he was about to chalk it up to him simply being smitten at the sight of her. But then he turned around and saw the twins from the moon experiment. So he panics and runs out of the store. But later that evening, he receives a phone call. And he's told to fly to New York immediately and be in Grand Central Station the next morning and wait for contact. Of course, he goes. When he gets to Grand Central, he sees one of the twins standing near a payphone. He gestures at Swan to come over. The phone rings. It's Mr. Axelrod. Axelrod asks all kinds of questions about his interaction with the woman. And Swan relays the story. At first, Axelrod is suspicious. He demands to know if he knows her, if she saw him, if she might be following him. Now, Swan doesn't understand any of this, and he starts to become frightened and tells Axelrod he's never seen her before and has never had any contact with her. Now, finally, Axelrod tells Swan, just stay away from her. Swan asks who she is. Axelrod says, all you need to know is that she's very dangerous. Swan says he understands, and they chat for a while. And Axelrod asks him how his remote viewing success rate is doing. Swan says he's almost 65% accurate, but not quite there. So Axelrod says, when you get to 65%, write the number 65 on a note on your desk and leave it there. Tell no one, we'll be in touch. And just like that, Axelrod hangs up. And Ingo Swan doesn't hear from Axelrod for a year, but he finally gets his remote viewing success rate to 65%. And just as he was instructed, he writes the number on a slip of paper and places it on his desk and goes home for the night. Now, even though his office is locked and nobody knows the code, when he gets in the following morning, the note is gone. And on his desk is what looks like a light dusting of powder. And in the powder, someone scribbled 2 words, expect contact. A few days after Ingo Swan was told to expect contact, he was heading to the university cafeteria when Mr. Axelrod appeared. Axelrod walked right up to Ingo Swan, shook his hand, and asked if he could get away for 3 or 4 days. Swan said sure, and asked where they were going. Axelrod smiled at him and asked, have you ever seen a UFO?
Holy shit!
That is the indicated sound, Outer Spacey, doesn't it? Do you hear that? That whistling sound?
The private jet landed a few hours later. Ingo Swan wasn't told where they were, but they had been flying due north for hours, so he assumed this was Alaska. It was the middle of the night and very dark and desolate. Mr. Axelrod, the twins, and Ingo Swan then climbed into an unmarked van. Swan was given a thermalized jumpsuit and asked to remove everything metal. They drove 2 hours through winding mountain roads before stopping under a group of pine trees. Axelrod said that it's very important that we're as quiet as possible. It's a 45-minute hike to their destination, and they can't talk or make any noise whatsoever. Swan nodded in agreement, and they ventured out into the wilderness. The twins were wearing what Swan thought to be night vision goggles because he could barely see a few feet in front of him. In fact, during some parts of the hike, he had to be led by the arm so he wouldn't fall into a creek or a hole or stumble over unsteady ground. They finally arrived at the edge of a lake, and Swan asked what he was supposed to do. Axelrod whispered that he should just observe and observe in complete silence, and also to be as still as possible. Axelrod said they detect heat, noise, and motion like mad. Swan's eyes went wide and he mouthed the word, they? Axelrod just brought his finger to his lips as if to say, shh. So, the 4 men sat in silence for a long while until one of the twins made some kind of hand gesture. Axelrod said, it's begun. At first, Swan didn't see anything, just a fog coming off the lake. But slowly the fog began to change. Swan said the fog was emitting light, at first neon blue, which slowly changed what he called angry purple. The fog started getting thicker and thicker, and then up from the lake, a triangle-shaped craft emerged. It was about 90 feet wide and emitted a pulsing hum. Suddenly, beams of light were shooting from the craft, hitting different locations around the area. One of the twins shouted, "We have to move." So they did. Then a beam of energy hit the area where the men were, and Swan remembers hearing a loud crack like lightning. And Swan was so stunned he couldn't move. He had to actually be dragged from the area. And Swan looked over his shoulder and saw water from the lake somehow being pulled into the craft. He described it as a reverse waterfall. And on the drive back, everyone was completely silent. Swan just stared out the window, trying to absorb everything he just saw, piece it together. When the van arrived at the airport, the sun was starting to come up. Swan said, "I finally know what's going on." Axelrod said, "Go on." Swan said confidently, "This was an unmanned drone." And Axelrod, like always, never confirmed or rejected Swan's ideas. He simply asked Swan to continue. Swan said, "It's a resupply mission. They're mining the moon and they need our water." Axelrod smiled at this. He didn't agree, but he didn't disagree either. Axelrod shook Swan's hand, thanked him, and gestured toward a waiting plane. Ingo Swan would be flying back alone, and he never saw Axelrod or the twins ever again. Ingo Swan kept his word and didn't speak of any of these events for years. He eventually published a full account of the story in his book Penetration, which I'll link below. It's a great book. Ingo Swan tells the story with a lot of flair. So if you're interested in stories like this, it's a must read. But
Oh, here we go.
how much of this story is true?
I hate this part.
I know, but we have to do it.
Yeah, I know.
So let's break down Ingo Swan's story into its parts and see if we can figure out what really happened. We've got the Jupiter mission, the moon mission, the extraterrestrial woman, and the UFO encounter. So let's start with the woman in the supermarket. Ingo Swan felt that this woman was an alien. He thought that maybe an alien or android made to look like an attractive woman was following him. Now, this was the chapter that was most difficult for me to believe.
So he didn't see a sexy E.T.?
I think he saw the woman, but she was probably human. He was under surveillance by the twins, who we now know to be CIA operatives. I think the most logical explanation is that she was a Soviet spy.
Honeypot?
Yeah, I think so. This was the 1970s, and during this time, the United States and Soviet Union were in the middle of what you might call a psychic arms race. We know this from CIA records. We also know that the US was full of Soviet spies. Next, the UFO encounter. This was another tough one for me. It was just a very tidy story. Mr. Axelrod knew exactly where it would appear, how it operated, what it would be doing. I mean, if he wanted Swan to confirm something about the craft, I think he could have done that remotely. I mean, if Ingo Swan could put his consciousness on Jupiter, he could certainly go to Alaska. And in his book, Swan describes light rays shooting from the UFO that actually destroyed pine trees and even killed animals. I think this is something that could be confirmed pretty easily, but there's no follow-up on it. Now, as for Jupiter, subsequent observations and probes to the planet confirmed a lot of what Ingo Swan said, and his discovery of Jupiter's rings is really a compelling story. We'd never seen those before, and they were confirmed by Voyager in 1979 and photographed by the New Horizons mission in 2007. Finally, the moon. And this is where things get really strange. The CIA had remote viewers projecting to Jupiter, Mars, and the moon. Even though the remote viewers' reports were highly classified, they're not any longer, and their reports are remarkably similar. The problem with the moon is that the US government simply will not allow us to confirm the details. There are reports of astronauts hearing signals coming from the moon, but those signals are dismissed as interference. We have pictures of what look like huge structures on the moon, but the pictures are fuzzy and can easily be refuted by skeptics as rock formations.
What about pictures of the far side of the moon?
Well, NASA has plenty of those, but they're very stingy with what they release to the public. And if NASA won't tell us what's happening up there, we're going to fill in the blanks ourselves. It's an indisputable fact that Ingo Swan was part of secret government experiments for years. If you search the CIA website, there are hundreds of documents that confirm this. And everyone who worked with Ingo Swan 100% believed he was telling the truth about everything he saw. Now, Swan admitted that he got things wrong plenty of times and was always reluctant to remote view places that couldn't be confirmed. So I don't think he's a liar or a fraud or a hoaxer, but did he really see the things he described? Only you can answer that. If you don't believe in remote viewing, then the answer is easy. No, none of this could be real. These are just stories created by someone with an incredible imagination. But if you do believe in remote viewing, as the US government certainly does, then Ingo Swan might have revealed the most important discovery of humankind, that we are not alone. The best stories are the ones that make you reevaluate everything you've been taught, that make you question every truth you've come to believe. The story of Ingo Swann is one of these. Now, after researching Ingo Swann, I'm left with more questions than answers. But if enough of us keep asking these questions, one day, maybe hundreds of years from now, or maybe tomorrow, we'll finally learn the truth. And the truth, whether fantastic or mundane, that's all we want. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor and like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff really helps out the channel and so on and so forth. No, I don't have Botox in that video. That's about 30 pounds of COVID weight. That's why I got a big old fat face in that one. Someone's asking, what's a dangler? Yeah, I never heard that word before a few days ago. We used to call them keychains, but this is a product that's coming. I really like this one. You got to decorate your Christmas tree with a bunch of those. I haven't done the Black-Eyed Children yet. I can't find enough good information on it besides just kind of ghost stories. Mark Solomon, Gino's Alien S&M stories. So yeah, all of Gino's story hours are over on the Backstage channel, the Y-Files Backstage. I don't know if I have the last one on there yet. I need to get that up there if it's not. Cowtown misses the old AJ. I can get back there. I just need to, stop eating healthy for a while and stop moving around. Chris Thompson wants a Hecklefish dangler. That's coming. RC, how did you and Hecklefish meet? Casting call. All right, let's do a couple of what's winning the. So Black Knight Satellite looks like it's going to be next. Let's get that queued up. Yep. Okay, that's ready to go. We'll do a couple of super chats and then we'll keep it moving. William Berger, you don't look unhealthy. I didn't really feel unhealthy, but I was a little, I was a little too pudgy. I didn't know how much weight I gained. I mean, I knew I wasn't exercising, and we were just eating whatever. But then I stepped on the scale and I went, whoa! I had never seen that number. I had never seen that number before. Joe R., will there ever be a Bigfoot episode? I don't know. If someone can send me some an actual picture of Bigfoot, that would help. Phoebe Jose loves the glasses. You can get them at Amazon. I think they're $15. All right, Carolyn Smith's Food Forest and Homestead, one of my favorite usernames. Please notify us about the After Files or missed Thursday nights in the community posts. That way your viewers will be ready for you. Appreciated. I think I'll do that going forward, Carolyn. I normally don't like to post negative stuff or a post like, I don't know, it feels weird to post something like, oh, there is no show tonight. Now you have a point, and there are plenty of people waiting for it, but it's still that insecure thing, like, because the team wanted me to post that there's no show, but my first reaction is, who cares about a stupid YouTube show? Why make a big deal about something nobody cares about? But some people care. So I will do that, Carolyn. If you ever jump on Discord, that's a good way to get up-to-date information. If you want to follow me on Twitter, I usually tweet, when things are not going well. Oh my goodness, pardon me.
Could you just one time conduct this live stream in a professional manner?
All things considered, I appreciate the support. There's Cam and NYC, my old stomping grounds. Thank you for $4.99. Paul says, not joking, plan the whole week around the episode and show. Yeah, I don't think of it that way. And I know that that's true for a lot of folks. And that's why, and I don't mean to be dismissive about it. It's just, Victoria saying communication is always Discord and Patreon as soon as Victoria's will know. She always knows what's going on. And Discord is a great way to get up to the info, or the Patreon page. And even on the Patreon page, I don't know if she's doing this, but I'm assuming that she did, is if we have an announcement about the channel and we put it on the Patreon page, you don't have to pay to read that. And if Victoria, if you posted something that they have to pay to read, then just get rid of that. DS, I rented a camel outfit and everything. Ooh, Nunny says, I don't know, Shatner, can you not drown your wife at the bottom of the pool? That was rough. That was a rough joke. That was a rough joke. Toy Painter, have you thought about doing an episode on the various ghosts? I've covered ghosts here and there. Since I don't believe in them, it's hard for me to get super committed committed to those stories. But if there are specific ghost stories that you want to hear, I'll cover them. I like them. You know, we're going to do the phone calls and like text messages and direct messages from people who have died. There's lots of good content on that. And it's super creepy. And I can't completely debunk some of the stories. So that's coming. That's an episode that's actually in the works. Small Town Girl asking Victoria, is the keychain dangler available now? It's not. Small Town. I think we're still figuring it out. I was here at AJ. Is Bigfoot real? No, Bigfoot is not real. Where are we in the Super Chats? Mr. R, thank you for that. My daughter loved the Hecklefish plushie. Thanks for that. Love from India. I'm glad she did. And amazed that it got to India properly. Justin Thompson, thank you for the 5. Hey, Bubba. Love the show so much. Everyone, please do me a favor and go tell someone in your life today that you love them. I love you guys. That's a very nice comment, Justin. And good advice. Main Medic when his Hecklefish hosting his own show. He did a short all on his own, and it got brutalized. It got brutalized. Lee saying, Shatner is a jerk, comes here to see Star Trek set was so bad the first time it made LOL paper. I'm interested in what you're saying, Lee, but I don't fully understand. Talon Guy, when are we going to get an episode on Mad Man Markham? He's coming. Mike Markham is the time traveler that was on Art Bell's. Someone asked me, top 5 Art Bell episodes, and I couldn't do that off the top of my head, but when they come up in chat, then it's like, oh yeah, that's one of my favorites. Mel's Hole, obviously, that's an Art Bell. That's only Art Bell. That's probably my favorite. The guy flying over Area 51, that the call just drops, that was a great episode. And Madman Mike Markham, those were fun episodes. I think there were a few of those. Those were fun. And then just in general, anything with Richard Hoagland was always good. Michio Kaku, those episodes are always good. But specifically Art Bell, those 3 I can think of off the top of my head. But if they come up in chat, then I'll give a shout. There's Joshua Peterson. Thank you for the 10. I love the show. Have you covered the Anunnaki? That's coming. Anunnaki is coming. Null Hypothesis. Thank you for the 10. Because of you, I am now a believer in the reboot civilization theory. But what does this do to religion if it's proven to be true? Yeah, when I do episodes like that, very religious people will attack me in the comments. But I'm very clear in that I don't think simulation theory or the Silurian hypothesis, I don't think any of those have to contradict religion at all. If everything is a simulation, and I lean toward that it is, why couldn't the creator be God or whatever God you believe in? I think it works perfectly fine. But there are religious people who they disagree with me. Meredith Eve, thank you for the $49.99.
I do this stupid show just to make a little bread. It's not easy to keep my guppies fed. Bills up to here and I'm getting really stressed. I'm almost out of vodka, my car got repossessed. I come on the stream and I beg for some dough. You say you can't afford it, your money's kinda low. Come on, man, I ain't going for that. I just ain't going for that. Human, you got what I need. So hit that super chat, click it just like that. Oh, human, you got what I need. I need a super chat.
pour one out. Pour one out for Bismarcky. Meredith Eve, I couldn't find your video this week. Literally nothing came up. Thank you for the amazing content. Well, there was no video on Thursday. That was, it just wasn't ready in time. I'm sorry about that. As far as YouTube not showing the videos, that happens. I even get reports from people who say they just got unsubscribed from the channel. It happened. You know, I don't know. I used to think that YouTube was holding the channel back. Now it's hard to say that with 2 million subscribers. But sometimes things just get weird. Like, the channel's been slow lately. Like the slowest it's been in a long time. But here I am, Meredith. There's Chris Trauma for 10, found your channel a month ago. Got my brothers and girlfriend into it. Love your content. Keep it up. Thanks, Chris. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the Madhouse. Go check out the Discord. Michelle Skinwalker is coming. Mark 2 says I was unsubbed by YouTube. Yeah, that's weird. I don't think that's ever happened to me with any channel. But it's disconcerting. Anomalous saying it's football season. Yeah, could be that. I wonder if I made the episode shorter. You know, what do you think? If I went back to the 17, 20-minute episodes instead of the 30 to 40-minute, maybe things pick up because people are just too busy. They don't have time to sit for 35 minutes. Oh, Philippe says no. Okay. Botchty says we like the long ones. That's what she said. Okay. Yep. The chat has spoken. John, longer is better. All right. The jokes write themselves. I don't have to. I don't have to. Juwan, what was the 5-word sentence you wrote down last live stream? Also, would you do an MJ12 video? MJ12's coming. Majestic 12, that's coming. The sentence was, "My voice is my passport," which is it's from the movie Sneakers. If you've never seen that, it's one of my favorites. My voice is my passport. Speaking of Sneakers, Sneakers Plus is here. I took 3 weeks off work and I watch every single one of your videos. Got me hooked. Well, thanks, Sneakers. 3 weeks off work. That sounds good. That sounds nice. Maria says science and religion are not, I think, incompatible. I believe they're complementary. I think so, too. Sherry says the longer the better. Atta girl. Michelle Vaughn, I see you. Ass says 40 minutes are good. Modern Air, we need 2-hour episodes. That would kill me. That would be the last episode that we do. Seek and Destroy. Why do you look so nerdy on your show, but so cool every live chat? I didn't think I looked nerdy on the show until this very second. But that's just what I look like. That's what I look like all the time. Maybe you think that the glasses are cool. My amber readers. There's PK Lighting Designs. You really have to watch Dr. Stephen Greer. There's something amazing stuff that would make some great videos for you to watch. Dr. Stephen Greer 55, is that his channel? I didn't know he had a channel on here. But I mean, I follow Disclosure Project and I buy all of his stuff. Pardon me. I watch all of his documentaries, even the ones you have to pay for. Lorem Ipsum, I thought it was about girth. Karma, you don't look nerdy. Thank you for the heart, Karma. Johnny Patterson, would you like to play a game? I don't know if you really want to play a game or if you're just doing a War Games quote. I am there for Book of Enoch episode that is coming. That's going to be combined with the Anunnaki. Who farted? Crab Cat video? Okay. Carl Martin, how do I donate? You can hit the super chat, which I think is the $sign on there. It says, on mine it says thanks with a $sign. Best way to support the channel is really through Patreon. So that's $3 a month. Get all kinds of perks. I'm not here to do a plug, but he asked. That's a good way to support because YouTube takes half the donations here. David Dubois, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate that. Hashtag Brown, appreciate the $9.99. Jamie, got to include the Crab Cat and the Cryptids app. And it's Crab Cat first came up in the someone's asking in the Shadow People episode. Karma's excited for the Anunnaki episode. Me too. Diehards went 40 minutes, says Buck. 90% went 70 to 20. I think you're right. Mr. R85, Mount Shasta, strangest episode. I did a whole episode on Mount Shasta. Maybe I'll put that in the, maybe we can take a look at that today if you want. That was a fun episode. Where are we at with our super chats? And then we'll get the Black Knight Satellite. I just want to get to as many of these as I can. Justin, thank you for the 5. Just wanted to mention a potential episode regarding Masaru Emoto's work and Messages in Water. Might be a good palate cleanser. I've never heard of that, but I'm going to write it down. There's his water experiment. The words themselves actually emit a unique vibration that the water... Okay, this sounds like our stuff. Emoto claims that human speech or thoughts have dramatic effects on water. He claims that depending on the nature of the speech or thoughts directed at water, when the water is frozen, its crystals will be beautiful or ugly depending on whether the thoughts were positive or negative. That's a pretty good suggestion. You know, that was one of those theories. Remember, we covered it in the Cozy Rev Mirror episode. Is that there was the scientists believe that the energy that was happening around the Earth at a specific time gets frozen into the ice caps or wherever ice is frozen. And then when those ice caps thaw, that time energy comes out of the ice. It's kind of a bonkers theory, but it's a fun one. I'm still waiting for someone to build a Cozy Rev Mirror so I can check it out. Clarence, thank you for the 5 Australian. Any chance of a video covering the new MH370 videos of the plane being teleported by orbs or the Nazca alien mummies? I did about an hour on MH370 a couple of weeks ago on the After Files, and we went over all those cool videos. Clarence, if you want to check those out, that's on the Backstage channel. Edge Legal reincarnation episode, please. That's coming. Sybil liked the Philosopher's Stone episode. I did too. Yep, we're mostly water. Sarah Shine, I love my Hecklefish plushie. I had a photo shoot with him, shared it on Insta. He loved it. I think he enjoys the Dutch weather and lifestyle. Oh, thanks, Sarah. You have to send in that picture so we can check that out. And if you send pictures of yourself wearing the merch or holding the merch, send those to me, or go to the wifiles.com and do In the Wild. And all those photos are at the end of every episode in the scroll. Just Rawl here, ugly bags of mostly water. That's a nice Next Generation reference. Tinkerman Mick, 10 Australian, thanks for everything you do. Easily one of the best channels on YouTube, and I look forward to every new episode. Well, thanks, Tinkerman. All right, let's keep it moving. Chris Wood, love the show. I listen while winding coils for large industrial transformers. Hyundai Power Transformers in Alabama. Have you looked into Dr. Jason Reza Giorgiani's work around the phenomenon? Be a mind-bending episode. I'm gonna look into that right now, Chris. But first, here's the Black Knight Satellite. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1. It was the first satellite in Earth's orbit. Or was it? For over 100 years, an unidentified object orbiting the Earth has been seen, heard, and photographed by people all around the world. And this object became known as the Black Knight Satellite. The signals from the Black Knight Satellite have been decoded. And if the translation is correct, it's been watching us for 13,000 years. Let's find out why. At his lab in Colorado Springs, Nikola Tesla built a large tower to study atmospheric electricity and wireless power. But one evening in 1899, Tesla got a surprise. His tower started receiving a transmission that Tesla believed to be artificial. His antenna was receiving numbers at a regular interval. At first, Tesla thought it was a signal coming from high in the atmosphere. It turned out the signal was coming from higher than that. It was coming from space. Tesla believed that this was evidence of life on another planet. He's quoted in a local newspaper as saying, "I believe numbers are being used for communication because numbers are universal." The scientific community certainly acknowledged Tesla's genius, but they also thought of him as a bit of a mad scientist. But a few years later, Guglielmo Marconi, inventor of the wireless radio, also intercepted those same signals. Then Jørgen Hals, a Norwegian radio engineer, noticed transmissions being sent on a certain wavelength were being sent back a few seconds later. Now, radio echoes themselves are not unusual. Radio waves, especially shortwave, can bounce between the ground and stratosphere several times. This is called propagation. But typical radio echoes usually occur 1/7 of a second after the original transmission, consistently. These echoes were happening at different intervals, up to 15 seconds after the transmission, and weren't consistent with signals that bounce around the Earth. These signals are now known as long-delayed echoes, or LDEs. And for years after their discovery, shortwave and ham radio operators have observed LDEs. But how and why they occur remains a mystery. Or does it? On May 14, 1954, two American newspapers reported a story that might explain these radio echoes. The story got scientists very excited. It also caused the Pentagon to panic. On May 14, 1954, 3 years before Sputnik became the first satellite in orbit, a strange news story appeared. The report claimed that, according to an expert, 1 or 2 artificial satellites are circling the Earth. The expert in question was Marine Corps Major Donald Keyhoe. Major Keyhoe was a naval aviator who later became a UFO researcher and founded the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, or NICAP. He claimed that U.S. government scientists working out of White Sands, New Mexico, had found 1 or 2 artificial satellites and were trying to track them. A few weeks later, we got some more details. It was reported that 2 satellites had been found at 400 miles and 600 miles above the Earth. And these satellites were emitting a strange radio signal at periodic intervals, much like Tesla discovered years earlier. Dr. Lincoln La Paz, an astronomer out of the University of New Mexico, was in charge of a team trying to locate and ID the objects. The Pentagon was upset that this information leaked. But when you receive broadcasts from a satellite before satellites are invented, it's hard to keep that a secret. A few weeks after that, NASA detected signals from what it called an unknown orbiting object. And those signals were confirmed by astronomers in France and elsewhere. The American military was concerned these were Russian spy satellites launched in secret. They weren't. In 1957, a researcher for the Venezuelan government was observing Sputnik 2 as it passed over Caracas. He noticed a mysterious object. At first, he thought it was Sputnik, but it couldn't be. Sputnik moves in prograde orbit, meaning from west to east along with the rotation of the Earth. The object he saw was moving in retrograde orbit, moving east to west, opposite the rotation of the Earth.
So?
Well, this technology didn't exist. Throughout the late 1950s, there were multiple observations of what was called a dark satellite. And by 1960, the Defense Department finally acknowledged it. On February 11th, 1960, the New York Times ran an article which said,
Washington, February 10th. An unidentified silent satellite has been discovered circling the Earth in a near-polar orbit by United States tracking stations. The Defense Department said today, the identity and origin of the mystery satellite, which has been dubbed the Dark Satellite, are not known, despite nearly 2 weeks of tracking.
This report renewed interest in the satellite, and astronomers around the world reported seeing it. And what was strange about it was it didn't have a regular schedule. It appears some nights, but not others. They didn't know when to watch for it. Now, this was the height of the Cold War, and the Pentagon was absolutely terrified that this was some kind of new Russian spy satellite that could appear and disappear at any time. And that year, Time magazine even wrote about the Black Knight satellite and how the Navy was trying to track it. And Grumman Aircraft, a military contractor, was tasked with tracking and photographing the satellite, which they did in August 1960. But that report and those photographs have never been released. In May 1961, the Smithsonian Observatory at Harvard spotted the object. They even reported this in the press with a statement.
The satellite was first spotted over Florida, an unsuspected, unpredicted bright satellite. Stations around the world have been asked to help track it.
And this is exactly what happened. From his Paris lab, Jacques Vallée observed, tracked, and even filmed the Black Knight satellite. And the first thing that stood out was that it was in polar orbit. Now, there were no Earth-based satellites in polar orbit yet. But what's interesting about this is satellites in polar orbit are very well positioned to observe all points of the Earth's surface. When a country wants to see everything, they choose polar. Another fact about the object that stood out, it was huge, about the size of an oil truck, and weighed about 15 tons. There was no rocket on Earth that had the ability to launch something this size. Now, Vallée and his team were thrilled at the discovery. He compiled all the research, the photos, the film, put them in a large file, and delivered it to his supervisor. The materials were immediately confiscated. The photos were destroyed, and the film was erased. The official reason for destroying the film was that the observatory was embarrassed that it couldn't identify the object.
Oh, that's a bunch of BS.
I agree. So did Vallée. By the way, Vallée is still alive, and this is something that bothers him to this day. And he wasn't a UFO guy before spotting the Black Knight satellite, but he became one after. He's written 15 books and tons of papers challenging mainstream science and supporting the existence of UFOs.
Yeah, this guy sounds all right for a Frenchman.
He does sound pretty cool. Now, up until now, the only sighting of the Black Knight satellite came from astronomers and observatories on the ground. To really prove the existence of the Black Knight, we need an eyewitness to go to orbit and see it with their own eyes. And just 18 months later, that's exactly what happened. Gordon Cooper was the stereotypical 1960s American astronaut. Short hair, fast car, cocky attitude. He learned to fly when he was just a child, and then he became a fighter pilot, a test pilot, and one of the first astronauts. In 1963, he piloted Mercury 9, which was the longest American space mission ever at that time. And Gordon Cooper was like somebody out of a movie. When his landing module experienced total systems failure, he did what a movie hero would do. He switched everything off and brought his ship down manually. He splashed down safely just 4 miles off target. And this experience didn't scare him at all. He kept going to space and kept breaking endurance records. Here's how tough Cooper was. To this day, he's the only person to ever fall asleep during liftoff.
He fell asleep while his rocket was launching?
Yep. I guess he'd done it so many times he was bored and decided, I'll just take a nap. Now, we all know the names Neil Armstrong and Alan Shepard, but those astronauts stood on the shoulders of men like Colonel Gordon Cooper. Anyway, during Mercury 9, Cooper reported seeing a green glowing object ahead of his module. His ground crew also confirmed this, and a tracking station saw it moving east to west. Prograde. NBC News immediately picked up the story. But when Cooper got back from the mission, the press was not allowed to ask about the sighting. The official explanation was there was an electronic malfunction on Cooper's craft. This caused high levels of carbon dioxide, which induced hallucinations.
Oh, come on.
Yep, the guy who's so cool under pressure that he falls asleep during takeoff was seeing things. While he was at NASA and active military, Gordon Cooper felt duty-bound to follow orders about what he saw and denied the sighting. But after he retired, that's a different story. Cooper claimed that while he was a test pilot at Edwards Air Force Base, he saw strange saucer-shaped craft, and the saucers made no sound as they landed on retractable gear. And Cooper said that even the most fearless test pilots were shaken by the things they saw at Edwards. And right up until his death, Cooper claimed that the US government was definitely covering up information about UFOs.
And you said you saw literally hundreds of unidentifiable flying objects.
Yes, they were flying quite high. How high we couldn't tell because we couldn't get anywhere near their altitude. But they were either very large craft way up or smaller craft still well above what we could get to.
He could recall hundreds of reports made by fellow pilots that were confirmed by radar. Cooper even testified before the United Nations about this. Now, as sightings of the Black Knight satellite piled up over the years, it became increasingly difficult to deny that something was up there. So the bigger questions are, what is it? Why is it here, and what does it want? We would get that answer in 1973. Duncan Lunnan, a researcher from Scotland, went back and analyzed all the LDE data compiled from the Norwegian scientists. Lunnan found a pattern, and in that pattern, a message, and in that message, a map. In a 1973 article in Spaceflight magazine, Duncan Lunnan said he had identified a hidden radio message sent by the Black Knight satellite. Lunnan had gone back to the LDE data and noticed variations that might indicate a code, so he put the data on a graph. On one axis was the time delay between echoes. On the other axis, the position of each echo in the sequence. And plotting these points didn't create any recognizable pattern, so Lunnan reversed the axes. The result, a collection of dots that appeared to be a sky map, specifically the constellation Boötis. What?
He looks like booties.
The only star in the constellation that was out of place was Epsilon Boötis. Lunnan felt this could indicate the Black Knight satellite's origin. Now, he admitted this evidence was shaky, so he found more radio echoes reported by French astronomers in 1929. Those graphs confirmed it was the same constellation. There was one big problem, though. Arcturus, the brightest star in the constellation, was slightly off-center. Lunnan couldn't explain this, so he changed his thinking. Maybe the satellite didn't arrive here recently. Maybe it was showing a star map from a time in the past.
Okay, this is the part where I ask you what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, so the Earth rotates on its axis, right?
Yeah.
Well, over time, gravity causes this axis to wobble like a top, but it's consistent and predictable. The orientation of the Earth's axis makes a full cycle every 26,000 years. So over long time spans, the stars in the sky look slightly different. And this rotation of the sky map is called axial precession.
What does this have to do with the Black Knight map?
Well, Arcturus was slightly out of place for 1973. But when London adjusted the map further back in time, accounting for axial precession, the stars lined up. The Black Knight satellite wasn't a new arrival. According to the map, it's been here for 13,000 years.
Whoa!
Lunnan said that the diagrams were so clear that they could be interpreted as a message in standard English. The Black Knight message says,
Our home is Epsilon Boötis, which is a double star. We live on the sixth planet of 7, coming from the sun, which is the larger of the two. Our sixth planet has 1 moon. Our fourth planet has 3. Our first and third planets each have 1. Our probe is in the position of Arcturus, known in our maps.
What's going on?
Speechless.
Well, that's a first. Even though these reports were in the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other mainstream news outlets, nobody, at least officially, took the subject of UFOs or the Black Knight satellite seriously. But in 1998, everything would change when Space Shuttle Endeavour took this photo. On December 4th, 1998, the Space Shuttle Endeavour embarked on mission STS-88, the first shuttle mission to the International Space Station. The primary purpose of this mission was to deliver and install a piece of equipment called the Unity node. Unity connects the Russian and American segments together where the crew can share meals and hang out. But that wasn't the most notable event of the mission. On December 11th, a series of photos were taken and released by NASA, and they show what appears to be some type of craft in orbit around the Earth. And it seems that after 100 years of speculation, we finally have proof of the mysterious Black Knight satellite. That leaves the question, why is it here? Well, one theory is that it's an alien probe, sent to monitor our species and our progress. Now, this would make sense that if there's an advanced intelligent civilization somewhere in the galaxy, they would send probes to every star that could possibly support life. And when we reach this level of technology, I have no doubt that we'll do the same thing. And if the Black Knight satellite is an alien probe, could the radio signals be reporting back to its home ship or its home planet? Or could the signals be for us? Could they be sending us a map as a sort of interstellar handshake? Or maybe it's not an alien probe at all, but a piece of technology left by our ancestors thousands or millions of years ago. There are multiple ancient texts that describe a dark object orbiting the Earth. Some call it a dark ark that was put there thousands of years ago, and that ark contains DNA information of human-like species from long ago. Aware that some catastrophe was going to doom the civilization, they put their DNA somewhere safe, a place that doesn't care about ice ages, sea levels, or even nuclear war. What safer place than in orbit around the Earth? And by placing the ark in orbit, you not only ensure the safety of its contents, you ensure that the only way to become aware of it is by reaching a certain level of technology. Now, we have the ability to visit the Black Knight satellite, We could send a craft into its orbit right now and try to discover its secrets. Or we could bring it back to Earth and share its secrets with the rest of the world. Why haven't we done this? Who knows? Maybe the reason the Black Knight satellite is kept secret from the world is because someone has already visited and maybe even opened it. And maybe they didn't like what they found. The Black Knight satellite is a fascinating story. The modern version of the legend is a combination of a few stories rolled into one. So let's unravel the truth, throw away what's false, and see what's left. So Tesla and Marconi did hear radio pulses, but they weren't aliens, they were pulsars. And pulsars weren't discovered officially until 1968, so they would have definitely sounded like an intelligent broadcast to Tesla.
The aliens could be using pulsars to communicate.
They could be. That would be an efficient way to do it. Still, they weren't coming from the Black Knight. Now, the LDEs, or long-delayed radio echoes, are harder to explain. They're actually still a mystery. But most scientists think it's something in the atmosphere that's causing it. Another theory is that the signals are reflecting off plasma clouds from the sun. And a fun theory is that the signals are being reflected back from the moon. Whatever's causing it, we still don't know. Now, Duncan Lunnon's translation of the LDEs into star maps, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. He later walked the claims back, saying there wasn't scientific evidence. He was just deducing what he thought the signals could mean. But since then, he's revised his opinion once again and thinks Epsilon Boötis is special.
Booties.
Now, the pictures from NASA are amazing. The official explanation is that during a spacewalk, an astronaut was installing a thermal cover. The cover got away from him and ended up floating away. The pictures were taken to document this.
A space blanket, that's what they're going with?
Well, that's the official explanation. And in some of the photos, it does look like a flat, shiny object. But in other photos, it looks pretty solid. All right, let's assume that the earliest evidence, the radio signals, and the latest evidence, the photos, are debunked. Let's just assume it. Still, the evidence in between gets interesting. For example, there was a newspaper report of an object spotted in 1960. The US government said this was actually the Discoverer 5 capsule that got off course. Fine. Well, why was it moving in retrograde when satellites didn't do that? The government said that it malfunctioned and the thrusters sent it in the wrong direction. Okay, if that's true, and it was the Discoverer 5 which was entered into the database in 1960, how does that explain that even though the news report was from 1960, it was actually referring to a sighting earlier in 1959?
Busted!
Well, the government said that someone accidentally entered the wrong date into the system.
Now, for crying out loud, you believe this?
Hey, I'm just telling you what happened. What makes the story even more suspicious is that all of this was a lie anyway. The military was using Discoverer as a cover story for the Corona Project, a spy satellite program. It kept that information classified for years. So let's assume that sighting is debunked. What about all the other evidence? Sightings from around the world confirmed by governments and private citizens. Why were photographs and film mysteriously destroyed? Why are there astronauts claiming there is an active cover-up? There are a lot of questions left unanswered. Now, do I think Tesla heard the Black Knight satellite? No. Do I think the NASA photos are the Black Knight satellite? No. Do I believe eyewitness reports from astronauts and astronomers who put their reputations in jeopardy by speaking out? Yes, I do. There is clearly more to the story that we're not being told. And because you're watching this right now, I know you care about the truth. So you have to keep asking questions. You have to keep the pressure on. And those in power will try to dismiss you. They will not take you seriously. But that too is a lie. Those in power take you very seriously. And they can silence one astronomer, and they can silence one astronaut, but they can't silence all of us. You could feel the dominoes about to fall. I feel it too. It's going to take courage for someone to push that first domino. But once it finally falls, they all fall. And when that happens, there's no turning back. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned... Amen, Garrett. Charles, I believe Gordo too. That man didn't lie. All right, so alien artifacts on Mars won the won the latest poll. That's a fun episode. I'll get that queued up for you. A couple of super chats first. Where are we with those? Dr. Greer, we covered. Mr. R says robot grandmother. I don't know if that's a suggestion or just words, but it's intriguing. Justin, just want to mention. Oh, so we got Masara. All right, I got to find where I am in the list here. And B, Phoenix Lights is coming. I think we have something coming that includes the Phoenix Lights. Chrissy Lee, what about where all the missing children are? It's kind of weird how bodies aren't usually found. So I don't cover 411 stories, Chrissy, for the most part, because there's victims and because it's children. And as much as I can, I try to keep this channel positive and also try to stay away from the YouTube censorship. YouTube really wouldn't censor those types of stories, but they would make them, 18 and over and that sort of thing. But we will be covering those on the What Files, which is coming sometime next year. That's going to be a true crime channel, and I'll cover those on the podcast. But those stories, I don't know if you watch follow David Paulides at all, but he covers those really, really well, with more detail than I ever could. Ari, what's your favorite cryptid? Ari, I don't like cryptids at all. But I like the Montauk Monster. He's coming up in this week's episode. I like that cryptid because of the pictures. So super creepy. Small Town Girl likes the Saturday afternoon lives. I'm glad. Hallucinogenic recipe. This content is A+. We'd love to see an ep on the Phoenix event, not Arizona. I don't know what the Phoenix event, not the lights. Phoenix event, not Arizona. You have to email me what that is. Sean, $5 to got to expand Mel's hole. I mean, you got to get Mel's hole as big as possible. Indie Tiger sci-fi review. I finally got a video at 1,000+ views. Congratulations. Can you do an episode on lake monsters, Nessie, Chessie, Champy, etc.? Yeah, I mean, Loch Ness, I read that they just found some sounds at the bottom of the loch that they couldn't explain, but the locals were like, we can explain it, what the sounds are. Chessie, I don't know. Champy, that's the monster in Lake Champlain. But I don't know which one Chessie is, Indy. Dimitri, it's Sunday morning there. Where are you at? Cheeky Sapphire, can you cover the expanding Earth theory? That is coming up. That's a super interesting theory about how the continents really didn't drift, that they were all connected, which you can see, but the Earth was smaller. And then the Earth expanded. The oceans sort of emerged from the lower layers of the Earth, and that's why the continents separated. It's an interesting theory. I'm not sure if I believe it, but it's a fun theory. Snake Fox Sky Hum is weird. Episode is coming up and all the strange sounds. So like the Taos hum, sky trumpets, the bloop, those are all going to be in there. Scroats, Magoats, have you done an episode on the Brown Mountain Lights? I didn't, but we did Ghost Lights just a week or two ago. Very, very recently. I didn't cover the Brown Mountain Lights because everyone has covered those. I went into some of the lesser known ones, and I think I brought some information that maybe is sort of new to the subject. Maybe not, but that's why I just mentioned Brown Mountain Lights in there. Like I didn't do anything specific on the Joplin light. I just mentioned it just because everyone uses the same ones. Fire Lizard, thank you for the 2. Appreciate the support from everybody. Shane, an episode on Stephen Greer? Probably not. Probably not, because he's around, he's involved. I wouldn't want to say anything that would. I don't want to attack anybody. So, on the live streams, I'll mention my skepticism, but at the same time, I also say that I support all of his work. And whenever he sells something, I buy it. But I'm still allowed to be skeptical, and I'm allowed to have questions about potential grifts. I'm allowed to do that. But I wouldn't want to do a big episode that just is about him or really any person in particular, if that makes sense and if you understand why. Ivan says, I think Greer is a grifter, but that's me. And look, he may be, Ivan, but he's also, you have to admit, you're glad he's out there because he brings attention to stuff. And, you know, I think he's really moved the conversation forward with UAP disclosure. Dylan says Stephen Greer's on the same list as Scientology. Oof, that's rough. That's rough. Dwayne, Carl Wolf video. I covered Carl a little bit in, I've covered him twice, actually. Now I don't remember the episodes. Carl Wolf is he's the Air Force, he was like an Air Force technician who gets called into this room to he's fixing like imaging equipment. In my brain, it's like he's fixing copiers is what I picture. You know, the nerd comes in like, hey, I'm here to fix the machine. But so he goes to fix this imaging equipment, and one of the techs is already in the room, says, hey, you're not going to believe this. On the other side of the moon, there are these bases and stuff. And Carl Wolf is like, BS. And he looks at the pictures and he can't believe it. On the other side of the moon are these mushroom-shaped buildings, whole cities. He said all kinds of stuff. Now, he didn't know there was any sort of cover-up. He said he went home and he couldn't wait to see it on the news. He thought it was going to be big news, and it never showed up. And that's when he joined the Disclosure Project, or whatever you'd call it. And he appears in the National Press Club disclosure event, and I think it was 2000 was when that happened. But Carl Wolf was scheduled to give testimony, and he was riding a bike and got hit by a car. You know, another one of those guys. It's just bad luck. Step, have we already done Adam and Eve Watch Along? Yeah, we did it a little while ago. I look into more adult Wild Files After Dark. Wild Files After Dark, and a more free platform that can cover more controversial. Yeah, those are coming. We'll start with the podcast because it's just easier. You know, it's not as big of a production lift if it's just me sitting in a room. But then once we have a little bit more time, those will probably go to Patreon members first, and then we'll put them on Rumble or somewhere like that. Furbies, thank you for the $9.99. Love what you Total Hero live right next to Rendlesham. Dad saw it all. Wow. So I think they saw something. A lot of their witness statements are very contradictory. A lot of the things that those guys said have changed over the years, which really bothers me. But I do believe they saw something. All right, we've got Robert Murph for $100.
What the fish needs now are tips, sweet tips. They're the only thing to bring a smile to my little lips. Or buy a shirt, a mug, or a hat. If it's easier, just click the super chat.
I always look forward to the Wild House Thursday nights because I work 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. Keep up the great work. That's a long shift, Robert. Thank you for the generous tip, and thanks to everyone supporting the channel today with your super chats. It really helps. I really do appreciate it. F in the chat is back. Nice beavers. Thank you. I just got it stuffed. Neat episode on the day after Roswell by Philip Corso. I covered that. I covered his book quite a bit in the, I think it was the Serpo episode. He's mostly debunked. Actually, he might have been in the Valiant Thor episode, but he's mostly debunked. Oh. Gino's here. What?
I was just I didn't know I was live. I was just trying to tell you that Robot Grandma is on Gino's Story Hour list. Coming up.
All right, Robot Grandma's coming up. There he goes. Gino incoming. So Robot Grandma is going to be the next Gino Story Hour. That's going to be a good one. Chrissy Leaf, thank you for the 5. Don't stop singing. It's the best part. It's the perfect ending. Thanks, Chrissy. I'm glad you think so. Alien Artifacts is the winner, with runaway winner. No one wants to know what's going on in Mel's Hole, huh? Mel's Hole is such a mystery. But it looks like Artifacts on Mars is the winner. Bramlett, Gino is so powerful, he comes with his own reverb. Like the voice of God. Von Donk's Gino. That's probably not Gino's fault. That's my fault, the way I have StreamYard set up. That's my bad. Gravy, all I think about is Mel's Hole. Cali Prepper, F that, do Mel's Hole. I'm going by what the poll says. Red Templar, thank you for the 5. I love your channel. Reminds me of the old In Search Of and Unsolved Mysteries episodes from when I was growing up. Keep up the great work. I used to watch those too. There's Ron Klotzer, very reliable supporter. Hey, Gino in LA for your pre-roll today. Enjoy. He's still there. He's still watching, Ron. He appreciates it. Gym Leader Ed for 5. Random question. How'd you feel about a Hecklefish-inspired creature in a video game? Also love your channel. I've watched every video now. LOL. I think it's a good idea. We talked to a video game company just last week about maybe doing a Y-Files game. I just have to figure out what it would be. But there's a few ideas kicking around about how to get Hecklefish more involved. Elise, AJ, your website says not secure. Why? I have no idea. I could look into that for you. Stu's getting some blowback from Mel's Hole. Sarah, my finger pushed Mel's Hole. Maria, yeah, Y-Files game. Well, the Hecklefish card game is almost ready. SMK's finished the art, I believe. Victoria has picked out the cards, I believe. And we just got to put the packaging together, and then we'll get that out to you. I'm hoping that it could be that we can have deliveries by Christmas. But that's going to be super fun. All the artwork in the cards, it's all original. Victoria says, yes, the art is done. Yes, all original art, and they're super funny. Thanks, Thomas. I'm glad you're here. John Doe, what is Mel's Hole like? What's in it? I don't know. I don't know what's inside Mel's Hole. Chemo Sabi, what is a pre-roll? Like a super chat? No, it's different. Paul Dolly had braces. I remember it clear as day. I remember it too, but we're both wrong. She did not have braces. Dillian DaCosta, thank you for the super sticker. Keith Eichley's back. The freaking camel toe joke killed us. I liked it too. Jen was not pleased. She was not pleased because she's, like I said, she's away. So she's not here to manage me. So I just put it in there, and she said, and I said, I think I hope I can get this one past the censors. And she said, you didn't put a camel toe joke in there. And I said, I did. It just seemed to fit. It fit perfectly. Tyler, would you go on the Joe Rogan Experience? I mean, if Joe wants to have you on, you have to do it. You know, for the most part, I don't like to do podcasts and interviews because who cares? You know, who cares? And I don't know anything. I just tell the stories. I research a story and I tell it to you, and I try to make it entertaining. But if you want to have me on your podcast to talk about UFOs, I'm not the guy. I'm not a UFO guy. But if Rogan calls, you have to do it. But FYI, Tyler, Gino and I were on Joe's show already. Not as the Y-Files, but we were on there a couple of years back. My guest, thank you for the 10. Have you ever done something on the sulfur balls found at the Sodom and Gomorrah site? I didn't know that they found those. That's interesting. We have a couple of stories from the Bible coming up. That could be worth looking at. Just Me, BWX, thank you for the 1999. Appreciate the support. James, Mahabharata, the legend of the city of Hastinapur and Oppenheimer's possible belief in what happened there. That's coming up. Possible nuclear detonation in ancient India. It's coming up for you. Small Town Girl, we need a blooper reel, even if it's a scripted one. Get my drift. I've done a couple of those. It has been a long time. And the reason it's been a long time is because it's just that much extra work. But you know, maybe that's something I can give to the boys. We have a couple of guys here who I used to work with that are helping us out with tech and build out and some editing. I can maybe give them, you know, some of the older pre-edited videos and just have them go through for bloopers, because there's a lot of them. Some days I give the performance and it's just everything just flows, but that's very rare. For the most part, there's a lot of mistakes, and then every once in a while, it's just like I can't effing get through this script without. It's just some days are such a struggle. So if you want to see that. Near-death experiences coming up, Billy Lowe. Kelsey, when AJ says coming up, I assume he means sometime before 2026. I do, but when I say coming up, I just mean it's on the production calendar. So that's not just me going, oh, it's coming up. I mean, we have a production calendar that takes us all the way through next year. So lots of episodes are scheduled. So that's what coming up means. But it doesn't mean that it's done. It doesn't mean that it's even started yet. It just means it's on the production calendar. ASDF is just a 40-hour work week to do. That's adorable. No, I work about 100 hours a week. And I don't say that as a humble brag. I don't want to do that. And it's kind of weighing on me. It's kind of hurting me a little bit. But that's just where we are. Lorem, thanks for the best content on YouTube. Thank you for the 10 pounds. Steve School, do not Google images of Mel's Hole. No, you don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Apollo for 10. Did you cover, or can you cover the Grand Canyon Egyptian cave legend? I did cover that. That's the G.E. Kincaid story. Maybe I'll put that in the next poll if you guys want to see that. That's a fun episode. G.E. Kincaid allegedly found Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon that the Smithsonian covered up. And I guess if Apollo's here and asking the question, maybe I shouldn't spoil it in case we play it today or in case he wants to go check it out. But Apollo, if you know that story, check out the episode on the channel. There's stuff in there you haven't heard before, I promise. Lux Life OSP, do you need any staff? Always need help. I mean, if you just want to volunteer, the best way to start is just jump on the Discord and just start getting involved. But as far as like actual employment, you'd have to be local to Vegas. And if you are, then send in your resume. Xerox, hi Asian viewer here. I'm late. What did I miss? Not much. We're just hanging out. Failing Toast, the Moon's Dark Secret Soul Cube. I don't know if you're asking for that episode, but I covered the Soul Cube just a couple of weeks ago. John Apple, this guy could collaborate with Alex Jones. Nah, I'm just a storyteller. I'm not here to convince you of anything. The Heathers, I want to vote for the Grand Canyon Egyptian episode replay. All right, we'll do that. I'll put that in the next poll. I think we're ready to learn about Mars, though, right? Joe Martinez, thank you for the super sticker. There's Marion M. Thank you for great content. Amazing team you have there. I know it. We got the best team in the business and the best community on YouTube, no question about it. Thanks, Jonathan. Husker Fox, what kind of hair gel do you use? I mean, the honest answer is whatever's on sale. And the honester answer is probably whatever's on sale that Jen brings home. So right now, I think I'm working through a little jar of Old Spice. You know, if that's helpful. The Nighthawk lard. No. Bingo, well put. Legate would love to see a video on Plum Island. Then you're going to love next week because this Saturday is Plum Island. No Dapper Dan. It's Brill Cream. It's Brill Cream. Little dab will do you. Gloucester for 10 pound. Special thanks on behalf of us, Brits. We're here with you. The Welsh Triangle is a good story. I'll look into that. There's triangles all over the world. We have Bermuda coming up, which I know has been done to death, but it's highly requested, and it's being written and researched by Barra, so it should be highly detailed. Bram, geht dir erst to Mars. Let's do it. On July 25th, 1976, a NASA scientist was studying the images of a region of Mars called Cydonia when something caught his eye. He had to take a second to process what he was seeing. He grabbed a magnifying glass. There was no doubt. On the surface of Mars, 140 million miles from Earth, was a structure in the shape of a human face. It was huge, about a mile wide, and showed 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Around the face were pyramids and structures that didn't look natural. They looked like they were built by someone. The following day, NASA held a press conference. Of the thousands of photos sent back from Mars, all anyone asked about was the face. Who built it and why? Is it a message from an advanced civilization now long extinct? Is it a religious artifact? Is it solid like the Great Sphinx, or could it contain chambers like the Great Pyramid? Then NASA threw cold water on the speculation. They said there was a second photograph of the area taken shortly after, and that photo showed that the face was nothing more than an optical illusion. Small problem, that second photo doesn't exist. So why did NASA lie? Well, the answer to that question is in the other pictures. For centuries, we've been captivated by the mysteries of the Red Planet. The ancient Egyptians saw Mars as a god. The Greeks named it after their god of war. But it wasn't until the 19th century that we began to unravel some of its secrets. In 1877, Italian astronomer Giovanni Schiaparelli made detailed observations of Mars. He saw strange markings on the surface that he called canali.
Ooh, I love those. It's like an Italian sweet cheese taco.
That's cannoli.
Delicious.
Canali means channels in Italian, but the media thought it meant canals. And this led to speculation that the canals might have been built by an intelligent race of Martians. And as technology improved and with the space race in full swing, getting close-up photos of Mars became a priority. In 1965, the Mariner 4 probe flew past Mars and sent back 22 images. Even though the first pictures of Mars were exciting, they were also disappointing. There were no vast cities or canals or any evidence of an ancient culture. Mars looked like the moon, harsh, barren, pockmarked by meteors, completely lifeless. But as technology continued to improve, the idea of life on Mars became less far-fetched. Yes, Mars is cold and barren now, but years ago that wasn't the case. Mars was once covered with vast oceans of water flowing into rivers and lakes all over the planet. It had a thick atmosphere that kept the surface warm. Mars had volcanic activity and even a global magnetic field, just like Earth. It was a long time ago, but the red planet was, at one time, a blue planet, with all the ingredients necessary to support life. In 1975, NASA sent 2 spacecraft to Mars, Viking 1 and Viking 2. These probes each contained an orbiter with a high-resolution camera and a lander. In the summer of 1976, Viking 1 and Viking 2 finally reached Mars. Both orbiters took thousands of photographs of the Martian surface. NASA scientist Toby Owen was one of the first researchers assigned to look for landing sites. And when Owen found the face on image 35-A72, he was beyond excited. NASA released the image to the press as a way to increase public interest and attract attention to Mars. This worked, but a little too well, because the face was the only thing the press wanted to talk about. It became such a big story that NASA had to release a follow-up statement about the face, saying it was just an optical illusion, and they took another photo to prove it.
Isn't it peculiar what tricks of light and shadow can do? When we took another picture a few hours later, it all went away. It was just a trick, just the way the light fell on it.
Except that second photo was never produced, and nobody thought to ask. Face or not, Cydonia was the top contender for the landing site of Viking 2. The terrain is flat, visibility was good, and there are interesting rock formations to explore. But a few days after the release of the face photo, Viking 2 landed in a barren, rocky region called Utopia Planitia. One scientist working on the mission complained that this was like landing in the Sahara Desert and expecting to find a garden. So why the last-minute change of the landing site? Is there something going on in Cydonia that NASA doesn't want us to see? Well, the answer is yes, lots of things. Monuments are not built in isolation. The pyramids found in Egypt or in Central or South America were not single structures. They were part of sprawling complexes of buildings, town squares, and temples. If an ancient culture living on Mars created a monument of a humanoid head, we'd expect to see other structures close by. And that's exactly what we see. There's a cluster of pyramids near the face that people call the city square, and near those is an object nicknamed the fortress, which appears to be a collapsed pyramid. There's a formation called the D&M Pyramid, named for NASA imaging scientists Vince DiPietro and Greg Molinar. D&M is a massive 5-sided, 1.5 mile tall structure. This is 3 times the size of the largest pyramid in Egypt. But what's really interesting about the D&M Pyramid is that it's symmetrical around 2 different axes. Now, it's easy to dismiss these findings that it's nothing more than a coincidence that all these weird-looking structures and pyramids are within a few miles of the face. But then a professional satellite imaging specialist named Errol Torin started looking into it. He worked for the Defense Mapping Agency, and his job was literally to analyze satellite images and decide which objects were natural and which were artificial. He said that all the objects, including the face, were not of natural origin. But the D&M Pyramid really blew his mind.
The geomorphic natural hypothesis is thus left with no mechanism that can explain the formation of the D&M Pyramid. This object's 5-sided shape and bilateral symmetry is unlike any landform seen to date in this solar system.
Torin called this pyramid the Rosetta Stone of Mars. He found all kinds of mathematical relationships between objects in the area. And as more photos came back from Mars, we found more strange objects. A lot more. Over the past 50 years, thousands of images have come back from Mars. And if you look through those images, you'll find all sorts of things that look out of place. This is an extremely tall, almost perfectly rectangular monolith.
Whoa!
Here's another monolith. This one stands over 10 miles high. If this were on Earth, it would extend up through the clouds. The top is so high that even the largest airliners would fly below it. This object has been nicknamed the shipwreck because it looks like the remains of a boat. Is it an ancient craft? Or maybe the foundation of a structure? In May 2022, Curiosity rover found a doorway carved in the rock face. I wonder where it goes. Here are giant tracks on the surface. Giant. What kind of machine could make this? Now, this object doesn't look like a natural rock formation. This one is called the Martian Totem Pole. You can make the argument that erosion created most of the odd features on Mars, but this one is very strange. I don't see how erosion could do this. Curiosity took this picture in 2015. It looks like something is hanging onto the cliffs. Here's a dome or the top of a sphere. These structures were famously called glass worms by Arthur C. Clarke. Here's an object that's definitely not a rock formation. A series of still images shows an orb of light moving around the Martian landscape.
What the?
Skeptics say this is a dead pixel, but dead pixels don't move around the frame. Besides, whatever this is, it's larger than just a pixel. Here's one that blows my mind. This looks like the imprint of a valve or a gear. This was taken with the Opportunity's microscopic imager. Could this be the imprint left by the piece of an ancient machine? How could this mark be formed naturally? How about this? This was taken by the Mars Global Surveyor in the year 2000.
Whoa!
This saucer-shaped formation or structure really stands out from the surrounding landscape. And these are just a few of the anomalies found on Mars. There are many, many more. A few years after the release of the infamous face photo, DiPietro and Molinar decided to look for the original so they could analyze it themselves. Now, at first, they had trouble locating it. Turns out it was misfiled. Eventually, they found 35A72 labeled head in the Viking image files. And after reviewing the photo, DiPietro and Molinar felt that, despite what NASA claimed, there was more to the face than a trick of light and shadow. So they looked for the second image, the one that NASA said proves the face is just an illusion.
Oh, did they find it?
Well, it was misfiled, but they did find a second photo of the face. And this one has even more detail. Vince DiPietro and Greg Molinar felt that there was more to the face on Mars than an optical illusion. To prove or disprove the theory, they would need more photos. Even though there were other pictures taken of the face, they were surprised to find that they seemed to have disappeared.
Oh, they were surprised that NASA lost the pictures, huh? They must be new at this. Tell me again, what happened to NASA's recordings of the moon landing?
Oh yeah, they lost those too.
NASA sure does hire a lot of butterfingers.
That does seem to be the case.
You know, it's a good thing the moon landing was fake. Otherwise, that would have been really embarrassing.
They also couldn't find the quote-unquote disconfirming photographs that Gerald Soffin mentioned 5 years earlier. But even though it was filed in the wrong place, they did find a second photo of the face on Mars. And this second image showed more detail and less shadow on the left side of the face. There appeared to be 2 eye sockets, a nose, and even a mouth. But the weirdest thing was that the structure had 2 parallel and even-length sides, both hundreds of yards long and perfectly straight. And the top and bottom edges were both curved and had the same radius. It looked like a symmetrical framed platform for the face itself. According to geologists and imaging experts, the face's base, if that's what it is different than anything you'd likely see in nature. DiPietro did more analysis and found evidence of a pupil in the left eye socket. NASA scoffed at the new findings, so the 2 researchers sought some outside help. And this is where science journalist Richard Hoagland stepped into the picture. He organized an independent research group and began studying the images in greater detail. Computer imaging specialist Dr. Mark Carlotto was brought onto the team. His new image enhancement techniques showed what looked like teeth in the mouth and an odd stripe pattern on the frame areas. Excited by what they found, Hoagland arranged for a briefing on the results with Carl Sagan at NASA.
Carl Sagan, the millions and billions guy with the turtleneck sweaters?
Yep, that's him.
Have trillions, billions, billion, trillions, billion, 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 billions, billion, million, billion, billion, trillion, billions, million, million, millions, billion, 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 billions, million, billions, billion, millions, million, million, millions.
At the meeting, Carl Sagan acted impressed, but he attacked the face on Mars theory in the newspapers. Hoagland pressed NASA for more photos, but NASA said it was unnecessary. Mystery solved. But NASA didn't realize that Richard Hoagland had a platform. A big platform.
Oh, I know that song!
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in whatever time zone, wherever you are in the world. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. Lots to do tonight.
Art Bell, host of Coast to Coast AM, reached millions of people, and Richard Hoagland was on the show all the time. With access to Art Bell's audience, Hoagland was able to generate letter writing and call-in campaigns to force NASA to take new pictures of the face and pyramids at Cydonia. Now, NASA didn't agree immediately, but the pressure was starting to mount, because in just a few more months, NASA was going back to Mars. In 1993, NASA launched the Mars Observer, the first mission to Mars since the Viking days.
And liftoff of the Titan III rocket with the Mars Observer and America's return to the Red Planet.
And NASA wasn't even going to include a camera, but an uproar from the public forced NASA to include one. There was a lot of excitement about the Mars Observer because the new camera was good enough to finally end the debate about the face and the pyramids in Cydonia. At least, that was the hope. The reality was somewhat different. Even after the launch, NASA maintained that they had no interest in photographing the face or Cydonia. The debate went back and forth until about 3 days before Mars Observer was inserted into Mars orbit.
The probe insertion.
Don't be an infant. That Sunday morning, before the maneuver
The maneuver to insert the probe.
Stop it. The Sunday before the Observer was placed into orbit, NASA sent out the Mars Observer lead project scientist, Dr. Bevan French, to debate Hoagland on Good Morning America. Now, to put it gently, it did not go well for Dr. French or NASA.
We now have a set of data so extraordinary that it demands, in the venue of any decent science, simply testing the hypothesis. The problem is that there are some folks in NASA in charge of the next mission going back, specifically that camera I referred to, who seem less than overwhelmingly inclined to perform the simple test. They will not guarantee, strange as it may seem, that taking new pictures is on the Mars Observer agenda.
By the end of the debate, even the host was asking NASA, why don't you just take the pictures and prove these guys wrong? Dr. French didn't have a good answer for that. But what happened next was even more suspicious. Less than 5 minutes after the debate aired, NASA made an announcement. The Mars Observer probe had disappeared. They'd lost all contact with it.
Wait, what?
So it didn't matter who won the debate. There would be no pictures of Mars.
They lost this thing too?
Yep.
NASA might want to invest in some air tags or something to help them keep track of all this stuff.
Good idea.
You know, at the end of the day at NASA, I picture 400 scientists just wandering around a parking lot there, you know, looking for where they left their cars.
And here's an interesting side note. Hoagland and others claim they were getting leaked information from NASA insiders. According to the leakers, the Mars Observer was still out there and running just fine. In fact, it was taking pictures of the face and all kinds of other weird objects on Mars. But even if NASA had those pictures, they couldn't show them publicly, especially if they showed the face was an artificial construction. NASA continued to claim that the face was nothing more than a pile of rocks. But since they couldn't take a photo to prove it, they did the next best thing. They created one. 5 years after the Mars Observer fiasco, NASA launched a new probe called Mars Global Surveyor.
3, 2, 1. We have ignition. And we have liftoff. This is Mars Global Surveyor as America begins its journey back to the red planet.
And even though there were newer, better cameras available, NASA insisted on using the old ones. And once again, NASA didn't want to take pictures of Cydonia or the face. But after public pressure, they finally agreed to take a few pictures. Then NASA finally made a big announcement. On April 5th, 1998, NASA finally released a highly detailed picture of the face on Mars.
What the is this?
What was released was a grainy, noise-filled image of the face in bad lighting, bad weather, and with multiple filters applied. That night on the Art Bell program, Hoagland and his team were upset. Bell said that from his perspective, the image looked like something my kitty would scratch up in her cat box. And from that moment forward, it would be forever known as the cat box image. But it looked like this image was deliberately manipulated by NASA. Lan Fleming, a NASA contractor, went back to the source data and tried to reproduce the cat box image. At first, he couldn't, but eventually, after applying 14 different Photoshop filters, he was able to do it. And he realized this could not be done by accident.
JPL removed most of the tonal variation in the original image that gives the observer the visual cues to the real three-dimensional shape of the object. They added false visual cues to give the object its rough, jumbled appearance, inadvertently falsifying the appearance of the surrounding terrain as well. The cat box is not a poor enhancement, as it is often called. It is a crude but very effective fraud perpetrated by employees or contractors to the United States government. Even if the face is proven to be completely natural, this is inexcusable misconduct and a gross abuse of power. If the face ultimately is proven to be artificial, the cat box will certainly come to be regarded as the greatest, most malicious, and most destructive scientific hoax of all time.
Ever since the first color images came back from Mars, they've always been suspicious. The colors were dominated by this weird orange haze. NASA said this is because of all the carbon dioxide and red dust in the atmosphere. Well, a carbon dioxide atmosphere would still be blue. Not a deep blue like on Earth, but a grayish blue. But the images from Mars show the sky as this weird reddish green color. So what's going on? These photos make the surface of Mars look like a weird alien world, but it's not an accurate representation of color. Nothing is so uniformly one color like this. For some reason, before releasing images of Mars, they ran the images through an orange filter. Now, in the 1990s, nobody would really question this, but modern digital photography software like Photoshop can tell if a single color is applied to an image uniformly. This is a simple calculation for software. It's how white balancing is achieved in photography and video. It's such an easy calculation that current versions of Photoshop give you a one-click way to solve for false color. The function is called, well, autocolor. So look at this early, very blurry image of Mars. That looks like Mars. Well, the version of Mars that's been fed to us for years. But remember, Photoshop can correct for false color. If we autocolor this...
Whoa!
Right. Now that's a very different image. Let's do a few more.
Whoa! Whoa!
NASA eventually learned that their orange filter technique was easily spotted, so recent pictures of Mars no longer have the weird orange tint. Now even NASA's pictures show a blue-gray sky and a lot of different colors in the landscape. But why would NASA not want us to know that Mars has blue skies? Some say it's to discourage people from wanting to visit Mars. The more alien it looks, the better. So, Mars had oceans and a thick atmosphere and could have supported life. If intelligent life did evolve on Mars, and the face and other artifacts are not piles of rocks, but are actually ruins of a long-lost society, we have to ask, what happened to that ancient civilization? Well, the answer to that question could be the reason that the governments of the world have lied to us about Mars for so many years. Because there is evidence, scientific evidence, that millions of years ago, the planet Mars was devastated by a massive global nuclear war. Curiosity rover arrived on Mars in August 2012 and started analyzing samples from the surface. NASA scientists were expecting to find soil containing heavily oxidized iron, which they did. But what nobody expected to find was evidence of a massive nuclear war. Chemical analysis revealed that the top layer of Martian soil contains a large amount of xenon-129. There's only one known process that creates this particular isotope of xenon, the detonation of nuclear weapons. Now, over the course of 70 years, over 1,000 nuclear tests have been conducted on Earth. And every time a nuclear bomb is detonated, the explosion leaves behind small traces of xenon-129. The amount of xenon-129 in Martian soil is 2.5 times higher than Earth. Dr. John Brandenburg is a former NASA physicist and a well-known Mars researcher. He was the scientist who accompanied Richard Hoagland to NASA to present their findings about the face in Cydonia. Dr. Brandenburg believes that a humanoid civilization lived on Mars and died on Mars.
I have shown this to several nuclear weapons experts, and they have affirmed that this is nuclear weapon signature. There is no other process that can create such a xenon spectrum.
For so much xenon to be deposited on the surface, the nuclear weapon would have to be the size of the Empire State Building, with an energy equivalent to 1,000 megatons. For comparison, the bomb dropped on Hiroshima was 20 kilotons. So we're talking an explosion 50,000 times more powerful. And Dr. Brandenburg found 2 hotspots on Mars where radiation levels are higher than anywhere else. And right in between those hotspots is Cydonia, the location of the face, the pyramid, and the other structures. Dating the isotopes places the explosions somewhere between 150 and 300 million years ago. Mars was, at one time, a blue planet like Earth, covered in oceans and a thick atmosphere. But nobody knows for sure how Mars lost its atmosphere. A nuclear explosion of this size would answer that question. Now, this is a frightening theory, but it gets even more disturbing. If an intelligent race created the face and other structures on Mars, they wouldn't have been that technologically advanced. They were maybe an Iron Age civilization. Those people would not have the technology to create such a devastating nuclear weapon. This means the weapons were detonated by someone else.
Don't say aliens. Don't say aliens.
Aliens.
Oh no.
At the time of this event on Mars, the most advanced creatures on Earth were reptiles. Dinosaurs hadn't even evolved yet. Maybe whoever destroyed Mars ignored us. Reptiles wouldn't pose much of a threat to them. But what if they return? Another theory is that intelligent life on Mars did reach an advanced level of technology, advanced enough to destroy themselves in a nuclear apocalypse. But before that catastrophic event, a small group of these humanoids escaped off-world. So who were those Martians that managed to escape annihilation? Well, they're us. For a show like this, the exploration of Mars is a gift that started giving in the 1960s and just keeps on giving. We've got ancient civilizations, government cover-ups, alien invasions, a nuclear apocalypse, and more conspiracies than I can count. But how much of all this is true? Well, I can't really debunk most of this episode because, well, Mars is another planet. It's not like we can go see for ourselves, at least not yet. The flow of information comes from a single source, the United States government.
Well, assume everything they say is a lie.
Well, that's a pessimistic point of view.
What can I tell you? I've been hurt before.
But let me give you some perspective. First, every single object on Mars that looks artificial could be attributed to pareidolia. That's a word you'll hear a lot from NASA. Pareidolia is the human tendency to find meaning in random stimuli, like the imperfections of a piece of wood that look like a polar bear, or a stadium that looks like a UFO.
Or a cloud shaped like a crab cat.
Right.
Feed the crab cat.
Seeing animals is common, but the most common thing we see? Faces.
Feces?
Faces.
What'd I say?
In fact, if you look at the wiki page for pareidolia, the picture of the face on Mars is the main example.
Propaganda.
What do you mean? Wikipedia isn't biased.
You're adorable.
But is the face on Mars an optical illusion, or is there something there? Well, plenty of scientists, NASA scientists, thought there was something there, though we don't hear much from them anymore. Most scientists think it's just an illusion. When NASA released their detailed picture of the face, which showed it as a pile of rocks, they thought they put the conspiracy to bed. The problem is, NASA does alter images. In fact, they alter every image they release to the public.
And now Chris Martinez is introducing us to two of the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
NASA says this is to make the images easier to understand or to make them more visually appealing.
Even NASA uses filters on her Insta.
They do. Now, I don't like that NASA has artists on staff to Photoshop images, but I understand that some photos have to be adjusted to make them more digestible to the public. But there are some really weird NASA Photoshops. Here's the famous photo of the Earth taken from Apollo 17. And here's a 3D model of the Earth released by Google and the US Navy. The model is supposed to be mathematically perfect, but the land masses don't line up, like not even close. Here are examples of NASA copy-pasting clouds on a picture of the Earth. The copy-paste technique has been used on Mars images too. These are from the Curiosity rover. Now, maybe there are good reasons for faking these images, though I can't think of any. But if you fake one image, we can't trust any of them. So when you see this picture of Mars, people say this looks exactly like Devon Island, the uninhabited island in Canada where NASA trains crew members and tests its rovers.
NASA Public Relations, this is Jerry.
Hey, Jerry, I wanted to talk to you about this picture from Curiosity.
Uh-huh.
This looks like Devon Island, but with an orange filter on.
No, that's Mars.
Yeah, but
it's the red planet.
Yeah, no, I know it's called the Red Planet, but I'm pretty sure this picture of Devon Island got slipped in accidentally.
No, that's not Devon Island. That's Mars.
Okay, then why is this animal hiding behind the rocks?
That's not an animal. That's just a rock.
Okay, but that sure does look like an Arctic lemming.
What the hell is an Arctic lemming?
Well, an Arctic lemming is a type of small rodent that hides in the rocks all over Devon Island. Hello?
You know what? F*** you and your stupid YouTube channel. You could take your Arctic lemming and shove it straight up your ass.
So how much you trust NASA is up to you, but I wouldn't trust them 100%. But some people go to the extreme with the Mars images.
Now, below this eagle is a whole city of bird and deer formations in the Cydonia area.
There's that parrot look again.
There's the parrot again. Now, if you're looking at this area directly below the crater that has the eagle in it,
they see parrots and dolphins and all sorts of things in the pictures. Now, I don't see these things unless they're specifically pointed out to me. I think most of those images are a stretch, but I don't need anyone to hold my hand with the picture of the face. That one I can clearly see. As for Richard Hoagland, you've heard me talk about him a lot, especially on the After Files live stream. He was always one of my favorite guests on Art Bell. Very well-spoken guy, very entertaining. But he has plenty of detractors. He's been a favorite target of sites like Bad Astronomy and Skeptical Inquirer. He's been accused of exaggerating his credentials and his experience. But let me come to Richard's defense a little bit. All scientists do that. Richard Hoagland might be wrong about some things, and I think he's probably wrong about most things. But he's provided a valuable service, and it's something I don't think he gets enough credit for. He got millions of regular folks interested in the space program, and because of that, he was able to sway NASA into taking pictures of Mars that we might not have ever seen. And he's shown us that we have to keep an eye on NASA. We need people like Richard Hoagland out there. We need watchdogs, specifically watchdogs with access and with the ability to influence policy. Now, as for Dr. John Brandenburg and his nuclear war on Mars theory, Dr. Brandenburg is well respected and well credentialed. His earliest papers on the Mars theory was that a nuclear event happened naturally on the planet. There's a uranium mine in Gabon, Africa, which shows evidence of nuclear fission occurring naturally. So it's not a stretch to think this could happen on Mars. But after a while, Dr. Brandenburg claimed that what happened on Mars did not happen naturally, that the only way we see isotopes of xenon-129 is from the discharge of a nuclear weapon. Now, I've read both sides of this argument, and I'm not sure who's right. But Dr. Brandenburg's Mars nuclear war theory was rejected for peer review. But that's mainstream scientists, though. They're not always correct, but they always have an agenda. Right or wrong, it's an interesting theory that deserves attention and study, not ridicule. But you can't talk about Mars without being ridiculed. Yes, most everything we see in photographs from Mars can be explained. But there are a couple of things that can't. We've sent mission after mission to Mars, and I can't for the life of me understand why we haven't sent a rover through Cydonia and right up to the object that's supposed to be a face. NASA says there's nothing there, so it would be a waste of resources. But with all due respect to NASA, their resources come from we the people. And we the people want to know what the face on Mars really is. Now, until we have close-up photographs of Cydonia, close-up photographs that we can trust are undoctored, the story about the face on Mars is not going away.
And not as long as it generates clicks, huh?
True. And look, I completely agree that the chances of the face being an artificial structure are almost zero. But almost zero isn't zero. If there's even the slightest chance that the face and the pyramids were created by a civilization on Mars, we deserve to know. But more importantly, the people who built those monuments, they deserve to be remembered. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. You know Hecklefish.
How's it hanging?
This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor, like, comment, subscribe, share. That stuff really helps the channel. And like most topics we cover here today. Where are you at? Lee Asbury, happy birthday. Happy birthday, my friend. Glad you could make it today. Mel's Hole had a shot, but the Grand Canyon won. Poor Mel's Hole. Let me get that queued up for you. Thanks, John Cole. And nice to see the chat saying happy birthday to Lee. See, that's what this community is about. The Scoops82 says this is a haunted planet and we are a haunted species. I don't know why that scares me, but that scares me. Tara for 10. Hey, AJ, I wanted to tell you I finally caved and bought a Y-Files hoodie. Now I'm sporting your merch when I fly back home in November. Love the show as always. Keep doing what you're doing. Well, thanks, Tara. Or Tara, for supporting. If you wear that hoodie to the airport, you're going to make some new friends. Lisa, we were so close to get inside Mel's Hole. But alas, it was not meant to be. Robert, Mel's Hole did not win. Mel's Hole made a run for it. Mike Warren, Mel's Hole next. I've put it up in every poll. It doesn't win. Marlboro, Mel's Hole getting no love at all. Legit Corp, you need any help from a broadcast engineer for the studio. If you're Vegas local, maybe. But unlike the last studios that I set up, I've tried to make it as automatic as I can. One button push. But it's always nice to have good people around who know what they're doing. Peter Lind, great videos. Keep them coming. Thanks for supporting, Peter. And thanks to everyone who's super chatting today. It really helps. There's Douglas Thompson with a $4 super sticker. That's a great avatar. Just butt hanging out of the mouth. Merkin's seen Mel's Hole 3 times. Yeah, me too. Zeb says we need a Y-Files The Moon is Weird shirt. SMK make it so. I think SMK is here. Wow, Bramlett just dropping strong plugs. How many plug? That was a lot of plugs in a row. Now he's deleting them. I just saw the chat went plugs. So many plugs. Sean tries Zins for nicotine. I have them over there. I've got some 6 mils over there. Joel, QAnon donation for the Y-Files. Google $100,000. Urine, please do Hi Brazil. I covered it a little bit just a couple of days ago. I don't know if I can make a full episode out of it unless we covered a lot of Phantom Islands. We could throw Atlantis in there, and it would certainly get clicks. But it kind of feels like a cheap click grab. What's going on in the super chats? Indy's Tiger. Those 3-letter agencies can't track you. That's why NASA is a 4-letter agency. That extra letter lets you be tracked. Yeah, you gotta assume that someone's watching what we are doing here. Peace Logic, thank you for the $9. This Huey 290 for 20. Maybe to do some research. A show about Aberdeen Proving Grounds in Edgewood, Maryland, was stationed there with PRP clearance. Wild stuff goes on there. That could be a good episode. More Than Floors. I've covered Mandela effects, slightly in a few different episodes. I haven't done a full one on it because there's so many Mandela effect videos. And I mean, how many times do we have to, do the Berenstain Bears? But I have covered it. I think just a couple of weeks ago, I did a chapter on it. And then in the simulation theory video, I did a chapter on Mandela's. They're fun. Brian G, haven't seen a video on pharmaceuticals yet, and you will not see one. No, not on this channel. We got to make a living here. The Cuban Casanova, time travel, is it possible? Well, time travel to the future is possible. That's been proven. To the past, it's a little tricky. Some physicists say yes. Most say no. Nikolai Kozyrev said yes, because he said there is no past or present or future. He said it's all just time. So maybe Cuban Casanova built that Kozyrev mirror and we can find out firsthand. That'd be fun. Nicholas Lewis says, maybe you could pick a random state and take one of its strangest tales and tear it apart. Hecklefish for life. It's a good idea, Nicholas. When the Ware Files launches, which I know it's not going to be a while, but I'm going to go out into the world and go to those weird places and tell the stories there in person. Yahtzee, Rachel. If you were us, what would you want to see? That's not fair. I did that last time. I did the time travel playlist because I wanted to see those. Today's is a your choice. That's why I put the polls up there. So, I don't have a problem with what you're picking. Spencer's 6-year-old daughter is watching now. She loves you and Hecklefish. Say hi to her, please. Her name is Lilia. Hi, Lilia. Thanks for watching. Lilia is going to need one of these, I think. She's going to want one of those. Thanks, Greg. Fan of the channel. Small Town Girl loves the idea. Ifalioni do the Alaskan Triangle. That's a good idea. The Black Pyramid of Alaska has been on my mind. Patrick, do all the ways the world could end. I feel like I've done that a lot. That will get clicks. The Wrath's Blade Heckle plush was the best idea ever. Yeah, it came out pretty good. Crispy Priest, haha, AJ upselling. I feel like I haven't been like plugging too much on this. I mean, I don't need to plug. We Bramlett's here, drop it every plug that you can think of. But I appreciate the super chats. I haven't hit the merch or the store once. I think that's fine. You guys know where to get the stuff. I plugged Patreon a little bit, but it came up. Dave says I look like RDGA. I'm at least 2 inches taller than that guy. That half pint. Hecklefish fleshlight. That's terrible. That's terrible. Come on. Lily is watching. We can't do that stuff. So I'm sorry, Spencer. Let me apologize for this group. Molly and Tomato, what flavor gum? I got Fruit Shield going today. That's the one that I chew. Jen can't stand it. She's a white ice girl. Desolate One, let's put Mel's Hole over in the next poll, everyone. Scott says, AJ, your bio says you write software for government agencies. Can you elaborate? The lizard people want to know. I don't any longer. But for quite a number of years, Gino and I, with another partner, had a company where we created software for government agencies, specifically for Congress, like the House of Reps was what we did most of our work for. But I wrote stuff for state houses and cities and boroughs and counties all over the country. It was mostly constituent management software. So like if you would email or reach out to your rep and complain about something or have a concern about an issue, I wrote software that would capture that and sort it and do stuff with it and allow the reps to communicate back with you. That's the elaboration. It's not all that interesting. But what it was interesting is, we would build servers also, and that's how Gino would smuggle. He'd smuggle weed into Congress, because anyone can go into the congressional offices, right? And if you're a contractor like we were, you can get gear in, but all the gear has to go through the metal detector, and they wand you and all that. But our servers were steel, big Dell servers. So Gino would stash his weed in there, rolling papers or whatever inside the steel Dell servers. Those would go through the machine. And then late at night, he's just, smoking out all the staffers. Shout out to John McCain's staff. Fun people. Look, if you guys follow the show and know Gino, that's not surprising. DS Gino is a legend. Totally sounds like him, right? His stashes. There was one time, Fawn Miller coaching, laughing. There was one time where Gino and I were at JFK Airport, just hanging out, in between flights or something. I forget. It was a long time ago. And we're just hanging out, and he's like, "You want to smoke?" And I said, "What are you talking about? You can't get weed into the airport." He's like, "I got it." And we go out to like one of the gates exits, and he's like, "Follow me." And I'm just walking along with him. We go like, I don't know, 20, 30 yards away from the entrance, and he goes to the wall of the airport. He pulls out a brick, and he's got like joints stashed in there. I'm like, what do you do? He's like, "Oh, I guys refill this every 6 months. This is my stash. This is my JFK stash." He probably has joints in every major airport, I would think. A Lost World of JJ. Yeah, that's, party favors. Small town, I can only imagine the size of Gino's stash. And those were, that was, his JFK stash was before Speedweed. During Speedweed, Gino's stash was pounds and pounds. I don't miss those days. Chaina, how do I get an Illuminati t-shirt? I think those are Patreon only. Central Toast, don't snitch on Gino. First of all, Central Toast, I think it's, I didn't say he was moving weight through the airport. And if he was, I'm not going to say that. He had a joint. So, the JFK thing might be, it's before Speedweed, so it could be 15 years ago. F in the chat, shouldn't AJ be piping down about stuff? I don't really pipe down on the live streams. Does he have a stash in Mel's Hole? JRC, wasn't there a 6-year-old watching? Oh yeah, Lilia's watching. Sorry about that. Todd says, I can show you who the real life Adam Eve people were and who the Bible authors were. All right, you can email that over, Todd. I read all my emails. Josh Payne, yeah, Speedweed is done. Don't miss it at all. It's very stressful. It was fun for a minute, but it was too stressful. Thanks, Proxima. Good to see you. Small town girl, statute of limitations is up. We're good. We're golden. Chino smoke a doobie in Nancy's office. No, and you notice I haven't mentioned our clients. So I shout out John McCain, but he wasn't one of our clients. I'm not mentioning our clients. I would. That's stuff for in the Discord chat for Patreon members. If you guys want to know what clients that we had, I'll tell you. Some of them are still there. We did work on, in 2008, we did technology for a campaign for this celebrity that said he wanted to be president, but he just wanted to drum up some news for Sweeps Week. It was 2008. We were the technology partner for Donald Trump when he was doing The Apprentice. Uncle Traveling Maddie for 10 Canadian. What are the percent chances that the Nazis made it to the moon? 0. Hit in Antarctica and took over America from the back door. 0. Some interesting names involved with Nikola Tesla. Yeah, that's all 0, Traveling Maddie, but those are fun stories. Nazis didn't make it to the moon, but Antarctica, there could be something to that. Because they definitely went there. They definitely went to Antarctica. That was New Schwabenland. It was they might have actually been first down there. So they were definitely there. Specifically what they did down there, I don't know. Orange Man, rad. Lone Wolf, yeah. Yeah, so when we got I'm not endorsing Trump. I'm just saying that it's interesting, I think, that we worked on his campaign. He wasn't a Republican then. We were working for the Independence Party because one of our partners for the software business, her husband is the president of the Independence Party. Frank still may be. So she's like, we're building this website for Donald Trump. I was like, why? She's like, why are we? Because he wants to be president. I said, really? And it was like, no, it's just, it'd be interesting because Sweeps Week was like November. Mean Tweets 2024. Yeah, so at the time he wasn't really interested. He just wanted some press, which he got. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said it. I don't want the chat to get too political. Don't get too political. Keep it civil. I'll click Trump is not really a Republican. Yeah, I don't want to get into it too much here, but I'll tell you stories in Discord. But in short, you're correct. Jackie, we're good? Shawn Michelson, good Lord, please stop, y'all. Yeah, we'll go. We got to go back to. We'll go back to this stuff. Doug Navarone, can we do a Gordon Cooper episode? His story's fascinating. He's on my Mount Rushmore of ufology. Yeah, he would be a good story, Doug. He saw because he saw everything and he spoke about it. And Jonathan, confusing political comment. Yeah, no politics, please. You guys vote for who you want. And you're not going to convince anybody. So why do it? It just makes you look awkward. Go ahead and tell me how many people you convinced. How many minds you've changed on the internet. You don't have to, it's rhetorical. You've changed nobody's mind. Tan May Handu for 5 Canadian. Hey, Jay, you look like a snack. What are your thoughts about covering Blair Witch or Wendigo Slender Man? Would love to see your take on it. Those are not on the list. But someone brought up the Wendigo in the production meeting. I just thought maybe Wendigoon probably covered it better than I could. But maybe we could do it. Thanks, Days Doorway. Likes my vibe. Rattling Witch, Mel's Hole for president. Now we're talking. Sam Linville, DB Cooper episode. Probably not. Because there's not too much new stuff on him. But there is that UFC fighter who says he was DB Cooper's neighbor. I don't know. You guys might know his name. I forgot it. Mel's Hole, Timothy. Well, we got to do the Smithsonian cover up Ancient Egyptians and Giants in the Grand Canyon. 4:15 on the clock. Steven says the show's like X-Files on steroids. Love it. That's a compliment. Brandon Scott, not sure if you covered the Black Knight satellite. That might be a good one to cover. Thanks for doing these topics. I always look forward to these videos. Well, I hope you were still here, Brandon, when we played it. Mr. Wilson, leave your politics at the door. We're anti-establishment, anti-government here. Jimmy Hoffa could be in Mel's Hole. Gino's story hour was crazy with Jimmy Hoffa. You remember that one? That was a crazy Gino story hour. Anyway, I'll shut up and let's see what's going on in the Grand Canyon. In 1908, President Teddy Roosevelt wanted to declare the Grand Canyon off limits to all timber and mining operations. It would take another 11 years for Congress to designate the Grand Canyon a national park. Sensing a final opportunity for adventure, explorer G.E. Kincaid took a boat down the Colorado River and through the Grand Canyon. The canyon was rich in minerals like gold, silver, and copper, and Kincaid wanted to see what he could find before the area was closed off for good. About 40 miles upriver from the El Tovar Crystal Canyon, Kincaid saw stains in the sediment formation about 2,000 feet up. He tied off the boat and got out to investigate. Kincaid couldn't find a trail, but after a short hike, he found something interesting covered in desert brush. Steps, hundreds of them, carved in sandstone, steps that wound their way up to a high shelf on the side of the canyon. He followed the steps until he came across a cavern entrance, an entrance that was clearly man-made. Kincaid entered the cavern and turned on his flashlight. On the walls, he saw writing, but it wasn't English or Native American writing. It was ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. Kincaid lifted his flashlight and saw that the tunnel ran far into the distance. He didn't realize it at the time, but this was only the beginning. When G.E. Kincaid tied off his small wooden boat to investigate the strange coloration of the rock wall, he was hoping to find clues that would lead him to a mineral deposit. He wasn't expecting to find hieroglyphics. When Kincaid noticed chisel marks in the walls, he drew his pistol, turned on another light, and slowly walked deeper into the gloom. He kept detailed notes of everything he saw.
The main passageway is about 12 feet wide. Now we're into 9 feet toward the farther end. About 57 feet from the entrance, the first side passages branch off to the right and left, along which on both sides are a number of rooms about the size of ordinary living rooms of today, though some are 30 by 40 feet square. These are entered by oval-shaped doors and are ventilated by round air spaces through the walls into the passages. The walls are about 3 feet 6 inches in thickness. The passages are chiseled or hewn as straight as could be laid out by an engineer. The ceilings of many of the rooms converge to a center. The side passages near the entrance run at a sharp angle from the main hall, but toward the rear they gradually reach a right angle in direction.
G.E. Kincaid now realized he was in a huge complex. He estimated that as many as 50,000 people could have lived here. In some rooms he found granaries with shelves of glazed pottery, many of which still contain seeds. He found cooking areas and a huge dining hall. The rooms were full of ancient artifacts. Kincaid carefully wrapped a few small metal and ceramic objects for later study. Another large room Kincaid described as an area for metalwork, a technology that should not have existed in this area.
Here are found tools of all descriptions made of copper. These people undoubtedly knew the lost art of hardening this metal, which has been sought by chemicals for centuries without result. On a bench running around the workroom was some charcoal and other material probably used in the process. There's also slag and stuff similar to mat, showing that these ancients smelted ores, but so far no trace of where or how this was done has been discovered, nor the origin of the ore.
G.E. Kincaid explored the underground complex for several hours, still having no idea when this place was used, what it was used for, or who the builders were. Then he came across another large room, a crypt. The crypt had shelf upon shelf and row upon row of mummies, dozens of them. At this point, G.E. Kincaid realized that if he was going to explore this entire underground city, he was going to need help. G.E. Kincaid sent a few artifacts to the Smithsonian along with his notes of what he found. He requested financial and logistical support for what he felt was the most significant archaeological discovery ever made. The Smithsonian agreed. A few weeks later, Professor S.A. Jordan arrived with a team of about 40 scientists, researchers, and laborers to excavate and explore the ancient underground city. Now with more lights and manpower, the scientists realized that the cave system layout wasn't random. It was a symmetrical, deliberate design. The tunnels all led to a central chamber. In the chamber was a large statue of what Kincaid thought looked like Buddha.
Like butter.
Buddha.
What I say.
Over 100 feet from the entrance is the cross hall, several hundred feet long, in which are found the idol or image of the people's god sitting cross-legged with a lotus flower or lily in each hand. The cast of this face is oriental, and the carving in this cavern. The idol almost resembles Buddha, though the scientists are not certain as to what religious worship it represents. Taking into consideration everything found thus far, it is possible that this worship most resembles the ancient people of Tibet.
No, I didn't think we were allowed to say Oriental. Are we bringing that back?
We're not. This was written over 100 years ago. So.
Oh, right, when we had freedom of speech.
No, Oriental in this context just means Eastern.
Ah.
Because of this discovery, Kincaid's team started calling the complex the Citadel. The crypt was one of the bigger rooms discovered. Now, with enough light, Kincaid was able to fully describe what he saw.
The walls slant back at an angle of about 35 degrees. On these are tiers of mummies, each one occupying a separate hewn shelf. At the head of each is a small bench, on which is found copper cups and pieces of broken swords. Some of the mummies are covered with clay, and all are wrapped in a bark fabric. The urns or cups on the lower tiers are crude, while as the higher shelves are reached, the urns are finer in design, showing a later stage of civilization. It is worthy of note that all the mummies examined so far have proved to be male, no children or females being buried here. This leads to the belief that this exterior section was the warriors' barracks.
Kincaid, Jordan, and the Smithsonian team explored the entire cave complex. They were overwhelmed with evidence that this was not some faraway temple occupied by a few priests. This was a huge city lived in by thousands of men, women, and children for hundreds or possibly thousands of years. The question nobody could answer was, who were they? By the end of the expedition, G.E. Kincaid and Professor Jordan's team had discovered hundreds of rooms, barracks, granaries, metalworking shops, temples, and many, many living quarters. Though most of the rooms were empty, thousands of artifacts were found. They found swords and shields made of copper, bronze, and a gray metal that scientists couldn't identify. They thought it looked like platinum. They found pottery, urns, utensils for cooking, small yellow stones called cat's eyes, and large stone tablets, all engraved with hieroglyphics.
On all the urns or walls over doorways and tablets of stone which were found by the image are the mysterious hieroglyphics, the key to which the Smithsonian Institute hopes yet to discover. The engraving on the tablets probably has something to do with the religion of the people. Similar hieroglyphics have been found in southern Arizona. Among the pictorial writings, only 2 animals are found. One is of prehistoric type.
Even with all the relics and all the writing Kincaid and Jordan found, they were still no closer to determining who built the Citadel in the Grand Canyon. They thought some of the statues looked Tibetan, but they weren't quite right. They thought the writing looked Egyptian. Again, that wasn't quite right. There were experts on site, none of whom could identify the statues or translate any of the text. But there were 2 things that the researchers could agree on. One, the civilization that built the Citadel was very advanced, far more advanced than the native tribes that occupied the area for a few thousand years. This now lost civilization worked bronze many years before the Bronze Age began. They understood division of labor and agriculture when every other society on Earth was presumably still hunting and gathering. These are discoveries that went against everything that was taught in mainstream archaeology and anthropology. A civilization like this shouldn't exist.
Oh, what was the second thing?
What?
Oh, you said the eggheads agreed on 2 things. What was the second thing?
Right. They agreed that the civilization that built the Citadel in the Grand Canyon didn't emerge there locally. This civilization arrived there from the other side of the world. Kincaid and Professor Jordan sent boxes of artifacts and books full of notes and drawings back to the Smithsonian, along with their hypothesis that an ancient civilization existed in the Grand Canyon thousands of years before Native Americans arrived in North America. These people were technologically advanced, educated, skilled, and spiritually complex. And these people originated somehow in Egypt or Asia. Kincaid wanted more resources and a larger team to help them research the Citadel and search the Grand Canyon for more evidence of this lost civilization. Their request was denied, and G.E. Kincaid and Professor S.A. Jordan were never heard from again.
Son of a b-
In northern Arizona is one of the most spectacular natural wonders on Earth, the Grand Canyon. Carved over millions of years by the Colorado River, the Grand Canyon is more than just a pretty landscape and a spot for tourists to take selfies. It's a place of deep spiritual significance for the people who've lived in the area. The Hopi, Navajo, Zuni, Apache, and several other tribes have lived around the Grand Canyon for several thousand years. They still do. Hopi mythology says that from the Grand Canyon, the first people of the world entered. The story says that many thousands of years ago, a reptilian race emerged.
Lizard people!
Yep.
Hey, how many times do lizard people have to come up in these stories before you believe in them?
I guess I'm gonna need a few more.
Lizard people are gonna keep popping up. You'll see.
Thousands of years ago, a reptilian race, lizard people emerged from the Grand Canyon and changed into humans.
Lizard people are shapeshifters.
That would seem to be true. Other Pueblo cultures like the Zuni and the Acoma have similar legends that there were people there before the tribes.
Lizard people legends?
Well, some legends say reptilians were there. Other legends say a race of giants were there.
Ooh.
And there are rumors that skeletons of giants have been discovered all over the western United States, but the evidence has been suppressed.
Suppressed by who?
The Smithsonian.
Of course.
Something I've learned from doing the show is that all myths and legends do carry a little bit of truth. We already have evidence that people landed in North America before Columbus. The Vikings famously explored and settled parts of Newfoundland 500 years before the quote-unquote New World was quote-unquote discovered. And there's growing evidence that ancient Chinese explorers landed in North and South America before the Vikings. But landing on the east or west coast of America is one thing. Getting to the Grand Canyon is a whole other thing. How could people get there? And even if they could, how did they have the technology to excavate millions of tons of rock in order to build an entire underground city? Well, we may have known the answer to that question for 1,000 years. Traveling from Europe and Asia to America thousands of years ago was almost impossible. Almost. Many brave people did it. But traveling to the Grand Canyon is a much more difficult task than landing on a California beach. To get to and build in the Grand Canyon requires technology. The Hopi have a very intriguing legend about the ant people. These are humanoid creatures that are smaller than humans with pale skin and large eyes like an insect.
Aliens.
According to legend, a series of cataclysms hit the earth many thousands of years ago.
Younger Dryas.
The Hopi were on the verge of being destroyed. A sky god emerged from what they called a moving star.
UFO.
The sky god brought the Hopi to the ant people, who escorted them to underground caves for protection. The sky god then got back into his moving star and flew off above the clouds. The Paiute have a legend about the Havmusuvs. They're usually described as being humanoid in shape with golden skin and large eyes.
Aliens.
They lived in a vast underground city and traded with faraway people. They possessed weapons that the Paiute described as silver tubes that shot lightning and can kill a man instantly.
Bases.
And the most interesting part of the Havmusuv legend? They supposedly flew silver canoes in the sky.
UFOs.
These craft made a humming sound and could maneuver like an eagle and move at great speeds. Most ancient cultures have a flood myth. They describe a global disaster that melted the ice caps and caused sea level to rise 400 feet. Entire cities were wiped out, maybe even entire continents.
Atlantis.
Most of these flood myths also talk about how, after the waters receded, a godlike people came down from the sky. These gods gave humans the gift of civilization and taught them things they had forgotten before the Great Flood. Things like writing, astronomy, and agriculture. Could the city in the Grand Canyon be evidence of this time in history? And if it is, why would anyone want to suppress it? All the information in today's episode comes from 2 front-page articles from the Phoenix Gazette published in 1909. In the years since, mainstream researchers have decided that the articles were a hoax, a fantastic story designed to sell newspapers.
19th century clickbait?
Yep.
The media hasn't changed much.
Unfortunately, that's true. But many people believe the story is real, and the Smithsonian is covering it up.
Smithsonian Public Relations, Marion speaking.
Hold on. Hello?
Hello?
I'm here. Sorry, I was on hold a long time.
How can I help you?
They transferred me to Marion.
Yes, this is Marion.
Okay, great. My name is AJ, and I'm with the Y-Files. We're a YouTube channel that covers mysteries.
Did you say you're from YouTube?
The Y-Files is a channel on YouTube, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I wanted to talk to you about an article that was in the Phoenix, Arizona Gazette in 1909, and they sent me to you. I was hoping to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Okay, let me stop you. No Egyptian artifacts of any kind have ever been found in North or South America.
Sounds like you've given that speech before.
Yes, I get this call a couple of times a year. I can tell you that the Smithsonian has never been involved in anything like this in the Grand Canyon or anywhere.
So, G.E. Kincaid?
There's no record of anyone by that name ever working for the Smithsonian. The whole thing is a hoax.
Yeah, that's the prevailing belief, but the Smithsonian has been accused of covering this up, so...
Yeah, I don't have a response to that.
You probably don't want to talk about giants or giant skeletons, huh?
And goodbye.
That's the official story. Kincaid's cave is a hoax, so no reason to try and find it, nothing to see here. Even Kincaid himself wanted to keep people out.
First, I would impress that the cavern is nearly inaccessible. The entrance is 1,486 feet down the sheer canyon wall. It is located on government land, and no visitor will be allowed there under penalty of trespass. The scientists wish to work unmolested, without fear of archaeological discoveries being disturbed by curio or relic hunters. A trip there would be fruitless, and the visitor would be sent on his way.
Whether at the request of the Smithsonian or just to protect his find, it was clear that Kincaid wanted to dissuade people from finding the citadel. But even over 100 years later, that wouldn't stop people from trying. And some of those people, they say they found it. Jerry Wills and his wife Kathy have been studying the Kincaid Cave mystery for years. Their approach was find the original base camp of the explorers, which would lead them to the cave. After years of research and exploring the area where G.E. Kincaid said he found the cave, Jerry and Kathy found a location covered in artifacts from that time. And on the canyon wall just below this area, they believe is the entrance to the underground city. Exploring is difficult though. The entire area where the cave is supposed to be is designated off-limits by the federal government.
I saw that coming.
About 1,000 caves have been discovered in the Grand Canyon, many of them man-made, but only about 30 have been mapped, and many of those have been sealed.
Ooh, I close them off.
Oh, for your safety.
Oh, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I don't buy the safety excuse either. There are plenty of people who'd be willing to take the risk, and they'd be willing to sign a waiver that says the government isn't responsible if something happens. In fact, people have tried this. The government still says no, it's too dangerous.
How nice of the government to look out for us.
Isn't that nice? Then why is it legal to jump out of a plane or ride a roller coaster or drive a car? Some things in life are dangerous, but they're still worth doing. Some other caves in the Grand Canyon have been blocked by steel gates. They say this is to protect the bat population.
Whoa. Did you say bats? We have to protect the bats?
That's what they say.
Well, haven't bats caused enough problems these last few years? Allegedly.
Still, people are willing to risk a fine or imprisonment to find the lost city in the Grand Canyon. But anyone who goes looking should expect a response. When Jerry and Kathy's team tried to explore the area, suddenly an unmarked plane appeared. Clearly, they were being watched. Despite this part of the Grand Canyon being a no-fly zone, and the fact that no aircraft is allowed to fly below the rim, a plane appeared. Jerry Wills is convinced this was a warning. His team was unable to continue their expedition. Exploring the cave from above is almost impossible. But what about exploring it from below, as G.E. Kincaid did? Another group of explorers tried this. As they approached the location, a black helicopter showed up. Not a tourist helicopter, not even a black civilian helicopter, an Apache combat helicopter. When this team explored the area above, looking for the ventilation shafts Kincaid wrote about, and possibly a way down, they found cement blocks in the middle of nowhere. Some of these blocks are platforms near the edge of the rim with hardware and anchors that would be used to assist mountaineers. When asked about this, the authorities say these are reinforcing structures to prevent rock falls. Also in this forbidden zone, rock formations have unusual names. There's Isis Temple, Tower of Set, Horus, the Cheops Pyramid, and Ra. There's also the Manu Temple, the Buddha Temple, the Krishna Temple, and the Shiva Temple, and many more names that refer to ancient Egyptian and Hindu cultures, cultures that specifically have myths about a god helping civilization after the Great Flood. The official word is, the fact that these names exist within the Grand Canyon's no-go zone is a coincidence. But I don't really believe in those. Do you? David Hatcher Childress is a French author who's published 200 books. He often covers ancient mysteries. He believes the United States government is actively suppressing archaeological discoveries. He mentions that while the film Raiders of the Lost Ark is fiction, the final scene showing the warehouse is close to reality. That the Smithsonian, an independent federal agency, is hiding some of the most important discoveries made in the Americas. He says the cover-up began in 1881 with famous geologist John Wesley Powell. Powell appointed Cyrus Thomas the director of the Eastern Mound Division of the Smithsonian Institution's Bureau of Ethnology. When Thomas came to the Smithsonian, he believed there was a race of mound builders that were distinct from and arrived before the American Indians. This school of thought is called diffusionism. which says throughout history, there's been a widespread dispersion of culture and civilization, even across great distances. The Smithsonian took the opposite approach. It promoted isolationism, which says most civilizations are isolated from each other and have little contact, especially when separated by large bodies of water. It was held that the advanced and highly populated civilizations of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys were rare, and that they didn't have contact with other advanced cultures like the Aztecs, the Toltecs, or the Maya. But the Mississippi River runs from Canada all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. To say these cultures were isolated is like saying that people in the Black Sea had no contact with people in the Mediterranean. That's ridiculous. When ancient mounds of the American Midwest are examined, they show the existence of a complex culture, cities larger than those in Europe at the time. They also show burials of extremely tall people, sometimes 7 or 8 feet tall. When the Spiro mounds were excavated in the 1930s, 7 and 8 foot tall skeletons were found, at a time when the average height of a human male was about 5'6". Those skeletons have been lost. In 1892, stone coffins were discovered in Alabama by Frank Burns during a geological survey. The coffins were about 7.5 feet long, hollowed out by fire and metal chisels. The findings were sent to the Smithsonian. In 1984, this report was found by researcher Frederick J. Pohl. He asked the Smithsonian about this. They said, "We have not been able to find the specimens in our collections, though records show that they were received."
Oh, how do you lose giant stone coffins?
That weighed several tons? I don't know.
And never underestimate the incompetence of the federal government.
8 years later, the Smithsonian said they found the coffins, but they were stored in a warehouse that was contaminated by asbestos, so nobody could go in there to see them. During World War II, a crew was building an airship in Alaska. They excavated a mound that had gigantic human remains, skeletons twice or 3 times the size of a normal human. This report has been confirmed by multiple sources. The Smithsonian collected the findings, and that was the last anyone heard about it. There are stories like this from Alaska all the way down to Mexico City. An amazing discovery is made, the Smithsonian steps in, the story disappears. The saying, "skeletons in your closet," means you have secrets you don't want revealed. Secrets that, if discovered, would be embarrassing and possibly dangerous. In the case of the Smithsonian, skeletons in the closet could be taken literally. But the government literally has evidence that an advanced race was in North America long before the native tribes arrived. Evidence they don't want revealed. Mainstream science says this is nonsense. But the Hopi and other Grand Canyon tribes do believe this. The Hopi say that when the first people emerged from the Grand Canyon, they sent a message to the Temple of the Sun asking for a blessing of peace. That messenger hasn't returned. But even today in Hopi villages, at sundown, tribal elders can be seen on rooftops, gazing toward the setting sun, waiting for the messenger to come home. And when he does, the ancient land will be returned to the first people. Now that's an optimistic belief. The United States spent 200 years taking land from the first people. You really think they're going to give it back? Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor and like, subscribe, comment, and share. That stuff really helps. It was a fun episode. What's going on in the chat? Yeah, we're getting into Mel's hole finally. Good morning, AMZ from Australia, Mr. Freeze, Wendy Frank. Maureen Brown liked it. Christine Capo, thank you for the 10. So excited to be part of the Super Chat. Can you please do an episode that covers Project Pegasus? Ooh, that's the government spying on journalists and political dissenters. I guess we can cover that. Probably okay. Remember a couple of years ago that list leaked of who they were spying on? Yikes. Bearded Emperor, what's up? Really enjoyed the recent video. Diving into the unknown is very intriguing and fun to me. By the way, I got to know, do you voice Hecklefish? No, he does his own voice, Emperor. Who does your voice? Geez, AU guy, AU guy. Geez, still glad you said it. Ignore the bots. Hashtag libertarian. Sorry for that. I know you like to stay neutral. I'm pretty hardcore libertarian, AU guy. Pro-choice and everything. Dave Oliphant, thank you for the 10. Hey, AJ, where did you get that cool Kirk versus Gorn poster? Amazon. And it was cheap, I think. I think it was cheap. Casey Gates, am I the only one to post on Wi-Fi's locals? You probably are. And Casey, to be honest, I'm hardly ever on there. I just grabbed it because I wanted to reserve the name. Locals is something that, if there was a way to easily get Patreon stuff over there, I would do it, hooking up APIs or something, but doesn't seem to be a way yet. For now, locals just seems to be, in case of emergency, break glass and we go to locals. JVN, glad to see you still going. Well, Mel's Hole is finally going to happen. We're going to get inside Mel's Hole, and that's going to be our last one for the day. So, 5 hours. 5 hours is a pretty good run. There's Paul for $100.
That's me in the fishbowl. That's me on the YouTube, begging you for money. I need to buy a little more booze, and I don't know if I can do it. Oh no, I need $10. I haven't got enough.
Here's the thing about politics. I guarantee that 95% of us in the chat agree on the issues. The current two-party system divides us, causing us to disagree over the 5% that separates us. It's a system designed for career politicians, not what's best for Americans. Paul said it perfectly. America overwhelmingly supports term limits, yet somehow Congress can't seem to bring it to a vote. Can't seem to get it to the floor. Lisa Lalone loves the show. Says I'm the best. No, you're the best, Lisa. And thank you for supporting. I'm glad you're here. Uh-oh, this is a scary one from MF Damien. Younger Dryas Impact, the sequel, 2024. That's scary. There's Mark Dalton. Thank you for the $50 sticker. Jack Frost, yeah, we're going down Mel's Hole. Mark Lindemood, quickest way for me to stop watching is talk politics and religion. That's the way I was raised, is, pub rules, mixed company rules, to talk politics and religion. I grew up, that was rude. I mean, in the family is one thing, but if you're with friends and stuff, religion and politics, even if you kind of know where people stand, it was just rude. So that's over now. But it's still ingrained in me. So if I'm like with a group of people and inevitably it comes up, even if I sort of agree with what they're saying, my instinct is, you're being kind of rude right now. This is not the place for this. Don't assume you know what we know. Don't assume that we all believe the same thing. It's just rude. So I agree. And this isn't a great place for it. There are plenty of places to find that online. David Dryden, thank you for the $20. And thanks to everyone supporting today. I really appreciate it. Cake in a cup, religion, politics, never at the table. Yep. Agreed. Mark Richard, why the red glasses? They're amber blue light blockers with a little bit of tint, Mark, to keep, because the light in my face is very bright. And there's a magnification so I can read the chat. If you watch like the first couple of after files, it's a lot of this. So it's not a style choice. I honestly would prefer not to wear them. But Jacqueline, is it okay to boil crab cats? Hecklefish would say, yeah, any way you can murder a crab cat is a good way. Cisco, make Mel's Hole great again. Mel's Hole never stopped being great. DCL, sometimes the chat is amazing. It's just DCL says pumpkin spice cake donut, and that's it. That's it. But, that says enough. Jason L should make one of those glasses one of your sponsors. My manager's trying. Ray-Ban has not returned our call yet, but he's trying. No, Michelle, we're not doing the Russell Brand files. There's Paul again for 10. My grandfather turned 89 yesterday. God bless him. He loves Lawrence Welk. And that just came on, so I'm going to watch that with him and be back later. Good night, everyone. See you later or next week or whatever. There's Paul. There he goes. Long time, huge supporter of the channel, Paul. Daryl Spivey, please do Hitler's presumed escape to Argentina. J. Edgar Hoover believed he escaped. Did Hoover believe that? I want to look into that, Daryl. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't do a whole episode on Hitler because YouTube doesn't want me to do that. We'd have to find I'd have to find some mystery, some way to do a whole episode on that. That's friendly for the platform, or we can just cover it on the podcast. There's over 2 million subs. Ray-Ban needs to return the call, right? Right? So the podcast, so you can, I mean, I don't know if you subscribe to podcasts. I'm not 100% sure how that works, but you can. It's already out there. Like if you want to listen to the show on the road, the Wi-Files podcast, it's called Operation Podcast. You can get it on Spotify. Did you hear that? Spotify, Apple, Google, all those. I mean, for some reason, somehow, currently the Wi-Files podcast is number 8 in the country on the documentary chart. I don't know why. And number 48 on Spotify. But we're not even doing anything there yet. So if you want to check that out, I should have a link handy. I'm not prepared. This is not a professional operation. Robert Muir, $100.
Won't you tip me? You know I don't believe you when you say you don't got money. Won't you tip me? You know I can't believe it when you say that I'm not funny. I write too many jokes just to amuse you folks. You better super chat me or I'll just keep singing. Won't you tip me, human? Won't you tip me? Oh, whoa. Won't you tip me, human? Won't you tip me? Whoa.
Hecklefish wants to say, see Mel's Hole, what I'd say. Well, Mel's Hole's coming up. We're going to get inside Mel's Hole in just a minute. Jennifer Andrews, thank you for the 20. A show about Kenny Veach is coming up. I love that story. And, I don't even know if it's going to be interesting enough for people who don't know the story of Kenny Veach in the M Cave. I'm going to try and make it fun for people who don't know the story, but it's an interesting internet mystery. I remember following that one in real time when it was all happening. Super, super crazy. Exquisite Corpse, which those are the best kind. Will you be doing a bit about the HARP program? I covered HARP a couple of months ago. We could probably go back to it, but I covered HARP. Paratrooper, really enjoy the bonus knowledge you give us. Keeps pulling us in. I'm trying to give you stuff that you can't get anywhere else. I just, if I'm working on an episode, especially one that's been covered before, I don't stop researching until I'm pretty confident I could bring something new to the story. Bernita Jenkins, your mods are legend. They are. And can we give a quick shout out to the mods who did a great job today? Victoria, Bramlett, Paul. Couldn't do this without those guys. Zeb saying we're all lucky Jen isn't here to crack the wipe today. Just kidding, we miss you, Jen. She'll be back. She's always looking to crack the wipe. Drew Lane says, could I please get a shout out to the cast of kids who are doing a new musical about the UFO sighting at West Hall High in 1966. We open in a month and are so excited. Love your show. Well, here's your shout out, Drew Lane, and I hope everyone breaks legs. I don't know if you say that down there, but that's what we say here. And what a cool idea for a musical. I mean, I don't know what it could be about. But the West Hall High UFO sighting, I covered it in one chapter a couple of months ago. It's a compelling story. I wish there was more on it to do a whole episode on it. But it's a compelling story. They saw something. I mean, teachers saw it too. I think it might even be more compelling than the Zimbabwe story. John says Black Knight is probably an orbiting genetic laboratory because chemicals mix differently and live bacteria grow faster in a weightless environment. Awesome show. Appreciation everyone involved. Thanks, John. I like the way you think. I don't know if that's true, but I like the way you think. Kevin Estrada, thank you for that super chat. Without Master, LOL, he said wipe. Well, Zeb said it. Michael Cannon, AJ, do you have a penultimate episode hidden away just in case the silencers come for you? I don't. But that would be something to have, at the ready, something handy. But I do not. If they come for me, I'm just gone. Nikki loves seeing us on a Saturday. Hi, Heckle.
Finally, a human who gets it.
Genesis Consciousness and Death is a great idea for an episode. It is. We're going to do near-death experiences for sure. Consciousness I've covered quite a few times, and with death as well. Jenna, if you haven't seen the Gateway Process episode, you should check that one out. I think you would enjoy it because I get into those pretty deeply there. There is Recon.ai for $100. Oh, 50.
I'm so tired, I'm a human. We've been together too long. I should have my own show. The moron says I am wrong. So while he lay there sleeping, I had my laptop in bed. So I logged into Reddit. There was a message that read, do you want to be on YouTube? Do you like to entertain? Come and be my co-host. You only need half a brain. If you like aliens and pyramids, conspiracies get you high, then you're the co-host I'm looking for. Message me and apply.
Do you want to see the CMB equation, dangerous AI solution to life? Ready to push those dominoes if you are ready? Yeah, well, go ahead and email me, Recondite.ai. I'd like the solution to life. I think we all would. I'll do a whole episode on it. I mean, as far as clicks are concerned, you can't lose with that. In the thumbnail, right? Solution to life. Click here. M. Keegan Bailey for 50 recently listened to a podcast that talked about the Great Library of Alexandria and how it may not have existed, at least not in the way most think. Was not so great, but just a normal library. I'd rather hear your deep dive on it. That is something I'd like to cover because I've heard the same rumors about the library. But, so yeah. I'm actually going to write that down now so I don't forget. Perfect. Newell Cobb, have you done human-chimp hybrid in Soviet Union? I never heard of such a thing. David W. LOL, that wasn't Jimmy Buffett. That wasn't Jimmy Buffett. Paul says the episode Dark Knight Satellite, Chef's Kiss. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Andrew David, for the 20. Thanks to everyone supporting today. I really appreciate it. Could not do this without you guys. Couldn't do it without you, Carl Martin, with your generous donation. Thank you for that. I think we are ready to get inside Mel's hole, or what? Let me get it set up for you.
Running through a
Uh-oh, we'll see. I'm not liking the way it looks. Mel's hole could be a problem. The Heathers love more Moon episodes just saying it's hollow. It might be hollow. The moon is weird. Al Parody, is a true crime channel still in the works? Yes. By the way, I'm a Christian who believes in simulation theory. Perfect. Perfect. I think it works. Blaze Cast, can you and Heckle say happy birthday, little Natalie? Hi, little Natalie. Happy birthday. Make episodes as long as possible. We love you all. Thanks, Blaze Cast. Happy birthday to Natalie. I'm not liking the way the Mel's Hole video looks here, but we got to get inside Mel's Hole.
On Melwater's property in the Monastash Ridge west of Ellensburg, Washington, there's a hole in the ground that looks like a well, but it's not a well.
Like the owners of the property before him, Mel used the hole as a trash dump. His neighbors used it too. Garbage, broken appliances, old tires, everything went into the hole. After a while, Mel started to wonder, why doesn't it fill up? And then he started to notice other strange things about the hole. His dogs wouldn't go near it. It caused his radio to pick up strange signals, and it didn't seem to have a bottom. Mel's curiosity became an obsession. Well, let's see if we can get to the bottom of Mel's hole. Mel's hole is a round pit 9 feet 9 inches in diameter. There's a stone retaining wall built around it that goes down about 15 feet. After that, the hole extends down into darkness. Well, not only did Mel Waters and his wife dump everything in the hole, but so did his neighbors. And this has been going on for a long time, for years before Mel even moved in. Mel's neighbors said they couldn't remember a time when the hole wasn't there. So why can't you hear objects hitting the bottom? Why can't you hear your own echo? Mel set out to determine exactly how far down this hole goes. An avid fisherman, Mel had spools of fishing line on hand, so he attached a 1-pound weight to the line and sent it down the hole. It went 4,500 feet, the full length of the reel, and didn't hit bottom. He reeled the line up, attached a roll of lifesavers, and sent it all the way down again. Mel wanted to see if there was water at the bottom, and if there was, the lifesavers would come up dissolved, but they came up dry. And Mel had more spools of fishing line, each one 5,000 feet. He attached another spool, now down almost 10,000 feet, and still no bottom. Spool after spool of fishing line went down the hole. He could not reach the bottom. By the time Mel ran out of line, he was 80,000 feet down, over 15 miles, and still no bottom. While experimenting, Mel noticed that his dogs wouldn't come anywhere near the hole. Even when forced, the dogs would dig their feet in. There were no animals of any kind near the hole. No wildlife, no insects. Birds even flew around it. And since the hole was known to his neighbors, Mel asked around if anyone noticed their dogs feeling uneasy by the hole. And they all said yes. Then one of his neighbors said, "Speaking of dogs, not too long ago his dog died, so he threw its body into the hole." A few days later, that dog came back. After Mel's neighbor threw his dead dog into the hole...
Why? Just why?
I don't know.
You can't bury it.
I really don't know.
Sometimes humans are very disappointing.
They certainly can be. Anyway, a couple of days after disposing of his dog's body down the hole, he saw it running through a wooded area near the property. Now, he knew it was his dog because it was wearing the same collar, but for some reason, the dog didn't come when he called. And the dog acted like he didn't know his owner at all.
Ooh, maybe it's a version of his dog from another dimension.
Well, that's definitely a theory. And as the weird stories piled up and the fishing line kept going down, Mel was at a loss. He was
out of his depth.
Right. Mel needed help figuring out exactly what this hole was. And in 1997, there's only one place to discuss the strange and mysterious and be taken seriously. Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning, wherever you may be across this great land of ours.
Coast to Coast was on hundreds of stations around the world and had 10 million listeners. If anyone could help Mel, it was Art Bell and his audience. Mel sent Art a message on February 21st, 1997. Art called him, and Mel's hole became known to the world. Over the course of several shows, Mel Waters would reveal more and more details about the mysterious hole. The good news is Mel was getting really good advice from people all around the world, like use a laser to measure or use radar to check the distance. The bad news is now millions of people knew about this hole. And from clues given by Mel on the radio, you can get a pretty good idea of where it was. The day after the first broadcast, Mel was returning to his property, but the entrance was blocked.
The government.
Yep. The U.S. military was now aware of the hole, and they wanted it, all to themselves.
After the show on Friday night, I went out there and noticed there were some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day. And so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your program.
Oh, yes.
Mel said that the hole could affect things in the environment around it. Animals avoided it, but plants seemed to grow extremely well. Radios acted weird. If Mel brought a radio near the hole, the signal would get very staticky and then start picking up broadcasts from somewhere else. One day his radio started picking up what he describes as old-time music. So he goes to change the channel and tunes into a baseball game.
Point behind the St. Louis first baseman. Went on second, 2 outs.
This is fine until he learns the game was played in 1967, 30 years ago. Art's first call with Mel goes on for about an hour and then they wrap up. Mel was staying in Ellensburg for a couple of days and had made the call from there. When Mel Waters returned from town, the access road to his property was blocked by armed military personnel, and there was evidence that heavy machinery had been brought in. Mel was told there was a plane crash on the property, but there was no report of a crash, no fire, no smoke. Still, Mel was told he couldn't access the property until the crash was completely investigated. When Mel asked to speak to the person in charge, a man in civilian clothes told him that the land was not necessarily his anymore, and it would be very easy to find a drug lab on the property if he didn't leave. Mel threatened to go to the press. The man in charge,
Man in Black,
the man in black, told him, go ahead and talk. Nobody would believe it. But Art Bell and his audience would believe it. And a few days later, Art called Mel for an update. Mel said that a neighbor saw a dark beam coming out of the hole and up through the clouds, darker than anything he'd ever seen. Now, Mel admitted he didn't see this himself, but Art Bell and several callers said that this part of Washington has a lot of UFO sightings, disappearances, and other paranormal activity. Callers had their own theories. Maybe the hole was sitting on a ley line and there was a portal to another dimension, or it was a portal through time, and that's why everything thrown into it disappeared. Maybe somewhere in an alternate reality, there's a big pile of garbage, old appliances, and dead animals just piling up. Who knows? One caller thought this could be a tunnel to the hollow earth.
Ooh, like a subway for lizard people.
Something like that. There were a lot of theories. And since Mel couldn't access his property anymore, he talked to other locals trying to get more information. An elderly neighbor said that many years ago, there was a series of stone columns around the hole.
Like Stonehenge?
Right, but without the cross beams, which are called lintels.
Lentils?
Lintels.
What'd I say?
Someone from the audience reminded Mel that calling into the show is a big mistake because obviously the government is listening. So the show ends and Mel agrees to come back for an update. On the day Mel is scheduled to reappear, he's a no-show and not picking up his phone.
Maybe my audience is not aware, but a television crew went up to Ellensburg after we did the last program and researched this. And I'll be doggone, they didn't find the hole, but they did find near the area where you were talking about a lot of military boot prints and all kinds of information that would indicate the military, in fact, had been there or was there.
Oh, they would have probably seen a lot of yellow gear tread marks in the on the ground.
Yep.
It would be 3 years before Mel resurfaces. He said he was offered $3 million a year to lease his property to somebody. But the deal was sign a non-disclosure agreement, leave the country immediately, and never come back. So Mel takes the deal, and he lives in Australia for 2 years. But he's missing his family and decides to come back to the States for a visit.
Not smart.
It wasn't. Mel was warned not to do this, but he does it anyway. And during this time, he gets in touch with Art Bell and agrees to come on the radio, but he never shows up. Mel said on the day he was supposed to come on, he was on a bus to visit his nephew. And on the bus, there was some kind of altercation and the police were called. All the passengers are questioned and put on a different bus. Then Mel blacks out. And the next thing he remembers is that he's in San Francisco and 12 days have passed. Mel woke up in an alley. His wallet and keys were missing. He realizes his arm hurts. He rolls up his sleeve and there are needle holes and tape marks from an IV. And as he becomes more lucid, he tastes blood in his mouth. His back teeth are missing.
Whoa.
Mel never makes it back to the property. There was legal action taken against him for illegal construction. Power lines, septic tanks, paved roads. Of course, he didn't build these. The government had occupied the property for 2 years. Still, Mel lost everything. And a day or two after calling into Art's show, his bank account was emptied. Now, to be fair, plenty of people are calling in saying that this is all a hoax, but Art Bell is the master. Hoax or not, it's a great story, so he lets Mel continue. But Art does say that a TV crew was in the area looking for the hole. They didn't find it, but they did find evidence of a lot of military activity, and the no-fly zone has been mysteriously expanded to cover the area. In fact, TerraServer, which was a mapping site before Google Earth, showed that the whole area was blacked out, and this was confirmed. Skeptical callers said that Mel could have found the blacked out part of the map and pretended his property was there. The problem with that is, TerraServer launched 6 months after Mel made the first phone call. He couldn't have known. Soon we learned that a Native American tribe had contacted Mel and asked him if he wanted to come to Nevada and help them research.
Research what?
Another bottomless hole.
They took you to it.
They took me there. I did not go all the way up to the hole, but there was conversations between the Native Americans and the Basque and blah blah blah, and they basically agreed that everything was as it should be. That I wasn't from CNN or the FBI or the CIA or whatever. Right. And so I went there and I got to see the hole. Now,
all right, what's there?
The second hole wasn't located on the Indian reservation where they lived. It was actually on public land that was used by Basques. The Basques are an ethnic group that comes from a small region between France and Spain. The Basques settled a couple of areas in the United States, including Nevada, in the mid-1800s, and they were using this land to herd sheep. They told Mel that the hole was there for as long as their people were, so at least 200 years. And they consider the hole and the land around it sacred. This hole was just over 9 feet wide, just like Mel's. But where Mel's hole had a stone retaining wall of a few feet, the second hole had a metal collar and metal lining down as far as the eye can see. And this hole was warm to the touch. You could feel heat all around it. And the metal wouldn't make any sound or vibrate at all. Mel accidentally dropped a tool on the metal collar, and the impact was completely silent. So Mel and the Basque begin their experiments. The first test was they lowered a bucket of ice down into the hole about 1,000 feet, and they kept some ice at the surface as a control. When the surface ice was melted, they brought the bucket back up. That ice didn't melt at all. And even stranger, the ice was no longer cold to the touch, and it wasn't wet. The ice felt like large pieces of salt. So they tried to melt the ice over an open flame.
It didn't melt, did it?
Nope, it caught fire. Not only that, it continued to burn for months. So they continued sending different amounts of ice down the hole. About 2/3 of the time it melted normally, but 1/3 of the time it was transformed. Now at this point, one of the braver Basque volunteered to go down the hole himself.
What? Is he nuts?
Yeah, everyone agrees that that's not a good idea. So they decided to send down a sheep.
A sheep? Oh, what happened to the sheep? Oh no!
well, I just felt I was in the presence of something extraordinary, something beyond extraordinary, something like in that category of having a religious thing. This was just such a stunning thing to witness.
The sheep did not want to go in the hole. The closer it got, the more it tried to kick its way out of its crate. They lowered the crate down the hole to 1,000 feet. At that point, it stopped moving, and they felt a humming sensation. They left the sheep down there for 30 minutes and then brought it back up. There was no movement. The crate was unchanged, and the sheep looked fine, but it was dead. The Basque, being shepherds, knew how to butcher a sheep, so they brought it to a table for a quick autopsy.
Oh, for crying out loud, what are they doing?
The first thing that they noticed is that the sheep looked like it was cooked from the inside. And taking up almost the entire cavity of the sheep's body was what Mel described as a giant tumor.
Ugh.
Then the tumor starts moving.
What in the is going on with this story?
Oh!
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is intense.
Then they cut the tumor open.
No!
Inside the tumor is what Mel describes as a fetal seal.
Wait. Did you just say a fetal seal?
Yeah, like a baby seal. It was attached to the tumor by an umbilical cord, but this seal-like creature had the eyes of a human. They watched the creature for a while as it crawled to the end of the table. And Mel felt like it wanted to get back to the hole, so he picked it up and set it near the edge. Of course, the creature was slimy, and Mel said that the fluid had the smell of ozone. So the men studied the creature, and it seemed to study the men for about 2 hours. Then the seal creature gave them a final look and jumped in the hole. Now, before Mel went to Nevada, he was diagnosed with advanced esophageal cancer. He had only 6 months to live. But after this experience, Mel was cancer-free. He thinks he was cured by the
magic seal.
Yep. Mel felt like he had a transcendent experience. He was completely changed after this. And just then, the radio show runs out of time.
No!
Across from me over here is the actual roadway into Mel's Hole. Don't go up that road. Up there a ways is a fence. But you get across that fence, you're in a deep bunch of trouble. It might be that you simply disappear, period.
A few months later, Mel returned to Coast. Something crazy happened with that bucket of ice. Remember one of the Basque took the burning ice to his cabin to keep warm? He had it in a stove. It burned for months, and it was pulling all the moisture out of the air. The air in the cabin was always dry. The owner's skin was always dry. He was constantly thirsty. When boiling water, the steam would be pulled into the stove. One day, the stove crashed through the floor and into the ground under the cabin. But it was still warm, so he patched up the floor and used the hole for warmth. A couple of weeks later, he's returning home and his entire cabin has collapsed and turned to dust. He moves in with his brother for a while. A month later, he comes back to the cabin and sees that the stove is now 5 feet underground, and the hole made by the stove was perfectly smooth.
It was making a new baby bottomless hole.
It was, and they couldn't get the stove back up. It took a giant crane to finally get the stove out of the hole. And at this point, the Basque said they were sometimes visited by the entity that they discovered in the hole.
The magic seal?
Yes, the magic seal. They felt it was a benevolent presence and considered the whole experience to be very spiritual. There are now brightly colored birds circling the hole. Birds that seem to be immune to bullets.
That's how they respond to a spiritual experience? Shoot the birds?
I guess.
Freaking Basque.
The Basque even believe the magic seal is communicating with them over the radio using a system of beeps and clicks as language which they can understand. The creature warns the Basque that the ice is dangerous and can't fall into the wrong hands and would lead to the destruction of the planet. Art asks if there's a recording of this language. There is. The Basque recorded everything. For the next hour, a few more theories are considered, and Art finally gets Mel to agree to come back on the show. But this time, he would bring the recording, photos, video, and everything he can get his hands on. Mel agrees to go back to Nevada and gather all the evidence. He hangs up, and the show ends. Mel is never heard from again. He doesn't respond to Art's calls, and eventually the line is disconnected. So after 5 years, the story of Mel's Hole finally comes to an end. But it left so many questions. There are a lot of Art Bell highlights, and Mel's Hole is right near the top. So how much of the story can we confirm? First, the location of the hole. TerraServer did black out that part of Washington, but on Google Earth it showed back up. But if the military really had taken over the property, they would have covered up the hole. People have been searching for it for years, and of the many locations I found, there was one that was really compelling. This is the Google map. Someone actually went to the location to see what was there. These are the pictures. During one of his phone calls, Mel said there were 2 old buildings on the property, and one of them eventually collapsed under snow. This fits the description pretty well. And also on the property is this. Yep, a hole about 9 feet wide with a stone retaining wall, exactly how Mel described. Now this caused quite a stir online, but the hole turned out to be an old well and definitely had a bottom. If you search the internet, you'll find a lot of people claiming they found Mel's Hole. They haven't. It's never been found. At least, not yet. As for Mel, he's a complicated character. There's no record of a Mel or Melvin Waters living in the area, but some have claimed he was using a pseudonym to protect his identity. That makes sense. Now, something that really hurts the credibility of the story is the lack of pictures. In every call, Art asks for photographs, but sometimes Mel just doesn't think to take a picture. He forgets, which is ridiculous. Another time he says cameras don't work near the hole because of interference, Or he does have pictures and recordings, but they're not handy, so he'll send them when he can. But in Mel's defense, he never plugs anything. Even if this is a hoax, he could have made a fortune selling t-shirts, books, phony photographs, anything. People would buy that stuff just because it's cool. I would buy a Mel's Hole t-shirt.
I went to Mel's Hole, and all I got was this magic seal fetus.
Yeah, that part of the story was pretty wild. And that's a common argument, that Mel's story got crazier and crazier, and eventually he just couldn't keep up with it, so he bailed on the hoax. But he was pretty consistent with the facts over 5 years. And Art Bell tried many, many times to trip him up, and he couldn't do it. Now, the hole itself just isn't geologically possible. A hole many miles deep would be unstable and collapse in on itself.
Unless it was a bottomless hole to another dimension.
Right, unless it's that. But I don't think we'll ever know. Mel's Hole has many believers, but I don't think Art Bell was one of them. But Art was an entertainer, and this is the type of story that his listeners loved. It's a legend that people still talk about 30 years later. But for me and this channel, this was a masterclass on how to present an urban legend. Let the story breathe, but still challenge the specifics. Explore the mystery, but keep it grounded. Be critical, but compassionate. I try to approach topics this way, but very few others do. A channel that tells mysterious stories without giving all the facts will get more clicks, and it will get more subscribers. But that's a shame because it's dishonest and you deserve better. We all do. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do... Finally, we got Mel's Hole out there. Now I feel satisfied. All right, so a little over 5 hours. I think we're going to call it. That's going to do it for today. And thanks to everyone who super chatted. And look, if I didn't read your super chat, I'm sorry. I'm going to read them all. I just can't read them all out loud because it will take a long time because there's a lot of them in here. But I do appreciate I couldn't do this without you. We've got to say happy birthday to Ellie. Yep, happy birthday to Ellie. I thought we saw another birthday. Voodoo Tube liked the stream. I appreciate it. Good night, Paul. Thanks for your help today. I appreciate it. Tim Kerr, 5 hours, you beast. Yeah, I would do a little more, but Jen's out of town. I got to go home and feed the cats. I got to take care of my boys. Jose, you're welcome. Dawson, you're welcome. Good to see everybody today. Hopefully we can make this a regular thing. But, you know, we keep it unpredictable. Anyway, that's going to do it. I'll see you guys in a couple of days.